Chapter 26. Pensive for a while. Jim was told outside the door. Tell them, wait for me in the conference room. Yes. Hearing the footsteps leaving outside the door, he picked it up from the closet and put on a set of clothes that had been matched by the maid. Unlike those nobles who even had their clothes served by others, he was a bit accustomed to the military career and didn't pay much attention to it. I prefer to dress myself and feel so more efficient. The only problem is that everyone thinks his clothes are not very aesthetic, so they can only ask others to match him in advance. After changing clothes in twos, I tidied up the instrument and confirmed everything is correct. He opened the door of the room and walked towards the conference room. On the way, he ran into another maid. He also ordered some food to the conference room by the way. Standing at the door of the conference room, he thought through his thoughts, and after confirming his thoughts once again, he tapped on the door of the room before he walked straight in. What catches the eye are 6 people wearing church costumes, sitting in their seats waiting for them, and there are several maids around them serving them tea. The eldest person among them is the leader at first glance, a man with a serious face and the most luxurious clothes. His appearance is about 60 years old, but judging from the opponent's muscle lines, I am afraid he is also a powerful fighter. After a powerful soldier enters the prime of life, his appearance age is usually much smaller than his actual age, so it is normal for the guy in front of you to say that he is 80 or 90 years old. And it just so happened that Jim was really knew each other. If I remember correctly, the other person is probably almost 100 years old. After a slight look on his face, Jim was took the initiative to say hello. Dear Bishop Safi, the last time I saw you was at the dinner in the Duchy of Tolt a few years ago. You are still so beautiful, I don't know you. What will happen to our Martin kingdom? At the same time, he felt bad for a while, because he knew that the old thing in front of him was cleaned up in the church, and his hands were stained with blood. This kind of person has been a top executioner for hundreds of years, saying that if you burn your whole family, you will burn your whole family. In fact, even after undergoing several reforms, this group of people is by no means a kind. It can only be said that they have to converge a lot, and no longer use their nostrils to look at people when facing their group of nobles. Hearing Jim's greetings, the bishop named Safi's serious expression softened a lot, a smile on his wrinkled face, and he replied, Prince Jim, go in. Since the last time we met, we haven't seen each other for 4 or 5 years. I didn't expect you to remember my name. After speaking, he changed back to the serious expression just now and said, Actually, this time I came to the Principality of Martin. There is an extremely important reason. Seeing his serious look, Jim was also cooperated to put away the smile on his face, put on a serious look and asked, what's the reason? At the same time, he was slightly relieved. Can say hello so kindly. The reason why he wanted to come to the door should not be exposed because of his affair with Devil. Now that he picked himself out, he was really curious about the other parties coming. A bishop who is in charge of the cleansing of heresy, speaking of power in the entire church, is only under the Pope. Together with the other 12 bishops belonging to the second echelon, only 3 or 5 can wrestle with him. Actual status, it can be said that it is completely comparable to a king of a principality. In contrast, the affairs he deals with are no less than that of a king. This kind of person can't be too idle to give up his own parish and come to him to play, so there must be something important to let him personally. Tell your troubles and make everyone happy. As the so-called troubles of others are my happiness, the sky falls, and as long as it doesn't hit me, I am still very happy. This is Jim's current mentality. Although his face is serious, he even wants to eat and listen slowly. I don't know if the other party wants to see the excitement of own. Bishop Safi is still very satisfied with Jim Waz's serious attitude. The last thing he wants to encounter is the kind of no-brain type, every time he is forced to communicate with them. Safi wanted to knock their brains open with the own warhammer to see how much the paste inside. After sipping the tea in his cup, Safi winked at Jim. Jim immediately waved his hand to the maids around him, beckoning them to go out. Seeing the closed door after they left, Safi spoke again. According to the news of our church, there are traces of the Devil's Society in the capital of Lord Martin. Crooked Spirit Club? The cult you wanted for hundreds of years. Jim frowned slightly. He found that this melon eater was not good enough, as if he was going to be involved. According to his understanding, the reason why some sects are called cults is simply that they are preaching that there is no God in this world, and that they belong to a group that is harmless to the principality and the nobles. Except that the church members will specifically target them, they basically too lazy to bother. And some cults are completely lunatics, madly worshipping some evil gods that ghosts only know what they are, wanton destruction, and performing various blood sacrifices. They belong to extremely dangerous neurotic gangs, and crooked spirits belong to one of the more dangerous ones. They are completely synonymous with lunatics, and there are people running to encircle and suppress them wherever they go. As soon as Jim heard that there was a group of lunatics active on own site, and they were hiding so deeply, he didn't even notice any movement here. So he attracted all the bishops of the church. At first glance, it looks like you want to do something big. He immediately felt a heartfelt pain. I just finished the Principality of Yar. He felt that he had endured difficulties that he should not have endured. Seeing Jim was frowning, Bishop Safi smiled slightly, and then asked, "Do you know the history of the Crooked Spirits?" Jim shook his head and replied, "I don't know. The history of the Crooked Spirit Society is actually 679 years. Do you feel familiar at that time? It was the year when the third devastating disaster broke out in history. If I say this, you should have guessed something." After listening to the other party's prompt, Jim thought for a while, combined with the church's nervous performance, and asked with an ugly face, "Devil Sect?" Devil Sect, a group of people who worship Devil crazily. They believe that the world will eventually be destroyed, and Devil is the god who leads them to another world. So they always take summoning Devil to come as the first task, which belongs to the downright neuropathy. In response, Safi nodded and said solemnly, "I think you should also be very clear about the purpose of the lunatics. That is the goal that must be eliminated. Once they have successfully summoned the devil they believe in, the whole it is normal for the Principality of Martin to be destroyed directly." Jim asked with an extremely ugly face, "Didn't those lunatics have been wiped out by you?" In response, Safi shrugged his shoulders helplessly. "You know, lunatics and careerists have never killed these two creatures, and we actually didn't lie. Devil sects are divided into several types, and the devils they worship are also different. Our church has indeed wiped out most of the branches, such as the Crooked Spirit Society, but only a handful of them are left. Also the most cunning part." Holding his head hard, Jim whispered, "Oh my God, why?" Seeing the appearance of Jim was taking a hit, the Bishop Safi next to him was also taken aback. "I didn't understand how the Crown Prince who was able to defeat the Principality of Yar, who was considered the opportunity for the revival of the Principality of Martin, was so discouraged when he heard of Devil. He suddenly felt that the situation was not developing as planned. Quickly comforted, "In fact, you don't have to worry too much. Since I have come, it is enough to show that the church values this incident. As long as Devil does not really come, then the problem is not too serious. But according to our intelligence, there should be a few days left at that time. As long as they are found within this time, everything will be fine." While talking, he even complained in his heart, "My friend, what's the matter with you? I haven't intimidated you yet. Discussing the benefits afterwards, are you just like this? There should be no devil who can be worshipped by the devil sect, except for those who have caused catastrophes in history." Recalling the historical records about them, Jim felt that coming one would make the kingdom of Mardon, which had just begun to rise, feel the pain of subjugation. Plus, Olga, who has been squatting in the capital for several months. Jim can't imagine what happens when two devil meet here. I'm afraid it wasn't the king's capital that was gone on the spot. Seeing that he was comforting Safi in front of him, Jim felt that if he knew that Devil was already squatting in the capital, he might have to prepare to run away without saying a word. But can the combat power sent in front of him make him go? So he said with a reluctant smile on his face, "It's just a little unacceptable. Our Principality of Martin is just about to rise, and someone tried to summon Devil here. It's a heinous person. I vowed to kill him." Safi immediately expressed his gratitude. "Yes, of course it should be, Prince Jim. As the future king of the Principality of Martin, how can you be afraid of these difficulties? As for such a crisis in the Principality of Martin, our church will not turn a blind eye to it, and will naturally help." At this point, Bishop Safi's face showed a trace of embarrassment. "But you know, our church." Before he could finish speaking, Jim was held his hands and said sincerely in his eyes, "Needless to say, Bishop Safi, I understand. Since your church is also having difficulties, we the Principality of Dun cannot be stingy. As long as it is not too important, everything is easy to discuss. This kid is very good." Bishop Safi was immediately overjoyed and nodded with satisfaction. "Old stuff, something goes wrong. Die together, don't try to hide." Jim looked at Safi, who was coaxed, and nodded with satisfaction. The two sides reached an agreement on this smoothly. Chapter 27. Standing in the cage, looking at the approaching island in the distance. Harry knew that it would be his residence for a long time in the future. Turning to look at his side, the other Yar soldiers detained, Harry felt a sense of shame that could not be said. Some of them were seriously injured and dying, some were fed with narcotics and weakened, and some lay half dead and didn't know what they were thinking. All of them looked like a dejected dog, just as if someone had their spine broken. After gritting his teeth, he still couldn't accept himself and the others, and changed his spirits to the ghostly appearance he is now. But he also understood that some words spoken in front of the army of the nearby Martin Principality would only turn into laughable jokes, so he could only keep the account silently in his heart. Secretly vowed that one day he will repay 100 times. When the fleet approached a certain area of the island, all the ships came to a halt with the command of the pilot ships. A long plank of wood protruded from the position of the ship's waist one after another. The soldiers of the Martin Principality on the ship threw a large driftwood to each prisoner to prevent it from drowning in the sea. They relentlessly pushed it onto the plank at the waist of the ship, holding weapons one by one, forced them to jump into the sea. This is to prevent them from gathering to snatch the ship, and not to give them any chance to escape. Now this direction and distance are the best distance estimated by the old sailor. Even if they don't understand water, as long as they hold the driftwood and use the thrust of the waves, they can reach Moby's island without difficulty, so they don't worry that the other party will not be able to get to the shore, causing them to fail to deliver the mission. And Harry, as the enemy's supreme commander, was the first to lead the dive under someone's unnamed black box operation. In the midst of all the attention, standing on the plank at the waist of the pilot vessel, feeling the eyes of everyone around him, he felt a bit wanting to scold his mother, but with good education and the own weapon around him, he still asked him to give the word to him. Forcibly endured it, and went back. Just silently greet each other's ancestors in my heart. People under the eaves have to bow their heads. Perhaps I have never heard this before, but when facing a difficult situation, people can often understand the true meaning of it on their own. Standing on the plank, Harry looked at the sea under the plank, as if seeing the wide fins in a daze. After several days of severe social beatings, Harry, who came from the upper class, decided to forget his hatred for the time being, and to overcome the difficulties before him. So, with a serious face, he asked the soldiers of the Principality of Martin, who were forcing themselves to jump into the sea, "You should be sure that there are no sharp-toothed sharks, magical beasts, etc. below?" Looking at the soldiers who had heard the question of Owen and looked at each other positively, he obviously didn't know the answer. He said with a serious expression, "Don't get me wrong. I'm not worried about the safety of Owen. I'm worried about the wounded. After all, I really need those things. They will definitely not be able to go to the island, and your mission will fail by then." After hearing this, a soldier hesitated for a while, and felt that what Harry had said was reasonable, so he hurried to the cabin meeting room. I wanted to report it. Although Harry's face remained silent, he was still slightly happy. "Scum, just your IQ is worthy to fight with me?" Soon after, the little soldier ran out and shouted at the other soldiers. The general said, "In this season, there are not many magical beasts and carnivorous fish in this area, so they can't eat much even if they are full. People, these captives can just be thrown down, and if they die, he deserves it." After the soldiers listened to him, they immediately pushed Harry down with a long stick. Due to the anesthetic, Harry could only watch their behavior, unable to even try to avoid, and his body was as slow as an old lady suffering from rheumatism. Looking at the sea that was about to come into contact with him, he glared at the soldiers above and opened his mouth. "You, remember it for me." Before he could say the words, the sea water filled his mouth. Royal Capital. Olga was sitting in the chair with his legs folded leisurely. There was a light blue light circle floating in front of him, and inside the light circle was showing the scene of Harry being pushed onto the beach of Moby's island by the waves. This is a spell, High Beam, whose function is to project a scene of a certain area. The distance is affected by the user's strength. It is a good detective spell. The first phase of the Dead Plague trial has ended, and the next phase is the second phase. Since the plague can change the life state of organisms at the cellular level, can the body structure and genetic state be adjusted? Memory of the previous life in. It seems that there is something called a zombie, which is quite interesting. Although Olga did not specialize in scientific and technological knowledge, and did not know much about the knowledge of cells, there were many similar knowledge in magic. Through the ability of the source of the Dead Plague, the invisible and innocent plague serves as his medium, giving him a unique vision of many microscopic things, allowing him to observe the state of the infected more clearly, and with the help of the plague, it can be affected to a certain extent. For others, it should be a very rigorous and complicated thing. In his eyes, due to the different angles, he presents a different posture, which gives him a feeling, as if he can reach out and touch and change it at will, which is wonderful. He clearly knows that his own use of various abilities is extremely superficial. The source of Dead Plague is not just as simple as placing plagues. It should have a broader application, and magic features corrosion, pain, elemental talent blood flame, and other abilities are also true. The evolution system evolved them, not directly giving him a complete body, but adding several branches to his original foundation, giving him more choices, and it depends on how far they can be cultivated. He is now trying to figure out his own route. After all, there are many ways to go on the same road, and only the most suitable one is the best. In his eyes, when Harry touched the soil of the island, he himself became a carrier of the plague. That is the reward he gave to the first person to land on the island. The plague will be distributed by him, and he will have a certain degree of resistance, which is equivalent to a removable poison gas tank, the kind that is not tightened. In his observations, the seeds of the plague had taken root in his body, although slow but uncontrollable. When he fully matured, every breath of air he exhaled would become poisonous gas, and every drop of blood that shed would serve as a plague carrier. And even he himself is a hotbed of plague. Since Olga's arrival in this world, the lives that died directly or indirectly at his hands have been countless, and the world's oppressive force on him has also increased dramatically every day. Even the air seems to freeze in front of him every step of the way. A wave of his hand is like being in the mud, with an indescribable hindrance. And after helping Jim Waz to defeat the army of the Principality of Yar, the oppressive force also reacted. Even if it was Jim Waz who made the decision, the debt still had to be counted on his head. After all, the strength the owner is himself. He can feel that the world's tolerance for him is gradually approaching the upper limit level, and it may be possible to send other responses, such as people everywhere asking for trouble, thunder strikes, meteors falling from the sky. For foreign residents like Devil, the endurance of the world has always been very low, and restless people like Olga are the key goals. It can be said that if it were not for the two talent abilities of Armed Rune Scarlet and Disguise Silent to play a role, there should have been many brave men now. Under the influence of the will of the world, they will come to the door. Xiao Jia retracted steadily like this. These assholes who go deep into the interior have always been treated uniformly in all worlds, and they were beaten by all parties after they appeared on the stage. Just like the devils who have appeared in this world before, every one of them will be beaten severely before entering the world, and most of their strength will be suppressed, and then the heroes of all walks of life will appear to find fault. Either chop all the way down and cut down all the gangsters and successfully conquer the world, or they will be heroic and go on easy, or where they come from. Anyway, there is no time for them to develop their power and regain their strength. Compared to them, Olga, who has more choices, chose low-key development, and he is not as eager for human souls as the rest of Devil. For him, it is thrown to the evolutionary system to transform into nutrition. Whether the taste is unique or whether the soul is delicious is not important. He didn't have to pick things like pure souls and sinful souls like the rest of Devil. Those things were all classified in his heart. The difference was only the number of evolution points after transformation, and there was no essential difference. If possible, he would even like to harvest souls on a large scale in the bottomless abyss. After all, there are people everywhere. Everyone will either die or live. But the difficulty of that is much higher than that of going through the different planes to make trouble. Without the strength standard of Lord Devil, if you are too high profile, you will be killed by others if you are not careful. Moreover, the alien invasion, according to his inheritance memory, is also related to the will of the abyss. Only by destroying enough worlds can he be qualified to step into the hall of strength of the Abyss Lord, and only to prove the value of own to the abyss will be tilted more resources. Every lord, in the bottomless abyss, the most basic standard of strength is plain destroyer. They can corrupt the mind and soul of the weak with a single look. They can pick up the stars and hold the moon with their bare hands, overturn the land and dry the sea like playing, face the advanced interstellar civilization that forms the Star-Sea Fleet, and drag a piece of life. The plane of billions of creatures sank into a bottomless abyss. As for a devil who wants to advance from Child Devil to Lord Devil, the resources and opportunities needed are beyond imagination. The only opportunity is through continuous killing and destruction across planes. To gain the favor of the will of the bottomless abyss, and only in this way can the probability of being near nothing ascension be reduced to 1 in a billion. 1 in a billion. For Olga, who has an evolutionary system, although he has other ways to go, this path is undoubtedly a shortcut that has been proven to be accessible, so he has no reason to abandon the alien invasion kind of behavior. On the contrary, he has more diversified methods. He has an advantage on this road that other abyssal creatures can't match, and he can go farther. Chapter 28. Tuck tuck, there was a slight knock on the door. With a wave of your hand, the high beam in midair disappears automatically. Come in. A beautiful figure opened the door with something and walked in. as a high-quality graduate of Styx Riverbank Kindergarten. A new generation devil who not only murders and sets fire, but also conducts biochemical experiments, conforms to the fine virtues of the bottomless abyss. Olga has always understood the truth, and don't let it go. Although occasionally thinking is still a little confused because of devil's involuntary nature, it is still relatively rational and does not mess things up. However, he also occasionally has some distress. For example, it is a little bit now. Seeing Trina, the housekeeper, with a somewhat cautious look in front of her, Olga tilted her head and asked, a little puzzled, "Why did your attitude change so much? Is it because of my identity?" After Trina hesitated, she said with a bit of embarrassment, "It's just a little awkward. For my own character, I have never concealed it. You should know that I will not hurt you. Compared to many humans, my devil should be a safer existence for you." She stretched out her hand and tried to touch her cheek, but Trina quickly avoided as if she had been stabbed by a needle. "Feel sorry." After avoiding, Trina lowered her head slightly, looking at Olga's hand stretched into the air. "Nothing." Withdrawing his hand, Olga shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "I'm going out first." "Okay, go out." Seeing the other person's leaving figure, Orjiga gently lifted his upper body clothes. Sharp nails cut a long, slender hole along the position of his chest, revealing the heart in it, and gently stretched out his hand to hold it. The beating heart. He took it off with a slight force. No blood was left behind, and the wound healed automatically. Squeezing his heart that is still beating normally, Olga touched his chin with his face unchanged and muttered to himself with some doubts. "Why? As a pure-blooded devil, I will produce ordinary human men and women emotions. Is it a residual influence from the previous life? But those memories are just a few fragments. They shouldn't be enough to affect me. Is it because the soul of this life has been exposed to the memories of the previous life before the birth, so the impact is so serious?" He felt a little puzzled about what happened to him. As a devil on the dual level of body and soul, he doesn't have all the compassion, affection, friendship, and notions of good and evil that human beings have. But he has some weird reactions to things like love, and he can't figure out why. Is it because you belong to the upgraded devil? Or is it that I am too young, and the human memory of the previous life preconceived it? After thinking about it, he didn't get the answer in the end, and he put the beating heart in his hand into his mouth and ate it, completing the installation process again. Turned his head and studied other things again. He is very clear that human emotions may affect him to a certain extent, but he is still a devil in the final analysis and cannot make him change too much. Maybe it's good to use this as a condiment for life? He thought of it like this, looking at Safi and others with a smile on their faces when they left. The minister in charge of planning urban construction asked Jim Watts cautiously, "His Royal Highness, are we really going to let them build a parish in the capital?" For Jim Watts, he suddenly called him from home and asked him to plan the land for the church people to build a parish. He really didn't understand this operation. You must know that 200 years ago, when there was another dispute over the kingship and theocratic power, the royal family did not hesitate to fight in order to expel the church members from the Principality of Martin. Since then, in the past 200 years, although occasional churches have been built in the Martin kingdom, the godfather and nuns alone can only be regarded as a little trouble, and it will not be a big climate. But if a brand new diocese is established in the capital, it will be different. This is just like setting up a banner. The scattered church forces in nearby cities and even nearby principalities will automatically condense as if they have the backbone, which will definitely not be conducive to the rule and management of the royal family. Slowly nodded, Jim whispered to the worried minister beside him, "This is a necessary matter. Although the reason for this is not easy to explain, it is definitely more beneficial for us to incorporate the church at this time. So you don't have to worry about anything. Everything is expected." Seeing the serious eyes of Jim Watts, the minister knew that there must be a lot of hidden secrets in it. After a change in his expression, he sighed slightly. "Understood. The minister will do his job well and not trouble your plan." "Excuse me." When the gray-haired minister left, Jim Watts also had a complex expression. As a principality established for thousands of years, the Principality of Martin naturally had various intricate hidden dangers and various corrupt relations. Everywhere, he has passed the test of time and is absolutely loyal to the backbone of the royal family, so that he can occasionally reveal some inside information. It has been half a year since the death of my father. After these conditions have been stabilized, I should also prepare for the enthronement. Before taking over the kingdom, who knows that this country is almost completely decayed, a branch of the royal family, a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family, and business families all over the country. No one really wants to rest in peace. He knows very well that rotten meat always grows on the body, and it will become a cause of disease. Even if it is cured for a while, it will not last long. Only when it is cut off can it be completely cured. However, cutting meat to cure diseases is a technology job, and it is not easy to deal with it. It was the cause of death that caused the injury to worsen. It made him have to treat it with caution, but if he had the opportunity, he was not lacking in cruelty and he wouldn't mind taking a little risk. Tuck tuck. At this moment, the maid outside the door knocked gently on the door twice. His Royal Highness, Lord Charles, whom you ordered before, come to visit with a token. Charles? Oh, let him come directly. This so-called Shire is the new identity of the Sorcerer Salt. Jim was prepared it specially for him, almost without any flaws. Even people in the church can never find anything suspicious about this identity. It can also be regarded as a thank you for the favor before Salter. If it hadn't been for him to give him 2 places at Orgagar, so that he could save his and Baron Duke's lives, Orgagar would have to drain their blood on the day of his arrival and thwart them. Ash, the abandoned prison. He had arranged for people to clear it the next day, worried that someone would find that the calling ceremony there would attract people from the church, but his subordinates reported that there was only one left that took up the area. In the 100-meter-long pit, all the materials were completely burned by unknown forces, and even the ground was burned into crystals, not to mention corpses and the like. In this regard, he can only express that he is very grateful that Salter saved his life, and the relationship between the two has also improved a lot. Soon after, a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old walked in. Jim was sat on the chair, pointed to the side position, and said with a smile, "Welcome, Salter. It has been a while since we saw you." The other party was not polite and sat straight up. "It's true that I haven't seen you for a long time, Your Highness. But there is no way. I told you that after using that spell, you must rest for a few days, otherwise the bones and skin will be lost. Something went wrong." When he sat down, Jim was took a closer look at Sartre's current appearance and exclaimed with some curiosity, "It's such a magical spell, which can completely change the appearance of human beings. If not, my voice has not changed. I really dare not recognize you." Salter said with a smile, "This is my ability to press the bottom of the box. It is a spell that I used to learn from an ancient secret plan. If it is not too demanding to use, and there is no suitable identity, the church will not be able to hunt me down." His appearance at this time is no longer the original Shadow, not only the changes in his facial features, but also a slight increase in height. Even if he walked to the church's court priest who was specifically responsible for hunting down rewards, no one would be able to recognize him. Jim was picked up 2 wine glasses in front of him and filled them with wine, and after handing them to Salt, he also picked up a glass. "Your changes are not just your appearance. I can feel that your personality and behavior have changed a lot. You are a completely different person from when you first met, and you no longer have the insidious feeling that you used to be. As if reborn." After receiving the wine glass and facing the other's curious gaze, Salt shook his head. "After all, people always change, don't they? Call me Shire from now on. I prefer this name." Ding! The glass flicked, and the two smiled at each other. "Well, Charles," slightly drank a little red wine and tasted the taste. Gently shook the glass, watching the liquid flowing in it. Jim shrugged. "Thank you very much for liking this name. I made it up. But if it wasn't for the influence of that guy, I think you would still be able to do it in your life." It was the Sorcerer Salt, who could never become the current Char. Indeed, perhaps only after experiencing fear and being destroyed by the arrogance of oneself, human beings can better understand themselves. Although I didn't show it in front of you at the beginning, I was actually very arrogant. I looked down on most people and treated them as dispensable bugs until Olga appeared in front of me. I just felt a part of his power and fell into fear. Facing his gaze, I couldn't even mention the idea of resistance. The magic that I had always been proud of was even more difficult to use. I didn't understand until then. In front of a higher level of existence, I was actually just a bug, and I pinched it to death with a slight force. Originally, Jim was, who just wanted to hear something interesting and chattering, moved his ears and felt as if he had heard some useful information. He immediately asked, "Can you perceive the strength gap between yourself and Olga?" He glanced at Jim, was in amazement. After thinking about it, Charles said hesitantly, "I think it's better for you to give up using force to deal with Orchard. When he just arrived, even though the summoning ceremony there are some problems, but I still inevitably have some contact with him, so I can vaguely feel his power at that time, which is not the range that humans in this era can deal with. The gap between humans and him is like beasts and ants. There is no actual comparability." Chapter 29. Is there no chance? Hearing Shire's words so absolute, Jim was asked unwillingly. Shire shook his head and replied simply, "It's true that I don't. Although my strength is not the top in the world, it is still a rare powerhouse. It can be said to be a first-class level in any country. When Ol Saga, even if he had just arrived and had not been familiar with the world for a period of time, the strength in his body was at least hundreds of times that of mine. And not long after that, his link with me was completely disconnected. Before disconnecting, I could still feel that he was getting stronger, or should it be restored? I only know that the gap between me and him is constantly magnifying. After a while of silence, Jim Was said, "You have to find a way, don't you? You and I are not people who are waiting to die." To this Charles did not refute anything, but sighed helplessly. That said, there is no chance now. The spells he cast on us have not yet been lifted, and we don't even have the right to resist. In fact, until now, we didn't even know what his purpose was. He didn't pay much attention to us at all. He didn't take us to heart at all. He just treated us as a tool for trivial matters. Seeing his accomplice who was talking frustratingly, Jim Was involuntarily smashed his mouth, feeling the slightly bitter taste of alcohol in his mouth and a little downcast feeling. Because of this, I feel uneasy. I don't know what he is plotting, but it can never be a good thing. Once the result is announced, it may be a terrible moment. Ugh. After another moment of silence, Jim Was, who felt that the meeting between the two was about to turn into a grievance meeting, calmed down, put down the wine glass in his hand, and returned to his usual appearance between his expressions, and said to Charles, "Actually, you came just right. I might have something big happening here soon, and I need someone to help me." Charles asked, a little puzzled, "What's the matter? Does it make you feel that there is not enough manpower?" After speaking, he took another sip of red wine. Facing the other's gaze, Jim Was smiled awkwardly and said, "There is credible news. People with crooked spirits are hiding in the capital." Hearing the first half sentence, the familiar cult organization, Charles, who was still the leader of the cult not long ago, immediately understood that this is not easy, and his expression became serious, silently put down the wine glass in his hand, and wanted to swallow the drink in his mouth. They want to secretly hold a ritual to summon devil. Puff. Upon hearing such bad news, the red wine in Shire's mouth immediately ran off the road and burst out of his nostrils. Just as the nosebleeds couldn't stop, the expensive clothes were immediately stained. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing the sight in front of him, Jim Was reluctantly handed a towel to wipe his mouth. "This is what it looks like. I am very distressed now. I think the Principality of Martin may have to be subjugated in my hands. This is really possible, and it may not be small." The above sentence Charles wanted to say, but in the end he just thought about it in his heart and didn't really say it to hit Jim Was. After wiping his mouth and hands, Charles asked in pain, "In that case, don't you have any clues about their hiding?" He had just changed his status, but he didn't want to become an exiled noble directly. The meaning of the words is to get rid of those who want to get rid of crooked spirits as soon as possible. Jim started out, looking helplessly. "I think too. But the key is that even the people of the crooked spirits are preparing to carry out the summoning ceremony in the king's capital. The people in the church revealed to me. More specific information seems to be even more specific. They don't know much too, so the inside of the royal capital may not necessarily cover the evil spirits, and they are not ordinary powerful. It is difficult even for the royal family to find something hidden by those people, because you will never be able to figure out how many dens there are under the accumulation of time in a powerful family that has passed on for hundreds of years. If there is enough time, it will be fine, but if there is not enough time, devil would have been called out after the search one by one. By that time, everything was too late, so after paying some conditions, I got the promise of help from the church." Charles frowned slightly. Church? They are not easy to get along with, but when dealing with cults, they are indeed professionals. No way. No matter how difficult it is to get along with, it is better than devil. Even if the church overthrows the royal family in the future, when I hang me, at least it will leave me a whole body for the sake of the royal family and replace it with devil. It is estimated that there is only scum left. It makes sense. After hearing this, Charles felt very reasonable and couldn't refute the opponent at all. So he asked, "In that case, how do you want me to help you? You can search for their hiding place for me. As for the battle, you don't need to play. In the land of the royal capital, as long as you know the specific location, unless devil comes on the spot, no one can escape the encirclement and suppression of the Martin royal family. It's hard to say anything in other places, but in the capital, Jim Was is fully capable of picking up any mortal, whether he is a spellcaster or a great knight. The churches that benefit from it always have to help, right? Is it possible that Charles was guilty, but I don't have any manpower? How can I search the entire capital for you with just the few people I have now? It's better to just close the city with an army and use a carpet search to be a bit more realistic. Jim was just waved his hand and said with a serious expression, "No, you are wrong. Even if the number of manpower is sufficient, the problem may not be detected at this moment. What I need now is something more professional, and you just have that kind of thing." Seeing his serious expression, Charles was a little puzzled. "What? Do I own that kind of thing?" "Of course you have it. Charles, Crooked Spirits will be a cult organization that is wanted all year round. They can exist for so long. Naturally, they are good at hiding, and their traces are mysterious. It is very unrealistic for ordinary people to find them by conventional methods, but you are different. You are the famous high priest of the 10,000 Secret Society, and you have been able to hide from the church for more than 10 years, only to be found sporadic traces by them. From this it can be seen that on the realm of, as a cultist, how to avoid searches, you are definitely an expert among experts, a top person who can publish books. So we now need you to give full play to your professional expertise, use cult hiding studies, within the limits of the capital to filter out the areas you think are most suitable for hiding, and then go up and search one by one." Seeing Jim was admiring himself so much, Charles immediately wanted to give him a thank you speech. He am. But then I thought about it. After all, the other party is the immediate boss of the owner, and he will have to take care of his identity in the future, and he is truly a professional. In that realm, he is definitely an authority-level figure, so he forcibly resisted the fragrance in his mouth. Calmly said, "Well, give me the most detailed map of the royal capital and various related construction reports later, and I will help you point them out." There is no doubt that the great master's demeanor is obvious, and he is obviously extremely confident. Although I wanted to wash his own life, I almost forgot that I still have this specialty. Jim was just chuckled and nodded. "Then I will trouble you. I will ask my hand to prepare a map and information first." Sitting on the carriage, he looked at Bishop Safi, who had looked a little dignified all the way since he left the residence of Prince Jim Was of the Martin Principality. As a senior priest of the church heresy hunting and killing center, Hariga felt something unusual. After hesitating for a while, he asked cautiously, "My lord, is there something wrong?" Glancing at the other person, Safi shook his head slightly and sighed. "There must be, but I can't tell what it is. Our Lord Prince Jim Was, there is something hidden from us." The people in the carriage were all he brought from his diocese to his confidants, so it didn't hurt to tell them something directly. "Originally, I just wanted to use what devil was about to come to explore Jim Was's tone, and see if there was a chance to reinsert the power of our church, but our Crown Prince Jim Was it's too cooperative. It's just like giving us benefits. I haven't had time to tell him many things about the Crooked Spirit Society, so that I can explain the stakes clearly. He actually directly agreed to our church's request to establish a parish in both King Martin. This is really not right. It is incredible for the greedy nobles. You must know that at the beginning of their Martin royal family, in order to expel our power to stabilize their own royal power, but they did not hesitate to bleed to help other principalities. Jim Was did not have any reason to destroy the achievements of his ancestors. After hearing this, Hariga also felt something was wrong, but he had been immersed in the great cause of hunting heretics and did not understand politics, so after thinking about it, he replied casually, "Perhaps because he offended the Principality of Yar. If you want to pull an ally, isn't it necessary?" In this regard, Safi directly denied, "Impossible. With the relationship between the royal families and the churches of various countries, even if the Principality of Martin wants to draw other forces as allies, under normal circumstances, it will never have the turn of the church, so he must have something important. Keep it from us, and the establishment of the diocese is the bait he gave, a bait that I will bite on even if I know something is wrong in it." After finishing speaking, Safi said to another clergyman beside him, "I will send a message to Yate later. When he comes to the kingdom of Mardun, he will bring all the best talents and sacred artifacts from the heresy hunting station. I want to see what tricks Jim Was wants to play with me. Since Jim Was wants us to help him deal with the Crooked Spirit Society, then we will let him see the church's accumulation of thousands of years." Chapter 30. It took more than half a day to read the various construction information of the Wangdu in the last 2 or 3 years. Standing next to the huge map, Charles stroked his chin. Empathy started automatically in the brain, and years of experience have automatically emerged. After thinking for a while, he lifted a pen and said softly to Jim Was, "First of all, it is a more conventional place. The terrain is hidden, the circulation of people is relatively small, but it should not be too far away from the crowd." After speaking, I sketched it on the map, circled the areas, and marked them with numbers. Most of those places were old sites in the capital. Those areas were abandoned due to the passage of time. They were basically slums or slums. Places such as warehouses. After spending 7 or 8 laps and arranging the numbers one by one, Charles explained, next is a better hiding place. This is either extremely remote and imperceptible or close to it. With the flow of people, the huge flow of people is used to cover up their abnormal situation. The former is fortunate to say that no matter how it is covered, the devil's ceremony will inevitably leave traces in the wilderness, while the latter must have local dignitaries. It is used as a protective umbrella, otherwise it will definitely be discovered, and because it is crowded with people, it will be more difficult to find. So I sketched it on the map again, starting from the center of the city and outlining, and stopped after drawing about 10 places and marked them one by one in the same way. These locations are not easy to investigate. The various forces are intricate, most of which are old fried dough sticks. If possible, it's best to let the church people check them. After all, they have taken your advantage. Because they are from outsiders, they are more ruthless and are not afraid to offend people, so it is also very suitable. Moreover, for cultists, their feelings are really sharp, far above those of regular soldiers. There is a greater probability of finding the problem. After thinking about it for a while, Jim Was felt that it was the truth, so he nodded and said, good. If they want to enter the royal capital, they really need an opportunity to show their muscles and prove their power to the various forces in the royal capital. I don't think they will refuse this request. Seeing that the other party accepted the opinion of owner, Charles nodded and said with a serious expression, next are the most important locations. If you have to search at that time, I think you'd better compare it with the church people. Okay, otherwise it might cause a mess. Although a little puzzled, looking at Shire's serious expression, Jim Was still replied, I understand. Next are the best and worst places. Generally, if there are any cults in these places, even if they are not crooked spirits, they are definitely planning big things with bad intentions. They will be the confidant of the Principality of Martin in the future. So once you find it, I suggest you to kill it on the spot, whatever the cost. Upon hearing this, Jim immediately understood that the next few locations might be a bit tricky. I saw that the first thing that Shire hooked was the place of the palace, followed by the Colosseum, the Central Library, the Earl of Yate. Any one of them is extremely difficult to deal with, either because it is high-ranking or the backing is complicated. Jim Watts felt a slight pain in his head instantly. If you want to check all these places plus the places in the previous circle, you will basically offend a quarter of the dignitaries in the capital, and even some members of the royal family. This is undoubtedly not very conducive to his coronation ceremony soon after. Looking at the other person with a hesitant look, Charles said helplessly, at this time, you can't worry too much. If you fail, there will be nothing. So there is no way to shed some blood, no matter who is shed. If something goes wrong in the most critical places, I just hope you don't show mercy. No matter who the other party is, it's the easiest way to directly attack. The implication is that Jim Was will kill him if he finds something wrong, and don't leave any opportunity to the other party. If it is a place like a palace where a summoning ceremony is secretly arranged, then the people of the crooked spirit must have connected with a brother or sister of Jim Was. Otherwise, it is impossible to hide from him. Hereby, on the other hand, if the crooked spirits are in places like the Colosseum or the Central Library in the capital's base camp, then their collaborators must be the top dignitaries in the capital. The prince would have to come a little higher, and Jim Was would be very likely to be at a loss. This is not to say that Jim Was will be soft-hearted. As a prince, and a prince about to wear a crown, Charles knows that Jim Was can stand out from his many brothers and sisters, and he is by no means a soft-hearted person. Although it's not a generation of heroes, it is definitely a cruel type. Otherwise, the seat of the A** will never be as stable as it is now. It's just that sometimes, these upper-level people need to consider more things, and it is very likely that some other concerns will cause things to get out of control. Similar situations, Shire is not unheard of in other countries. Jim Was also understood what Charles meant. After a while of silence, his eyes showed a ruthless look, and he made a decision. In that case, set the last few goals at the end. Search it. Clean up the rest of the area first. If it is really compelling, it will not hesitate to let the blood flow in the royal capital. As Charles said, failure to do anything will leave a remnant and suffer the chaos. If this is the case, then you can just kill it directly and kill it. Anyway, there are too many rotten things in the royal capital. Just take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity to come and cleanse him in the past. Clean up all the indecisive things. Tomorrow I will let the troops loyal to me in the army station in the city. When the time comes, I will run everything over in the simplest way. After hearing the affirmative answer from Jim Was, Charles showed a smile. Very well, this is what a crown prince looks like. He is not cruel. and his seat is unstable. Picking up the wine glass, Charles toasted the other party and said, "I hope everything goes well tomorrow." "Hope," Jim was said helplessly. But he had already begun to figure out how to stabilize the situation in the royal capital after he finished his hands. The next day, early in the morning, the sky is far from light up. It is still very dark. "Don't get close anymore. Which unit are you? Ask your chief to come out and see me." Looking at the National Army outside the city gate, the officer in charge of the city gate affairs, Krot, shook hands with the weapon and couldn't help muttering in his heart, "What the hell is this? Sending so many troops into the city overnight? Is it possible that he wants a mutiny?" Just when he was thinking about whether to ring the alarm bell immediately, the army below automatically gave up a path, and a person holding a torch and riding a war horse came to the forefront. After taking a photo of Owen's face with a torch, Jim was said in a deep voice, "Croat, it's me, His Royal Highness." Looking at the face exposed under the firelight, Krot immediately recognized the identity of the other party, and he was slightly relieved. Since the consul is the crown prince, the worst option can be eliminated. After all, no one will rebel. Jim was calmly ordered, "Yes, open the city gate." "Yes, please wait a moment." Without any hesitation, Krot took his order immediately, because he himself was supported by Jim Was. Since a few years ago, when Jim Was still competing with his brothers and sisters for the crown prince, he placed his own manpower in various key positions, and Krot was one of them. Seeing the city gates slowly opened in front of him, Jimworth nodded in satisfaction. Although it's just a leisurely move, it's somewhat useful. If he hasn't succeeded, he has to worry about some other factors. After making a gesture, he led the troops and began to enter like a tide. Quiet, extremely quiet. There is no feasting. In this era, without much entertainment, the first half of the night was okay, and there were a few people walking around. But once it's the second half of the night, there are no ghosts on the road, and even the Chong Hall does not operate 24 hours a day, even if this is the capital of a principality. At this time, in this area of the city gate, there was no sound except for the footsteps of the army and the stepping of war horses. Croat. Looking at the dark city in front of him, Jimworth exhaled softly. Croat hurriedly responded, "Subordinates are here." After giving him an understatement, Jim Was said with a serious expression, "Now the country has reached a crisis point. I have received a secret report that there are now hidden cultists in the capital, intending to do things that endanger the entire principality. So from now on at the beginning, I asked you to guard the city gate and not allow anyone to enter or leave privately. Once someone tries to violate the order, you will be killed directly." As soon as he heard this order, Krot immediately made a difficult situation. With his little manpower, he wanted to restrain people from entering and exiting the city. It was a bit too difficult. Once a riot broke out, he might not be able to stop it, but if the order came down, he had to. Okay, so he bit his head and said, "Oh, I promised to complete the task." Seeing him with a look of embarrassment, but also taking the order, Jim Watts felt a little funny and said casually, "Very well, I will plan hundreds of soldiers for you. Make sure to stabilize the situation for me and don't make any noise. Disturbance. Understand." Croat was overjoyed immediately. Yes. He never dreamed that he would have a day when he could control the military power. Although this military power is time-effective, it cannot be used at will. But at least it's not a problem. Immediately following, a knight ran to lead his own pawn. His expressions were extremely impatient. After all, every man is expecting something similar to happen. Chapter 31. Soon after, another small group also arrived outside the city gate. After recognizing each other, Jim Was greeted them immediately. After a cordial greeting, Jim pointed to Charles next to him and said with a smile, "Bishop Safi, I'll introduce my friend for you, Charles. He is in charge of fighting against cults in the Principality of Martin, but his actions have been relatively secretive, so he is not well known, but he is definitely a genuine expert, and his understanding of cultists is absolutely top-notch. Almost knowing the cultists as you know yourself. This time I specifically sought him over, so that he combined with previous information to screen out the most likely locations for the cult to hide in the city." Oh. After listening to Jim Waz's introduction, Safi, who didn't care much at first, couldn't help flashing some curiosity in his heart, and looked at Charles. In response to his gaze, Charles stood up, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with Safi, and said excitedly, "Hello, Bishop Safi. I've admired your name for a long time, never thought of me. I can also have this day, and being able to meet with you really caught me off guard." It was as excited as seeing an idol, and even speaking was a bit uninteresting. Seeing his excitement, Safi was involuntarily stunned, and then said with a smile, "Where is it? It's too polite. I didn't expect that there will be an expert like you in the Principality of Martin to deal with cultists. It's a fortunate for Martin. Charles immediately showed a look of shame on his face. Don't dare to be. In dealing with cultists, you are the greatest authority in charge of heresy hunting and killing. I can be appreciated by His Royal Highness Jim. What an honor, where? Listening to their business talks and the idea of going on, Jim was, who knows what the background of the two are, directly feels that the egg hurts. A cult leader and the executioner responsible for cleaning up heretics below each other. Is it interesting? I couldn't help but interrupted. Two people. Let's talk about it in advance. Let's take care of the important things first, and it's not too late to talk. After looking at each other, the two nodded in satisfaction. It's okay. X2 one of them admired each other very much, and the appearance of having to have a long conversation after the matter was done made Jim Watts feel a chill. So he hurriedly waved his hand to Shire and instructed. Shire, Bishop Safi who divided the map. Good. After receiving the Shire and handing it to the own map, Safi didn't do anything to hide it, and when he opened it, he looked very rigorously and carefully looked at it. One thing that catches the eye is the circle of various colors and sizes, and the most conspicuous one is the location of the palace with a big red circle in the middle of the map. Safi couldn't help but stun for a moment. Judging from the color of the circle, it should represent the difficulty. The three colors represent the three difficulties, which is not difficult to understand. But looking at the position of the palace, the big red circle, Safi was still a little unbelievable. He really didn't expect Jim was to search the palace even if he knew he hadn't been crowned yet. Although his father is dead, his mother is still alive, and she is also the current administrator of the palace. According to the rules, only after the crown prince completes the coronation, she will give up this part of the right, and Jim Waz's move to search the palace overnight is undoubtedly a transgression, which makes people feel a kind of forced palace taste. So after doing this kind of thing, it will undoubtedly affect his evaluation among the people to a great extent, not conducive to future development. Give excuses to his brothers and sisters. After hesitating for a while, Safi asked, there are so many places, but how come there are even palaces? There is no way. My mother's queen is not very good at managing affairs, so now in the palace where people's hearts are somewhat disorganized, cultists do have a certain degree of success in mixing into it, so it is necessary to search it again. I will personally explain to the queen afterwards, so you don't have to worry about anything. The implication was that even his mother did not know that he was going to search the palace. I wanted to come because I was a little bit suspicious of the other party. After hearing the implications, Safi can only say that Jim Waz is a ruthless character, and he doesn't even believe in his own mother when necessary, and judging from the sketch locations, there are quite a few suspected dignitaries. This as long as they can achieve their goals, they are not afraid of offending people at all. They have the confidence to suppress them. They are both capable and decisive. No wonder they can completely suppress the brothers and sisters of Own and secure the throne of the crown prince. However, this kind of person does not seem to be the ideal goal of cooperation that the church needs. In Safi's mind, the ideal goal of cooperation should be the kind of people who can stabilize the situation without much success. I wanted to turn Safi's eyes around here, and after realizing that there was no good way for a short time, I finally decided to let this problem go for the time being, and then make a decision later. After all, if things are dealt with today, the power of the church can formally enter the Duchy of Martin. If this fails, then everything will be meaningless. So he asked with a look of confusion, if this is the case, then how to allocate the target? Jim Waz didn't know the plastic teammate in front of him. He was trying to eat himself, so he still had a smile on his face and said, the red one will be dealt with at the end, and the other places should be divided left and right. You choose the left half or right half. When Bishop Safi heard that he was about to take over half of the task, he raised his brows and said with an unpleasant expression, oh, but this is your place, your Royal Highness. We are just here to help. Isn't this bad? After all, the manpower of our church is only about 1/10 of yours, but it is responsible for as many sites as you. Jim Wars explained frankly, that's not what I said. Your heretical hunting house was established specifically to deal with cultists. In this respect, the experience is extremely rich. I'm afraid you know better than them yourself, and although the soldiers under me are brave, but without those experiences, the casualties are bound to be far greater than you. In this regard, Safi just shook his head and firmly refused. But even if this is the case, our church should not take such a big risk. After all, I can't take the life of the priest as a trifling matter. In the face of his decisive refusal, Jim Waz did not have any surprises. He just smiled calmly and wrote lightly. The scope of the parish has been expanded by 1/3, and the construction cost of the Principality of Martin has contributed 600,000 gold coins. Make a deal. Safi's expression was shocked, and he stretched out his hands to press on the shoulders of Jim Waz, and said solemnly, "In terms of fighting cults, everyone in the church is very responsible. I have never lax, because that is the bounden duty given to us by the Lord, so your highness is too far-sighted. My shirk just now is just to talk about it. Why not be so far-sighted? Old stuff, don't billion." As if feeling the determination revealed by the other party, Jim Waz flushed his eyes and hugged Safi, very moved. This is so touching that the Crown Prince is extremely moved. Our Principality of Martin has always had a good relationship with the church, my dear. Like brothers, this is just a little bit of heart, and please accept it. Safi refused with a serious face. How can this be done? Such a style does not conform to the rules of our church. No, you must accept it. No, our church. No, you must. Seeing the righteous expressions of the two of them, Sire silently spit on the ground while others were not paying attention. The affectionate performance of the two really made him sick. In the struggle between kingship and theocracy that year, the two forces of the Principality of Martin and the church made several gestures with their swords, and many people died. If it weren't for other forces to stop him, it would have been endless and a hammer of friendship hundreds of years ago. It's worthy of playing politics. The faces are indeed thicker than each one. Even the sorcerer of me can't speak such disgusting words. After another push, Bishop Safi finally accepted Jim Waz's proposal with a look of shame, and chose the site responsible for cleaning up the city on the left half. And Jim Waz also thoughtfully let the soldiers followed them, ready to help and prevent them from fishing. Before leaving, Jim Waz held Safi's hand with a serious face and asked them to take good care of themselves. The task is precious and the price of life is higher. Seeing the church walking away, the smile on Jim Waz's face disappeared immediately, wiped his hands with a disgusting face, and then spit on the ground. He immediately took a bottle of wine from the subordinates behind him, washed his hands, and rinsed his mouth again. What he said just now, he himself felt sick. He would have to vomit if he did it again. Surface teammate, someday find a chance to kill you old stuff. He thought angrily, looking at the uncomfortable face of Bishop Safi who was twisted with lice on his body. The priest behind him immediately asked with concern, "What's the matter with you, Bishop? Are you uncomfortable?" Nothing, just want to change clothes. Obviously, just like Jim Waz, he was also disgusted. But in the end he endured it, just took off his coat, shook it, and put it on again. After everything returned to normal, he asked the priest beside him with his usual expression, "Have any of you heard of Shire?" "No, never heard of it." "No." Looking at the priests looking at each other, Safi stroked his chin. He clearly remembered that in the locations marked on the map in his hand, there were several targets that the church had investigated first. It was originally used to make a deal with the kingdom of Mardon, but was marked out without thinking, so I had to give it up. This is unreasonable. If the target on the map is really something that guy can guess by himself with some intelligence, then he should be extremely professional and extremely experienced in dealing with cultists, otherwise it would never be possible to understand them like this. No matter how much this kind of people cover up the news, there will be more or less rumors. After all, unless they are able to kill the cultists every time, they will inevitably leak out the news. After thinking about it, he glanced at the soldier who was not far behind him and had been following him and waiting for others before he commanded, "After today, I want to know all the information about the man named Charles. I think he and us Crown Prince Jim Waz has a big problem. They are hiding something from us." Chapter 32. In a corner of the royal capital, the torch illuminates the surrounding area, and the sound of hacking and killing has gradually ceased. Although some nearby residents heard the sound and woke up from their sweet sleep, they were silent again after seeing through the crack of the door that the side who was making the killing, wearing a kingdom-style armor and carrying a flag with the royal emblem, he drew his head back. "It's nothing to do. I don't know anything. Nauseanity, if you don't die, you won't die." Everyone understands this truth. Seeing someone whose arm had been tightly tied and was being pushed to the ground by several soldiers, Jim Waz sat blankly on a chair with his legs crossed. "Sir Carl, what else do you need to say? Is it?" Listening to the coldness in Jim Waz's words, the other party immediately struggled and shouted, "Your Highness, I am innocent." Although the other party has been sentenced to death, Jim Waz doesn't mind listening to the other party's last words. "How innocent? Come and listen." Seeing that there is still a chance, Carl's face full of tears and nose was immediately full of surprises and hurriedly explained, "They just called me to be a guest. I didn't know they were secretly selling military supplies." Nodded, Jim Was didn't ask much, just pointed his finger behind him. Understood. Wait a minute, and you will know immediately. After all, they have brought the things over. Carl looked at him for a moment and turned his head away. At a glance, I saw a group of soldiers walking out of the house full of flames. The leading general was holding several heads in one hand and this thing in the other. Looking at the bloody heads, the familiar faces, and the book in the hands of the general, Sir Carl rolled his eyes and passed out. Glancing lightly at Carl, who had passed out, Jim Was didn't care, but calmly asked the general, "Did you deal with it cleanly?" The other party casually threw his head beside Carl, knelt down on one knee, and handed the book in front of Jim Was. "His Royal Highness, do not humiliate the mission. All the sinners present have been punishable. The books are also intact." Taking the ledger in his hand, Jim Was nodded and said with a serious expression, "Very well, I will go to the military camp to receive the reward later." After holding back his inner joy, the general respectfully stood up and said, "Thank you for the reward, Your Highness. Well, go and rest." After dismissing the general casually, Jim Was turned over the ledger and looked at the extremely clearly recorded account seriously. The quantity, price, whereabouts, and the division of benefits are all clear. Seeing Jim Was's face, he unconsciously twitched a few times. He really did not expect that when the cult was cleaned up, the cultists had not yet encountered it, but he directly discovered the largest military material smuggling case in recent decades. It is also a pleasant surprise. After handing the account book to a confidant, he slowly stood up, kicked the heads of those people who were still dripping blood, and looked at the familiar faces. He knew that these people were either nobles or wealthy merchants. Then it was a roundabout kick against Sir Carl, who was still unconscious on the ground, kicking him in the air with one kick, rolling a few times in a row. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of the bones in his body being completely broken, Carl was killed immediately, blood slowly seeping from his mouth, eyes, nose, and ears, falling to the ground without a breath. After taking a slight breath and exhaling it again, Jim Watts smiled and said to the guard beside him, "Cut off his head and put it together with the heads of those people. I want to see today how many heads can be chopped off." He feels that today's surprises will never be less, even more unexpected. Pointing to the place codenamed 2, he mounted his horse and said, "Let's go." The next place. Along with the search of locations, firelights and shouts of killing continued to ring around the city. Countless people who were sleeping were awakened from their sleep and looked out the window with surprise. No one knows what happened, but the soldiers outside the window carrying the royal flag let them know that this was not an invasion by foreign enemies, so they couldn't help but let go of most of their hearts. Randomly glanced at the looming gazes in the surrounding dwellings, Jimworth shook the blood of the knight's sword, pointed at the heads of people piled up with several carriages behind him, and asked Charles a little helplessly, "Brother, you give it to me, what are the locations that I'm looking for?" "I'm looking for the wrong Linghui. Warehouses for smuggling military supplies, dungeons for selling children, gathering places for underground assassins, hiding places for wanted criminals in the kingdom. What the hell are these?" Charles explained with a slightly embarrassed expression, "This is just a small problem. It shows that as long as it is a force that wants to hide, the locations that everyone chooses have the same. Although the main target was not found, there are still many other results. I think it's okay." He also didn't expect that the king could hide so many demon ghosts, and he was so lucky. He pointed out 7 or 8 places at once, and he could only say that this place had accumulated too many rotten things after years of accumulation. Being able to get rid of them easily would be considered unintentional. Seeing the rich results behind him, Jim Was sighed and said, "I don't know what the results are on the church side." Inexplicably cleaning the underground forces in the royal capital, he can't tell what he thinks. Although there is no loss, but I always feel that it is not in line with the expected goal. Boom. Kicked open the door of the basement and looked at the masked people who were watching him and others warily. Safi looked at it a few times. After the patterns and logos embroidered on their black robes, they immediately recognized the identity of the other party, frowning slightly. Evil Whisper Society? This is the 5th one, right? Martin, there are so many cults in the Principality. Safi was a little skeptical whether he was under the shadow of Jim Wazi. Only after searching about 10 places, I encountered 5 kinds of cults plus 2 unseen underground forces. What moving frequency is this? The land of the capital of the Principality of Martin is so good. Do you all come together and play together? Safi was really puzzled. Forces that needed to be carefully searched in the past, today are the same as large wholesalers. Just find one right. Just like the various signs of cults known to the heretics hunting and killing, the cults also have a deep understanding of them. The leader of the other party, Only through the positions and weapons of the priests could see through the identities of Safi and others, and his eyes condensed and said in a sullen tone, "Huh, heresy hunting station? I really didn't expect your news. It's so smart that we haven't done anything yet, so you just came to the door directly. It seems that you have inserted a traitor among us, and you are still the kind of high status." After all, in the astonished gaze of Safi and others, he drew a dagger from his waist with lightning speed, turned around, and stabbed another masked man next to him in the chest, without giving him anything at all. Opportunity to react. "Calais, although I knew you were a traitor for a long time, and passed a lot of information when we were not paying attention, but I didn't expect you to start so quickly. You did not even plan to finish the action, and you did it. I was caught off guard." After a sharp pain, he looked at the hideous face of the opponent close at hand. The man named Calais widened his eyes. His flushed face was full of disbelief. Obviously, he hadn't reacted yet. With his legs soft, he directly knelt down on the ground, blood with blisters gushing from his mouth. He wanted to say something, but said no sound. After closing the opponent, looking at Safi and the others who were already stunned, he smiled disdainfully. "How is it? Didn't you save yourself? Is it very angry?" Looking at someone lying on the ground who was already suffocating, Safi explained sincerely, "Well, I think you should have misunderstood something. Our church was planning to arrange an internal response in the Evil Whisper Society before, but then the staff was tense. So I transferred him to another place." Never thought, after hearing this, the other party just laughed disdainfully. Glancing at Safi contemptuously, he shook the blood on his dagger nonchalantly and laughed with disgust. "Fart. Don't think I don't know. You are trying to divert my attention." As soon as the voice fell, the dagger in his hand was directly stabbed at the other subordinate. Still an old technique, very skilled. Under this superb skill in killing off, the opponent was hit directly. It's just that this time he left some strength, didn't fully pierce the internal organs, but severely injured the opponent and paralyzed his whole body with the potion applied on the dagger. In the shocked gaze of everyone present, after doing all this, he said to Safi again, "Don't think I don't know. You have 2 undercover agents in my place. Although the one just died. But this is not there yet. Bishop Safi, you shouldn't be so ruthless. Don't you save meritorious officials?" As the other party finished speaking, looking at the subordinates beside him, there were some steps and movements. Safi immediately understood that they really believed that the 2 stabbed were their own people and wanted to try to rescue them. So in order to avoid leaving a cold-blooded impression on his subordinates, he could only helplessly explain, "I explained it to you. We didn't intervene with you, so why bother?" Woolen cloth. When the other party heard this, he became irritated and said, "Huh, your mouth is hard. It seems that even if you sacrifice your own people, you are not going to give us a way to survive." After finishing speaking, he kicked the person lying on the ground and said loudly, "You rubbish has been abandoned. Tell me your origins. I want to see how the polite old thing explains it." Hearing these words, the muscles on Safi's face moved slightly, and his face remained unchanged, thinking, "You are dead. I must kill you." After being kicked, the man looked at the blood oozing out of his wound and glared at the other side miserably. "You fool. I am a member of the royal family of Yar. I originally wanted to secretly support your development and give Martin the principality has caused trouble. You actually recognize me as a member of the church. I am XXXXX." After listening, Safi looked at the stunned opponent and shrugged helplessly. "I said, you just don't believe it." Then he made a gesture to the people beside him, motioning to do it directly. So the battle began again. Among them, he himself carried the warhammer and directly approached the leader of the opponent, and he just made a decision. You have to smash the opponent's head with your own hands. Soon after, when everything was over, Safi and others left completely. A figure appeared in the basement. Glancing at the corpse lying on the ground, he casually stretched out his hand to grab it. All the undissipated souls nearby were condensed into a crystal-clear crystal and appeared in his hands. "Put it into your mouth casually and chewed." Olga commented, "Although there are a lot of scenes, I have been blindly BB, but it tastes good." In general, since he didn't kill people with his own hands, he couldn't figure it out, so it would not cause the world's oppressive power to increase. He is quite satisfied with this buffet. The opponent kills in the front, and Orjiga picks it up in the back, which actually saves resources. Chapter 33. Sniffing the smell of blood in the air, Olga's brows opened slightly. "I feel very in a good mood. For creatures like Devil, the peaceful life is also good, but it still lacks taste. The great cleansing that took place in the royal capital today was undoubtedly in line with his appetite and made him feel the peace that he had been missing for a long time. As for the things they are dealing with, or Leja doesn't care much. He doesn't care if there are other devils entering this world. Anyway, with his strength, he has no ability to take this world now, just like running into a granary. Like a mouse, it may be able to eat, but it is limited to this. So he didn't have much opinion about other devil who try to break in. He would come in if he could, and he would fall down if he could not. However, he wouldn't mind killing devil if he had the opportunity. After all, killing a powerful devil can also make a lot of money. Looking through the topsoil layer and looking at the moon in the sky, he stretched his waist. I really want to move. I missed that in the bottomless abyss. You kill me, I kill you. Simple time. In the next instant, the figure turned into an illusory bubble and disappeared in the basement. When the sky is about to light up, the two sides finally completed their respective tasks and gathered in front of the palace. As soon as they met, Safi took the initiative to complain. His Royal Highness, I think our church is too bad for this deal. Originally, I just wanted to prevent devil from coming. I didn't expect to help you deal with more than a dozen cults. And 5 or 6 underground forces. This is completely outside the mission. At first glance, he wanted to make Jim Was more out. In this regard, Jim Was just smiled and waved his hand. How can you say that? Our Principality of Martin paid for it, and I see the staff in your church. Although the look is a bit tired, there are not many casualties at all. So you can work harder too. The implication is that the transaction has already started and it is impossible to add money to Daddy. Safi just smiled at this and didn't say much, because he knew that if he said it, he didn't say it. The face of the person in front of him is at least as thick as his own, and he is not a foolish person. After silently giving the opponent a comment that he didn't know whether to say high or low, Safi looked at the carriages that were still bleeding behind Jim Was. His eyes narrowed and said with a slight smile, "It seems not only on my side, but also your Royal Highness has encountered a lot of trouble." Jim Was shook his head, smiled casually, and said, "No way. Suddenly I found so many chaotic courtiers and thieves. If you don't deal with them all, as a crown prince, I will feel uneasy in my heart. In order to warn latecomers, I also asked the soldiers to chop off their heads and prepare to pile them at the city gate as a warning." Safi persuaded, "Everyone is dead, and there will be a lot of rumors about your highnesses doing this, which is not very appropriate. It's just a small problem. It's not worth mentioning. Let's clean up first and prepare to enter the palace." Although this is a search, the palace represents the face of the Principality of Martin. Converge. Naturally, I still understand this. Soon after, when both parties were about to rest, Jim Was walked to the palace and made 2 gestures. The gate of the palace was opened from the inside without even saying a word. Faced with this situation, Safi frowned slightly. It seems that he has basically fixed all the key points in the Martin Kingdom. Let's go. Regardless of what they were thinking, Jim took the lead into the palace on his horse. But what Jim Was did not expect was that as soon as he entered it, he saw a familiar figure standing not far away with his back facing him. After his face changed for a while, he walked off the horse and knelt down on one knee and said, "Mother, I haven't seen you for a long time." The other party said without looking back, "I don't have a son like you." The voice was full of indifference. Without paying attention to the other party's indifference, Jim Was said with an expression as usual, "Now there are cultists hiding in the capital. They are trying to cause great trouble, and there is a certain risk in the palace, so I need to treat the palace. Check it out and hope that the queen will not be offended." The other party smiled disdainfully and then said, "F*** it? Huh, is it useful to say what I am saying now?" After speaking, he left straight away, without even looking at Jim Watts and her son. Although there was no expression on Safi's face on the side, he immediately felt that there was a lot of insider in his heart. Otherwise, a mother and son shouldn't be mixed up like an enemy. When the opponent left, Jim Was stood up from the ground as usual and gently waved to the soldiers and priests behind him. "Start the search, and be careful not to damage things as much as possible." Only Charles noticed that the gaze in Jim Was's eyes was a bit sluggish, as if he was thinking of something. Obviously, his heart is far less calm than his face. But Charles didn't ask much, because he knew what kind of person Jim was, and there must be reasons why he didn't want to talk to others. So I just stood there quietly and didn't do anything. Soon after some searching, everyone confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the palace. Following the instructions of Jim Was, they proceeded to the next location. Looking at the building in front, Safi stopped the horse while controlling the horse and said with a very serious expression, "We seem to have found the target. Because you are aware of our approach and you are not sure that you will not be discovered, do you simply stop pretending?" Feeling the completely different atmosphere of the building from the usual, Jim Watts calmly analyzed. "It seems that by understanding our movement in the city, they have already inferred our purpose. so now they are directly planning to break the boat. The Colosseum, as one of the largest buildings in the capital, has always been in charge of the royal family members taking turns. I remember that the person in charge here is my uncle Richard Was, who can be used by the crooked spirits, when the den is his negligence. It's another reason. After thinking about it, he gave up on the problem. Because there is a problem in front of him right now. That is because when the Colosseum was being built, it was also given the role of defensive fortress in the royal capital. So its construction specifications are exceptionally high, and the outer wall is close to the height. At 35 meters, ordinary people other than knights can only sigh even if they have ropes. The gate is made of iron, wood, and metal, fireproof and swordproof, and even a siege hammer cannot break it in a short time. Facing this fortress standing in front of him, Jim Was directly gave up his plan to go to the front door. After flashing his eyes for a few times, he raised his hand and shouted. All night level and grand night level people put on wall climbing hooks and are ready to fight on the wall. As for those who are less than night level, they put on bows and arrows. Tie a cloth stained with kerosene on top of the arrow and shoot me inside. Unlike on the earth, siege must rely on large-scale equipment such as siege ladders. Humans in this world have additional development and certain tools due to the existence of transcendent power. Wall climbing hook is one of them. It can make people climb on the wall to a certain extent, but it relies too much on physical strength. Once it climbs up, it is easy to fall to death. Moreover, this gadget needs to use all the limbs, so that people can't even lift the shield, and it is easy to be used as a moving target by the defender, so most of its role is used in sneak attacks, and the frontal combat is just pure death. However, although the opponent is already prepared, Jim Was does not believe that a group of shameless cultists can quickly assemble hundreds of people to defend, and even dozens of them will die. With the support of bows and arrows, thousands of knights and great knights on their side can fully climb the wall by climbing the wall hook. There may be a certain degree of casualties, but at least within the acceptable range. Following his orders, the soldiers and generals did not hesitate, and immediately began to change their equipment and quickly put on the climbing hook, while the priests of the church heresy hunting and killing center began to hesitate and looked at South Philippines. After some hesitation, Safi gritted his teeth and ordered. Night level and high level knights begin to wear wall hooks and prepare to fight together. Those who are less than night level use bows and arrows to cover and attack. He knew that at this time, the necessary sacrifices could not be avoided. Otherwise, waiting for the sacrifice ceremony in the Colosseum to be completely completed, Devil would truly come to this world and would definitely cause greater losses. That was not what he wanted to see. No matter what his purpose is, what he thinks about the Duchy of Mardon, but as a devout believer, his aversion to Devil is absolute, and he can't tolerate that kind of thing happening in front of him. This order was reached, and many priests immediately began to change their equipment like the soldiers of the Duchy of Mardon. Climbing hooks are standing weapons like swords for them. In special operations, they often have to deal with cultists and evil creatures, and they are even more familiar than most soldiers. When everything was ready, along with several rounds of rocket shooting, screams began to sound in the Colosseum. It was the sound of the cultists being hit. Fixing the interval between a round of bow and arrow attacks, Jim Was ordered without any hesitation. The assault begins. Thousands of warriors equipped with wall-climbing hooks clung to the city wall like lizards and began to climb quickly. During the period, many cultists tried to shoot them down, but the continuous attacks of bows and arrows severely suppressed most of them, and only a few people were able to withdraw their hands to attack the climbers on the city wall. In the face of these attacks, although the climbers were unable to fight back, relying on the absolute superiority of the number of people, they directly broke through their defense against casualties. With their continuous success in climbing the wall, Jim Was immediately stopped the archers from shooting. Due to the change in the number of people at the top, there is no benefit other than shooting at one's own people. He didn't let him wait for too long. With the sound of the edges and corners of the gate rubbing against the ground, the gate of the Colosseum garden was opened from the inside. Jim Was ordered. All the archers put on melee weapons. When confronted with resistance, they will be killed. Chapter 34. Boom. Bang. Bang. Looking at the hidden secret door in the basement, Jim Was frowned deeply. At this time, they had experienced a period of non-violent battle, and they had an absolute advantage in numbers. They had already cleaned up all the cultists defending outside the Colosseum garden and found the basement right now along the way. And this metal door made of special metal has become the biggest problem in front of them. Because the terrain is narrow and the body is more than 10 meters deep underground, more people will get in the way. Even if several great knights were to use their hammers to hit them with all their strength, There was no way to cause any harm to it. Except for a small amount of dust falling from the crack of the door, even dents have never been produced. Judging from the sound produced when the hammer strikes, the thickness of this metal door is probably close to more than 10 centimeters, and it is almost impossible to open it in a violent way. After thinking about it, looking at the dust on the ground, he suddenly thought that since it can't be broken, can he just take it down? So he hurriedly ordered the great knights to replace the hammers, and use crowbars and hoes to break the stone bricks along the edges of the iron door, and loosen the soil towards both sides. Seeing the rising dust, Charles glanced at the crowd behind him, and whispered to Jim Waz with some worry. We are now more than 10 meters underground. You are sure that this will not cause tunnels? Collapse, bury us all alive. Jim, who hadn't realized this problem before, took a breath and shook his head and said in a low voice, Not sure, but this is the only way. Besides that, I can't think of a way to attack in a short time. I can only hope that when the basement is built, the other party's anti-collapse work is done well. Depend on. I don't know if it was because the basement was repaired well, or because Jim and the others were lucky. Until the door was completely opened, although the tunnel had been dusty, and Jim Waz's heart was pounding, but there were no big cracks, and it was still very stable. Let Jim Waz and Charles feel confident, silently complimenting their solidity. They opened the secret door and walked forward for a while, accompanied by bursts of sounds chanting unknown spells. A huge open room entered their eyes. The most conspicuous among them is a huge altar surrounded by dozens of black-robed men. Countless blood was flowing on it at this time, and at least hundreds of corpses were placed in the most central position. Judging from the appearance and clothing of the corpses, they should be the slaves who were supposed to be held in the Colosseum. Their original destiny should be to die in a duel in the future, but now they are all ahead of schedule. There were wounds all over their throats. Judging from the signs of struggle around them, they should all be alive when they were bled. Jim was paid little attention to the corpses. Instead, he looked at someone standing on it and asked puzzledly, My dear uncle, why are you doing this kind of thing? There is no disguise in the appearance and clothing of the other party, unlike other people who cover their face. And that man is his pro-uncle Richard Waz, a prestigious and capable royal family. As far as he knows, this person should have no ambitions. He belongs to the kind of person who is willing to live a peaceful life without fighting or grabbing it. He was very puzzled. That's not because it's hidden too deeply, and it's for decades to conceal it? In the face of his question, Richard Waz just showed a gentle smile as usual. Jim, this is my last hope. Looking at the smile on his face, Jim thought of a possibility and asked with a serious look, Did you do all this because of Senna? The smile on Richard's face disappeared, and he showed a little helplessness. Sure enough, I didn't hide it from you. You know, because of her inherited bloodline problems, Xiantian, like her mother, grew up in a frail and sickly condition. I have tried all the methods and couldn't cure her. In the past 2 years, I can even feel the disease is getting worse and worse. If you don't hurry up and get treatment, she will probably be able to live within a few years. She is only 11 years old. My mother and I promise that she will grow up healthily like an ordinary person, so even if I rely on Devil, I will find a way to cure her. This is my responsibility as a father. After listening, Jim opened his mouth and wanted to say something but couldn't find what he should say because he knew that Richard was in a state of ruin and he did not hesitate to do anything. But the identity of the other party still made him give his final persuasion. You should be very clear that Devil is a creature, no matter from the content recorded in the book, it is not a doctor. If you give up now, I promise that the current events will not have any impact on your life and Senna's life. What then? Let me watch my own daughter Senna die? Gently shook his head. Richard was not moved at all. He pointed to the successful summoning ritual on the ground, looked at Jim calmly, and persuaded him in the opposite direction. Jim, now the summoning ritual has begun, you can no longer to prevent it from happening. If you leave, I will use the short-term control power granted to me by the summoning ceremony to make Devil heal Senna, and then expel him to the rest of the country. What do you think of this? When Jim Waz heard this, he immediately wanted to refuse. But after thinking about it carefully, I suddenly felt that the other party's words seemed a little reasonable. Wouldn't it be good for Devil to harm other countries? A look of hesitation immediately appeared on his face. This made Safi, who chose to watch quietly because he didn't want to intervene in their housework, so dumbfounded. He really did not expect that this rubbish teammate, in a few words, persuaded others to fail, but was moved by others' persuasion. This ally is the same as paper. They really want to join forces to succeed. So don't the people in our church become the one who has been beaten 2 by 1? He hurriedly interjected with a serious look. His Royal Highness, I think devil is not so obedient. After all, any history book describes them as cruel and crazy. It is inevitable that such lunatics can be used as targets. Some are too irrational. How can there be so many disasters when it is so simple? As soon as he heard this, Jim immediately thought of Olga, and there was a feeling that the other party was looking at Owen in a daze, which made his scalp numb. The shaking on his face instantly turned into firmness. That kind of thing is still a big trouble, and one can't stand it. If you really want to come again, Martin is not far from subjugating the country. So he shook his head and denied. Richard, uncle, devil is still too dangerous, and the chance of losing control is too great. In response to his reply, Richard was smiled casually. That would be a pity. In the next second, a pale mist filled the altar. A monster with a height of about 3 meters, a sheep's head, a human body, a snake tail, and black hair all over his body slowly emerged from it. Familiar world, Carlo is back. Although it was not a familiar language, everyone present understood what he meant. Looking at the devil in front of him, Jim didn't know if it was an illusion. Although he could still perceive the strength of the opponent, he did not feel the devil in front of him. After comparing the opponent with Olga, he simply came to the conclusion, there is no Algakiang in front of this one. More than just strength. Even the appearance and the aura, he was incomparable with Orjiga. Olga's body is the kind of appearance that can make people feel extremely powerful at a glance. Just standing there can make people frightened, and the look at it can make the soldiers of all wars terrified. Scarlet golden pupils, curved double horns, strong body, hideous scales, and wide wings. Anyone who sees his existence can recognize his devil's identity only at the first glance, which perfectly fits people's attitude towards devil. His imagination makes him more like the fear condensed from his fantasy. But this one in front of him is completely different. If you meet him in other places, Jim may think he is some other monster. It is not clear that someone is defamating himself. After devil came out, he took a deep breath and murmured in a somewhat obsessive voice, "It's full of the breath of the weak. It's still my favorite playground." Before letting him indulge for too long, another smell was also noticed by him. He immediately raised his brow and said with dissatisfaction, "How can there be a smell that makes me sick?" Following the taste, he was an old man. The opponent's strength can only be regarded as a high-level rubbish, and Carla did not put him in one's eyes. What makes him care about is what the other person is carrying. Baring his teeth, he said in disgust, "Sacred items? The church of this world again? It's as disgusting as a bug. Are you about to figure out the grand speech that plays with the right words?" The next moment, without letting him wait long, a palm-sized badge was touched by Safi. "Devil, get out of this world. Otherwise, I wait for the shepherd of the gods, and I will give you the strongest blow." Without paying attention to Safi's nonsense, Devil the goat head spit on the ground with a look of disgust. Disgusting. After that thing was touched out, he felt that the world's oppressive power around him increased greatly. In his eyes, these shameless little bugs, whether they were hundreds of years ago or now, always use some boring little tricks to lower his level and form a group to beat him. There is not a single opponent that can really make him face. At this moment, although his strength had been pulled down to a certain extent, he was not panicked at all. When he was just summoned, Richard gave him a lot of sacrifices. As long as he eats the sacrifices, his strength can be restored immediately. At that time, not to mention being able to abuse a few small bugs at will, at least self-protection will be a breeze. Thinking of this, he reached out and touched the position behind him. The souls of hundreds of sacrifices have been gathered there by him, and they have become a condensate of souls that can be held at hand, which is convenient for him to eat. Reach out and grab it. Didn't catch it. I'll catch it again. Still not caught. Seeing not far away with a puzzled face and not knowing what Safi and others he was doing, Carlo was slightly embarrassed. Turning his head slightly, he glanced at the empty behind. He thought to himself, what about Daddy's sacrifice? What about such a big tuft of sacrifice? And Olga, who was lying among the clouds above the Colosseum garden, put the thing he had just got into his mouth and chewed twice before he moved his gaze back to Safi and the others with satisfaction. The priest plus the sorcerer plus the careerist plus the cannon fodder of a large group of runners. This kind of brave lineup is really rare, and he is looking forward to the follow-up development. Chapter 35. After Carla discovered that the soul beside him was missing, the vigilance in her heart had already reached its limit. He knew very well that the few guys in front of him were incapable of stealing his things in front of him. There is absolutely something hidden nearby. Looking at Carla, who was looking around, Jim asked suspiciously, "What is this doing? Is it casting a spell? I think it might be using some kind of ritual." After touching all the normal badges in his hand, Safi replied a little uncertain, Glancing at the men who were still pouring in behind him, he made a serious gesture. Many priests immediately took out a large amount of holy water, prayer scriptures, and other objects that they carried with them. Make plans to fight to the death, Safi said to Jim Wars very seriously. At this time, he is at the weakest time. He must be expelled from the world now. If he escapes, he has a source of supplementary strength. The strength will recover at an extremely fast speed, and it will be a great trouble at that time, and the evil disasters of the past will only appear because of that. I have no problem. If that's the case, let's do it. At this moment, Jim's soldiers were also lined up, and he ordered, "Heavy crossbow team, start attacking." Several disasters in history have proved that ordinary bows and arrows are of little use to Devil, unless it is a strong knight. Otherwise, ordinary archers can't even break their fur. So when he came, he specially dispatched a batch of heavy crossbows that can shoot through heavy cavalry and asked them to advance. Soak the crossbow arrow in the holy water and send it to the church for blessing, so that it will be contaminated with the church's exorcism power. Shoo! Perceiving that the crossbow arrows were covered with power that could hurt him, Carla gently swiped 2 fingers to the right, and a strong wind rushed out from the basement, forming a translucent wall of wind, and shot the crossbow arrows that came here flew easily. Perhaps for those melee weapons, this trick is not very useful, but when faced with shooting weapons, the defensive spells of the wind system are particularly effective. However, as the releaser, watching the effect of the spell, Carla shook his hand in disdain. If it weren't for the fact that the magic content of this world was too low and its strength was greatly suppressed, the wall of wind stream just now could completely form a whirlpool, enclosing him in it. Not just a wall. For hundreds of years, although he did not have a profound study of any spells, and his time was basically spent in the fight, but with regard to the bloodline spells he awakened, Carla had reached the point of perfection, enabling it to achieve a lot of basics. Does not have the effect. Make sure that no one is hiding around, but they can't find own sacrifice. Carla then looked at the troops behind Jim and others, and said with a disgusting expression, "Hundreds of years have passed. The transcendent power in your world is really getting weaker and weaker. I still remember the previous crusade against me. At the time, your so-called big knights were playing one team after another. Like this low-energy and very exclusive world, the devil from the bottomless abyss. The reason why they fail and return is usually because the natives used various methods to give devil strength, pulled to the same level as them, and then relying on a wealth of experience and a sufficient number of people, they used the tactics of going out of the sea to forcibly kick devil out. It has to be said that this is really disgusting, and the devils are defeated by a group of opponents that are simply insignificant. Especially at this moment, it is even more so when it is blocked by someone just after it arrives. If it were in its heyday, Carla could kill all the trash in front of him with one hand, and didn't even want to look at it. But now that this kind of strength has been suppressed to the limit, and the strength is not 1 in 10, he has to admit that he has to face the trash in front of him. Otherwise, there is a real probability that he will capsize. This undoubtedly made him not very good-tempered, and he felt angry, especially when he saw Richard Watts. At the time of coming, due to the summoning ceremony, he and Richard Watts reached a contract. In order to collect the sacrifices and the price of coming to this world, he had to be Richard Watts within a certain period of time. Service just works. There was nothing wrong with it. As a condition for reaching the contract, this was a normal situation, and Carla didn't think there was anything wrong. But now it should have belonged to the own sacrifice. I don't know who stole it. And the road was blocked by Jim Watts with a large group of people, and he still had to fulfill his obligation to serve the other party for a period of time, which made Carla feeling heartfelt aggrieved. He wanted to turn around immediately and screw Richard Watts' head off. However, looking not far away, the soldier holding a shield and advancing towards him, and the priest holding the cannon and chanting annoying scriptures, Carla wisely put aside his hostility temporarily and asked Richard was next to him. Said, "Is there any way out? My strength is too much restricted. I need to recover some to get rid of them." Hearing this question, I don't know that devil in front of him wanted to strangle his own Richard Watts. He couldn't help but stunned. According to his understanding of devil, shouldn't he just go up and start the fight at this time? Why do you want to run away? But when I turned my head and thought, it seems that the royal secrets also recorded that when devil was just called out, it was indeed the weakest period. So he didn't hesitate to nod his head and said, "There is a secret road directly leading to the ground." When Carla heard the news, he nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, you go first. I'll follow you right away." Actually, is not that he has eaten too much to think about the queen, but the remaining group of people except Richard Watts. The rest are his loyal believers. If he can save him, he would not mind to help. After all, there are still plenty of opportunities to use them. Seeing them leaving, Carla waved his hand, and the highly condensed air flow suddenly turned into an invisible wind blade and was thrown out by him, with the sound like a chainsaw cutting iron. The wind blade hit the soldier holding the shield in the front row, cutting a dazzling spark on the shield. The powerful impact caused the soldier's body to be knocked off immediately. As for the wind blade, the trend continued, slashing towards the crowd behind the opponent, bringing patches of blood to the ground. The human body is like a thin piece of paper in front of this power that can cut metal. Even a great knight-level powerhouse who can tear a tiger and a leopard empty-handed can't resist with his body at all. Carla commented disdainfully. It's really poor and weak. I can't even take this kind of attack. In this world, even the humans whose magic power can only be used in the most superficial way, he has always treated them as primitives. If it wasn't for reaping the soul, he would have no idea of coming here at all. The energy drawn by casually inhaling some air in the bottomless abyss can be worth the meditation here for a long time. However, before he reached out to grab the souls of the dead, he discovered a phenomenon that he had overlooked before. The magic circle on the ground is quietly absorbing souls and teleporting them to other places. Seeing him gritted his teeth, he instantly understood where the own sacrifice had gone. A bunch of idiots. I don't know if the magic circle has been changed. Under the action of anger, magic power gushes out with him as the center. Open all the nearby floor tiles, completely destroying the magic circle depicted on it. However, looking at the flying dust fragments, instead of getting better, his mood became worse. Because he knows that the natives of this world alone do not have the ability to change his summoning rituals without being sensed by him. So there must be external creatures who have intervened in this matter. Moreover, the other party obviously has no good intentions at all. In a weak state, being targeted maliciously by one or more external creatures who don't know their identity is not good news for him. Even if the opponent hasn't ended up directly, the danger contained therein is far above the indigenous forces in front of them. In this case, would the other party easily let himself go? Carla thought it was impossible, and things are indeed as he expected. Even if he didn't turn his head back, he guessed the result through the sound of footsteps that had already left behind him but was now returning quickly. The secret road was blocked by someone, and it was very strong. It is a rock that looks like mud but is extremely hard. Even weapons can't damage it. Turn mud into stone? Or is it a similar spell? Carla paid no attention to Richard Waz's flustered words, just glanced at the ceiling above her head silently. If he didn't guess wrong, all the soil behind the stone slab on his head should have been hardened again to prevent him from drilling out directly. He took a step towards retreated, avoiding several weapons that smashed at him. Stand firmly, and commanded to the cultists and Richard Watts behind him. If that's the case, just kill it. Hearing his instructions, the cultists screamed in excitement, and they didn't care about the number of each other dozens of times. Because in their doctrine, giving life for Carla is the greatest glory, and everything else is secondary. Only a slight hesitation flashed across Richard Waz's face, deliberately hiding his figure behind Carla. For him, if he is desperately trying to save his own daughter, then he is bound to do so. But at this moment, when Carla was just summoned out, things were only left to the bottom. He hadn't even started treatment for the illness, so it was obviously the most important thing to take Carla out of this place, and it hadn't reached the moment when he needed to work hard. Moreover, with his own strength, he didn't think he could help Carla much. As long as he doesn't hold back, the summoner will do. Thus, the chaotic battle began completely in this basement. The cultists were the first to get out. Although they are not weak in strength, they are still extremely weak when facing soldiers and priests who have formed a formation, just like small water splashes splashed by rocks, and they are instantly submerged by swords. Chapter 36. Facing the end of the destruction of his followers, Carla didn't even have the idea to stop it. Since it is irretrievable for him, the best way to deal with it is to make the best use of it. I can't take it out anyway. I saw Carla grabbing hard, and the souls of the dead believers and those killed by their counterattack were all caught by Carla. Although the number of these souls is not large, but because their strength is at least at the knight level, the quality is not bad, and they can barely be used to respond to emergencies. Without any hesitation, he swallowed them decisively. Carla directly used Devil's natural ability to transform all of them into pure power to fill the part of herself suppressed by the power of the world. The suppressed power in his body was supplemented by sources, and he immediately recovered some. After looking at the fishes surrounding Own, Carla had a rough idea after some estimation. Leaning his arm forward, he directly grabbed the arrow that hit his head and stabbed it into the body of the soldier next to him. The movement was almost instinctive. As a devil who has lived for nearly 1,000 years, Carla may not have much other experience, but the experience of fighting is absolutely sufficient. He has already been transcendent in his fighting skills. Any attack that does not exceed the range of strength is basically can make the best response in an instant, just like one's own instinct. For him, if the humans in front of him were not contaminated with weapons, the power of sacred, which was like poison to him, could be killed at the cost of minor injuries, and he did not need to be as cautious as he is now. But these human beings, disgusting, were prepared too well. They were all equipped with sacred items given by the church, either with amulets on their bodies or smeared with holy water and holy medicine on their weapons, which really made him feel uncomfortable. The holy water, meaningless to ordinary people, is like powerful sulfuric acid to him, which can erode the surface of the body and use it to defend the fur, and the scriptures constantly chanted by the priests are particularly harsh in his ears. It made him feel dizzy. Although you can trample to death with one foot, a poisonous insect that can make yourself feel bitter if you don't pay attention. This is the image of the encirclement in front of Carla in Carla's heart. Although I was very disdainful, I had to face it carefully. After being poured over half a bottle of holy water again, he felt the tingling sensation all over his body. He was a little bit intolerable, and the magic power in his body automatically overflowed his body and entangled his side. The fur of his body began to cling to the skin, and a layer of invisible armor formed by air currents appeared on his body surface. Cut off the holy water swaying at him. The fingertips of the palms automatically extend more than 1 meter long translucent air current sharp edge, which greatly ascensioned the attack range. With one claw swung out, several soldiers wearing armors in front of them swayed the blood in their bodies. The armors on their bodies shattered like paper, while their bodies were chopped into pieces at the same time. The handle of the saber hit me, and his death was extremely miserable. The faces of the nearby besieged personnel immediately showed a timid look, which caused Carla to laugh. Safi, who was in command, couldn't help frowning as he looked at this scene. The strength, agility, and physique of the two sides are not on the same level. If it is not for the relatively narrow environment in the basement, there is not much room to escape, so that the other party has to carry a lot of attacks. I am afraid that people like myself will have no way to take him. Judging from the current situation, even if oneself and others can consume the other party to death, the sacrifices they need to make are absolutely staggering. The secret code inside the church clearly records that for devil, they apply holy water and medicine on their weapons. Although they can continue to cause damage to them, the souls of the victims who continue to die will also be in devil's power. Take it as a tonic and continue to treat each other. The more you kill, the stronger you are. What an evil race. After thinking about it, he handed the badge in his hand to the leader of the chanter squad who was in charge of chanting the holy scriptures, and asked them to pray for blessings with chants and continue to inspire their power. Seriously took it out of his arms again, a small bottle engraved with strange lines. The looks are more solemn than the sacred badge. Holy ashes, the most pious cultivator, the corpse after death, is processed through special rituals. After the Saint Earth fire is transformed, the ashes are stored in the church headquarters. After decades of prayers, the believers can make such a small bottle. It is the most vicious poison for evil creatures. Use a knife to make a scar in the palm of your hand and pour the bleeding blood into the bottle. Safi closed his eyes and began to chant a secret mantra known only to the bishop and the pope. A faint golden light overflowed from the mouth of the bottle, flowing on the ground, spreading to the surroundings little by little. Carla, who was fighting wantonly, even if he didn't notice the sight, but the sixth sense, which was honed after countless life and death crises, still played a key role, making him feel threatened secretly and look directly at him. Look at the thing in Safi's hand. Killing intent boiled in Carla's eyes. A **** whole thing. A round translucent sphere, accompanied by strong wind, instantly formed in his hands, and was thrown at Safi, who was chanting a spell with his eyes closed. Seeing this, several priests immediately flew forward, trying to block this strike for Safi. But their strong bodies, like thin paper in front of this strike, can't even delay a little. They are instantly penetrated by powerful forces, and spiral blood blossoms bloom in the air. Boom! Carla's angry blow collided with a pale golden barrier just before it hit Safi. The strong air current accumulated in it broke out immediately, and the momentum was like a bomb formed by the same air. With a burst of translucent ripples swept across, all the surrounding objects, even soldiers in heavy armor, were immediately shocked by irresistible force. Whether bones or flesh, they were directly torn apart in front of this force that ignored conventional protection and blood slowly flowed out of the gaps between them through the armor and clothing. When the dust cleared, except for Safi himself, who was covered by the golden light, and the chanter squad sheltered by the badge, the dozens of people who were standing around had all been killed on the spot. Ignoring his ears that were slowly bleeding blood, Safi knelt on the ground, chanting the last spell with a solemn expression. The small bottle in his hand also turned into golden powder at that moment, passing between his fingers, with the sound of prayer that seemed like an illusion, and automatically rushed towards Carla. Facing the golden powder, Carla's face changed drastically, from which he smelled the crisis of death. I knew in my heart that this kind of attack was impossible to evade, and if you resisted it hard, it would cost you at least half of your life. Therefore, with a fierce attack, all the magic in the body was turned into a spear entwined with a whirlwind, and it was shot out with all its strength. There was no sound and no impact. The moment the two touched, the power of holy ashes penetrated into the spear transformed by Carla's own magic, like a hot knife, just as crisp as butter. Although Carla's power is substantially higher than the power of Transcendent in this world, he has now been weakened multiple times. When faced with the sacred objects that the Church has spent a lot of time and decades, it is inevitable that they are still at a disadvantage. Sacred and evil are two completely opposed concepts. They restrain each other and cancel each other out. When one party has the advantage, it will cause crushing damage to the other party. Just as fire can be extinguished by water, and water can be completely evaporated. Although the two are relative, they have no absolute advantages and disadvantages. After discovering the fact that own power is weaker than the other party, Carla looked very ugly and immediately wanted to throw away the spear in his hand, but it was too late. Holy Ashes' power was directly transmitted to Carla's body through the spear composed of magical power. It was just an instant that the arm where he first touched Holy Ashes was like a wax figure about to melt. The fur faded away, the flesh and blood turned into pulp and fell on the ground, and even the bones made an overwhelming noise. Like a machine in disrepair for a long time, Carla looked at the wound that was still spreading without any hesitation. She endured the severe pain and used her other arm to gouge the infected arm, as well as the blood and flesh of the nearby shoulder. He was fortunate enough to act decisively on his own. Before the broken arm fell to the ground, Carla saw that it had turned into scorching blood. Carla felt dizzy after breathing in the heat coming out of it slightly, so he hurriedly moved a few steps aside. But how could the besiegers next to him let him go? The holy water and potions in their hands were specially sprayed on his wounds. At first sight, they were going to beat the water dog, making him feel extremely aggrieved when he could only dodge. He turned his head and looked at Devil, the sheep's head, who was already at an absolute disadvantage. Jim Wazzy lifted the knight's sword in his hand, looked at Richard Wazzy, who was covered with scars, shook his head gently, and persuaded. "Uncle, I'll give you one last chance and stop doing useless work. Surrender." In fact, if it had not been specially ordered by him, Richard in front of him would have died under the siege of the soldiers and would not have survived now. "Jim, as a father, I just want to save my own daughter." Looking at the unchanging opponent, Jim sighed slightly. It can't be saved. We all know that even if Devil saves her, it will definitely be saved in a form that no one wants to see, except that it makes Cinna more painful. It is meaningless outside, because Devil itself is a kind of creature that has no good intentions towards humans. After a bitter smile, the other party still said stubbornly, "Perhaps, but I still want to give it a try." Waved his hand to signal the person next to him to retreat. Jim took a step forward and put on a posture that belongs to the secret swordsmanship of the royal family. "For the safety of the country, I can't give you a chance, sorry uncle. But at least, I will let you die in my hands as a member of the royal family. Then trouble you." Richard froze for a moment. His face showed the same smile as before, and he followed the same posture. The same swordsmanship and close strength, but Richard knew that he had no chance to win from the beginning, because his injury would not allow him to win. However, facing the intact Jim, Richard did not feel that there was any problem with the other's behavior, but was very happy with his style. Be cautious and don't leave the other side a chance. He is a suitable candidate for the king, at least better than himself, who is often indecisive. After more than a dozen moves, Richard Watt smiled after looking at the sharp sword pierced into his body, and said in a voice that only he and Jim could hear, "Jim, you are really good. For your father, although I know some of your other uncles vaguely, they never blamed you. Instead, they felt that you were doing the right thing. After all, the mental state of Alls at the time was completely unreasonable and no longer suitable a king. His continued rule is meaningless except to plunge the country into crisis." Don't worry about their opinions, because although they didn't say anything, but through your various actions, after watching you restore the decline of the principality with your own eyes, they are very satisfied with you and think you will be a good king. As for your mother, you don't need to worry too much. No matter how much she hates you, she is your mother. She may hate you for 10 years, and she will hate you for 20 years, but in the end she will still forgive you, so let her heart go. Your burden, come on. Goodbye, uncle. Gently help Richard Was closed his eyes, and Jim Was couldn't tell what he was feeling. Maybe it's heavy, or maybe it's other feelings. Anyway, he doesn't feel happy. Not far from Carla. With Richard Was's death, the struggle is about to come to an end. Before long, as a large amount of holy water penetrated into the body through the wound, the body gradually fell into weakness. Finally, the sharp sword pierced into the brain through the eye socket. Just when Safi and others were still celebrating in the basement. At a corner of the street not far from the Colosseum, a thin little beggar opened his eyes from his deep sleep. Looking at their direction, he spit out disdainfully and whispered, "A bunch of damn low-level creatures. Even their souls can't be destroyed, so are they worthy to kill me?" When Carla was in the basement, it was clear that she was being spotted by other beings. The invisible gaze made him feel a fatal threat. But Safi and the others added to him again. Therefore, he had no choice but to act in a play, sneaking away at the cost of abandoning most of his power. After moving this poor body for a while, he got up and walked to the outskirts, preparing to find a secluded place to regain his strength. But before he took a few steps, he was stunned. He felt as if he smelled a familiar smell. It didn't come from this body's sense of smell, but was smelled by his devil's soul. Looking in the direction of the taste, he saw a figure in the sky above his head, leaning against the moon, leaning on the clouds, watching him calmly. There was no fear, no disgust, no joy in his eyes. Some just look at the indifference of insects. Relying on devil's vision, through the opponent's false and ridiculous human appearance, after seeing the true nature of the unconcealed intention, Carla understood the identity of the opponent, and also understood who changed the own magic circle, and understood the other. One thing, that is, I am about to die. Carla was extremely convinced of this. Chapter 37. When the sun rose, the civilians looked at the posted signs everywhere in the city. Everyone was full of shock. Because of the news that someone tried to summon devil in the capital, His Royal Highness Prince Jim and the Church Bishop Safi led the crowd to search the city overnight, and finally found the target in the Colosseum, killing 124 cultists and killing them hundreds of years ago. Devil Carla, who caused the devastation, is wiped out. The following are the evil organizations that were eliminated during the search for the city. Number 411, Orla Street. There are 17 child trafficking organizations, all of which have been beheaded. Number 112, 3rd Avenue. There are 21 followers of the Meluncia cult, all of whom have been beheaded. A total of 946 criminals were wiped out in the above operations. All their heads have been cut off and stacked 100 meters away from the North City Gate. If citizens know of other evil organizations hiding in the city, they can report to Number 12, Huiwang Road, and the royal family will respond. Some awards. Devil. Did this kind of creature come to the capital yesterday? Facing this information, most civilians were taken aback. This kind of legendary creature, they have only heard of it in various legends. In addition to fear, there is more curiosity in their hearts. Hundreds of years, the replacement of several generations and dozens of generations, have already wiped out devil's specific concepts in their minds. This news, for a time, didn't even feel real to them, and the touch it brought to them was not as great as the incidental evil organization below. A creature like devil is too far away for them. Hearing that kind of news suddenly, it is far better to be shocked to find that there is a cult den near his home. For the vast majority of people, when something hasn't touched oneself, no matter how big or serious it is, it doesn't make much sense. It is precisely because of this that Jim will let people write down the detailed addresses of those forces that have been eliminated. However, in any case, the removal of so many underground forces at one time has also made everyone see the courage of the royal family. It can be expected that in the next few years, the security of the capital will inevitably be ascending, and these achievements will also bring sufficient help to the coronation of Jim Was. On the desert island, the rain is pouring. In an extremely simple gathering place. After living on the desert island, the army of the Principality of Yar quickly restored order due to the general framework of the army. Wooden houses, bonfires, and roadblocks soon all rose to the ground under the concerted efforts of everyone. At this moment, sitting in the simple wooden house with a dull look, feeling the leisure time of heavy rain outside and light rain inside, Harry wanted to screw off Jim Was's head. Although these few days have not been long, as a nobleman, Harry has already experienced the hardships of the ancient primitive life. Drilling wood to make fire and eating tasteless is enough. In this horrible place, there is no thing to wipe the buttocks. You can only use leaves and stones to solve the problem. This is undoubtedly something Harry has not experienced. Since someone wiped their buttocks with a strange plant, it caused the festering phenomenon of chrysanthemum. On the island now, the leaves without fluff and jagged leaves have become a sought-after item among soldiers and even caused a lot of fights. This is unbearable for Harry. He couldn't believe that the elite troops he commanded had fallen into the fight for leaves to wipe his ***. If it were spread out, it would almost be able to throw away the glory of the Principality of Yar for thousands of years. Since paper has become popular, even barbarians have known that they need paper to wipe their buttocks. He gritted his teeth and said cruelly, "Jim was, you are really vicious." At the beginning, he thought it was not a problem to exile a deserted island, especially when he was crowded with people. The beasts and insects in the small area were small problems, and he never thought that the reality would swell his face. Just when he fell into deep thought, thinking about how to get out of the predicament, a hurried knock on the door entered his ears. The frequency of the rush. It made Harry feel that his simple wooden door that was made with great effort might have to be knocked through after a few seconds. But he didn't get angry either, because he knew that at this time he would come to own only those few, and there must be something urgent. So helplessly, he hurriedly said, "What's the matter?" The other party hurriedly replied, "My lord, there seems to be an infectious disease among the soldiers. Many people say that they are full of pain and dizziness." "What? Contagious disease?" Hearing this news, Harry in the wooden house immediately changed his face, stood up and pushed open the wooden door, and asked with a very serious expression, "Are you sure they are infected with an infectious disease?" It should be right. There are hundreds of people who have exactly the same symptoms. Many of them don't know each other and have never eaten together. It can't be food poisoning. After getting the confirmation, Harry's complexion began to change continuously, just like the face of Sichuan opera. Each of his soldiers has undergone years of hard training, and the weakest are far beyond ordinary people. It is basically impossible for them to get sick with their physical fitness, let alone infectious diseases, but there is no absolute certainty, and occasionally there will be very few exceptions. That is, extremely dangerous diseases have been born in this place. Its strength can even affect soldiers far beyond ordinary people. This is definitely a fatal danger to them who have no medical conditions at all. Although there are a few doctors accompanying the army on the island, they don't even have medicine, which is basically nothing. In the past, facing such a situation, the best way to deal with it was to isolate and kill the infected. Before the fire spreads, choke it to death in its budding state. But Harry still has to consider another thing. That is, what will happen if such a thing is done on this desert island? This group of soldiers was exiled to the deserted island because of their defeat. So many contradictions have been accumulated in their hearts. All relying on the accumulated power and psychological habits of the past, Harry can still restrain them. If at this critical juncture, they find out that Harry is trying to kill his own colleagues, these people are likely to cause a mutiny under the sorrow of the rabbit and fox. That was even more dangerous for Harry, and he couldn't help but consider it carelessly. After pacing at the door for a while, he said with a serious face to the guard who reported the news in front of him, "You pick a remote place, let people gather all the sick patients there, and then call the doctor over. I have something to ask him." After receiving the order, the other party immediately looked like he had found the backbone, his expression shocked. "Yes." Seeing the other persons leaving back, Harry's serious face immediately became a little sad. He actually didn't think of any way. You can only isolate first, and then pretend to try your best to treat, whether it is useful or not. You have to do it first. Even though there is no medicine, no matter how to treat it, it is a waste of effort. But as long as it is made in a manner, it should be enough to perfuse the soldiers. For more detailed things, you still need to listen to the doctor's insights. After all, there is no medicine, but the experience is still there. If they think they can still be rescued, Harry has no reason to sacrifice the soldiers. More than 2 months later, the middle-aged officer in charge of monitoring the deserted island and preventing the people on it from building their own ships to escape, stood on the deck of the warship and looked at the lifeless desert island in the distance. There was only chill and fear in my heart. The gathering place built on the island not long ago is now only a scorched ruin. Since more than 10 days ago, the Yar army on that island has been completely mad for some reason. Like the most frenzied beast, there is no fear or timidity. All kinds of fighting methods were revealed in their hands, which made people shudder. There, except for countless decomposed corpses, there was no more living thing. If the monsters that are hidden in the corner, avoiding the sun while wandering, are not living creatures. Those terrifying deformed monsters have gradually climbed up from the pile of corpses since the first 2 days. They are about 5 or 6 meters tall. They look like meatballs that devil squeezed out. They are pieced together from various rotten pieces of meat. Deformed hands and feet and faces are irregularly distributed on the body, and various abscesses and mucus are all over the body. The whole body, every step you take, will leave rotten pus on the ground. It can be said that just seeing their appearance makes one feel nauseous. Although the officer wanted to order the ships under his feet to fire and destroy the twisted monsters that polluted the world, he did not act rashly in the end. Because of this kind of thing, he must notify Jim Was, and no one would dare to make a decision for him without his order. Furthermore, the officer himself doubted whether the artillery could kill those monsters, although they have not shown the ability to swim for the time being. But it really irritated the group of monsters, causing them to swim over to attack the ship or swim to other places. The officer can't imagine what will happen then, so his biggest hope now is to stabilize the situation here before the situation worsens. After listening to the report of the soldier in front of him, Jim Was put down the letter written by the opposing officer's hand. In my mind, I have some insights. Frowning, after thinking for a while, he told the soldier, "You go down and rest first. I will send you a letter tomorrow, and you can bring it to your sir." "Yes." Seeing the retreating soldiers, Jim rubbed his temples slightly and sighed slowly. The letter a few days ago only reported that the people of the Principality of Yar were fighting each other, so he didn't take it to heart. Now it seems that if you leave it there, it will definitely cause big trouble. That afternoon, sitting on the windowsill, Olga asked calmly, "You mean that the movement there has attracted the attention of the church and needs to be dealt with, right?" Nodding, Jim replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord, the abnormality there has been discovered by passing ships. If it is not cleaned up, it will definitely cause a lot of unnecessary trouble." Olga smiled and said indifferently, "If that's the case, let's do it with you. Anyway, I have got what I need." After the proposal was approved by Olga, Jim let out a sigh of relief. Subordinates understand. Looking at Jim Was, who had retreated, Olga shook his head slightly, showing a sarcasm from Ribbon. Weakness is the biggest mistake. Chapter 38. 1 month later. The palace, the night before the coronation ceremony. Sitting on the chair, Jim curiously asked the Charles who was sitting next to him, "Did there be any results from the research on that thing?" Since Carla was killed a month ago, Jim Was and Safi have divided each other's bodies equally on behalf of the two forces. In this regard, Safi thought that Jim was interested in Devil's power, so he warned him many times so that he should not be tempted by the things in front of him, afraid that he would be contaminated by Devil's power. There is no shortage of similar things in history. After the evil was eliminated, the brave man was attracted by the opponent's power and became a new evil. Jim Was can only helplessly say that he is actually using Devil's body as magic material, not that he wants to study some devil power. This statement, whether the other party believes it or not, he himself believes it. Then, after changing hands, he gave Carla's half-body to Shire for the other party to study. Facing his question at this moment, Charles smiled and replied, "After 1 month of research, I found that Devil's body structure is completely different from the creatures in this world. They are more like energy creatures than flesh and blood creatures. Every drop of blood is strongly corrosive, and any creatures that come into contact with it may be attacked, ranging from injuries to the least, and being directly demonized or killed in severe cases." Hearing this, I realized that Shire's words had no more words. Jim thought he was selling off the hook, so he asked, and then?" Still an awkward but polite smile, Charles smiled and shook his head. "Then it's gone. The rest has not been studied yet." Jim was shocked. "These things are your results for a month?" Although he had known for a long time that he might not be able to study anything, Shire's performance was still a bit too catchy. "Those things he said are recorded in history books. Do you need to repeat them?" Seeing the other party's expression of being tricked, Charles waved his hand helplessly and forced to tell the truth. "I'm just a sorcerer. If you let me study spells, I can think of a way, but you let me, I am engaged in biological research, so it really is not within the scope of my realm." Jim was a little speechless and could only sigh. "It seems to be the same. In that case, then the corpse can be used as a magic item. It is better than letting you waste it." Charles hurriedly shook his head and said, "I don't need that for now. I have contacted a scholar who specializes in transcendent biology. Maybe he can study something." When Jim heard this, his eyes lit up and he became interested and asked, "Is that person reliable?" Although that person is very capable, his personality is extremely withdrawn. He belongs to the kind of person who is devoted to studying and learning. I can have friendship with him because of some old things. I am a little surprised to be able to successfully invite the other party over. So I should no problem. Nodded in satisfaction, and Shire can describe him as being very capable, so the other party has some abilities that can be recognized by others. So Jim said, if that's the case, then just do it like that. Looking at Jim, who had already made a decision, Charles said indifferently, okay, but I think Olga doesn't care about these things at all, and has never paid attention to our behavior, even if Devil comes to the king. He didn't care about such things at all. Even when I met him last time, I deliberately told him that we had killed a devil and wanted to test his reaction, but he didn't even change his expression. I can't understand his indifferent attitude. No matter who it is, he has his own needs. Touching his chin, Jim looked puzzled and said, I was in Orga, and I never saw what he was after. Although he yearned for the soul and possessed the ability to plunder, he's staying peacefully all the time. What is the reason for restraining him? I think when we find out that reason, it is when we are out of his control. Maybe. He and Jim's position is exactly the same on the point of breaking away from Olga's control. Even if I am trying to correct evil and return to righteousness now, the pride of the past still does not allow myself to be pinched in the palm of my hand. Shaking his head, after throwing out the mess, he picked up the wine glass from in front of him and said with a smile, speaking of which, you will be crowned tomorrow. I will toast you in advance. Grateful. Jim raised his glass and replied, in the eyes of everyone, with a team of soldiers in gorgeous armor, walking through the streets crowded with flowers and flags held high by the people, standing in front of the gate of the palace. Looking at the statues of ancestors standing there, Jim was knelt on one knee, closing his eyes solemnly. I, Jim Was, will inherit the glory of the Was family, follow the traditions since ancient times, command the country, and protect the subjects. No matter what difficulties can't make me bow my head, I will continue to pass on the glory and let the flag of Martin stand forever in this land. May the world bless me and wait. Accompanied by his oath, a man and a woman, two gorgeously dressed young children, one carrying the crown and the other carrying the scepter, walked in front of him, put the crown on Jim Was's head, and passed the scepter by his hand. And Jim Was opened his eyes at this moment. He stood up, turned his head, and looked at those holding his breath, watching his own subjects. He held the scepter solemnly. I, Jim Was, your king, will inherit all the glory of the past and take the principality of Martin to the top. Cheers sounded at this moment. Countless flowers and fireworks scattered from the sky. From their joy, Jim Was seemed to really feel that the expectations of the people became weighed on own. Some changes have taken place in his mentality. More than a year later, the sun in the sky is at its peak at this time. Since Jim took the throne, the national power of the Principality of Martin has been flourishing, and even the king's capital has become much more prosperous than before, just like a star at its peak. Sitting on a chair in the study, Olga calmly took the tea from Trina. His nose twitched slightly, sniffing the fragrance, and complimented as he did in the past, very good tea art. Looking at the other person who looked in front of him with a smile as always, but his heart was still beating a little faster involuntarily, Orjigo with a smile on his face, drank a few sips of tea, and then held the cup of tea to comment. Still the familiar smell. Trina smiled reluctantly and said, I hope you like it. After smiling nonchalantly, Olga reached out a hand and touched her cheek, feeling her trembling body slightly. Between the eyebrows, for the first time in this life, he showed a pity. It's a pity. I do like you very much, maybe not love, but you are indeed my favorite one so far, so I really want to bring you by your side. Perhaps this is the nature of creatures eager for companionship. Obviously, I am a devil. I shouldn't have this kind of emotion. After taking a breath, the false smile on Trina's face faded, and she looked straight into Olga's eyes and asked, why did you take the initiative to tell me the truth? You can lie to me. If you choose to lie to me, maybe I will always be deceived by you, maybe. Hearing this question, after thinking about it, Olga said with a smile, although I am devil, I don't like lying very much, especially for important people. That's why I chose to tell you the truth directly. After listening to Olga's words, Trina's face burst into an unprecedented smile, gently kissed the corner of his mouth. My lord, thank you for your love. Feeling the fleeting tenderness, Olga was stunned and then smiled. Goodbye, Trina. In the next instant, a gleam of scarlet light flashed. Trina's heartbeat stopped completely, and she fell down towards Olga with a smile on her face. However, before the body touched him, it turned into countless invisible particles and completely disappeared in this world. Slowly retracting the hand that had just been stroking Trina's cheek, Olga sat on the chair. The smile on his face had completely disappeared, and the teacup in his hands was slightly sluggish. I am only devil. I should be used to betrayal. If you don't want to leave it, why would you just shoot? Is it because she is so important that she can't forgive it? He was puzzled by the thoughts in his mind. Not long after, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door, and Jim was, wearing armor, led a group of people into the room and pushed open the door. Jim was, Duke, Shire, Safi, and some people who can't be named, but are also very good. In addition, thousands of fully armed and equipped with devil dow-driving equipment stood at the door, and they had already surrounded the room tightly. Seeing Olga, who didn't react to anything before him, didn't even look at himself and others, Jim was showed a fleeting surprise on his face before he said solemnly, "Devil, today is yours. Dead time." Hearing what the other party said, Olga then slowly looked at Jim. There is no expression on his face, only a touch of indifference. For him, the betrayal of Jim and others was something that had been anticipated at first, whether they wanted or not. Under the influence of the world consciousness, these natives would subconsciously reject Orjiga, like a group of marionettes. In Olga's heart, when they betrayed, it means that the world consciousness has reached the limit of own tolerance, and they need to immediately find a chance to make a fortune. Just like a disposable alarm, it is a consumable item, so Olgada never cared about their thoughts from the beginning. As for Trina, it is completely different. She is a more important person. Olga's power is always protecting her. The power that rejected the world consciousness exerted its influence on her. So what she does is her own true thoughts. Raising the teacup in his hand and drank the tea inside, Olga looked at Jim Wazi calmly and said, "You don't have to worry that Trina did not complete her task. The medicine was indeed drunk by me. After all, this is the last cup of tea she made for me, and I can't waste it." Seeing the other party calmly put down the teacup in his hand, Jim couldn't figure out Olga's thoughts as always, but he also knew that there was no choice now, so he directly ordered, "Attack." A large number of arrows coated with holy medicine flew into the window in an instant, and a large number of soldiers also drew their weapons, and they were about to chop off at Olga, who was sitting on the chair. I saw Olga, flicking the nearest arrow, bounce its direction to the rest of the arrows nearby, causing them to collide with each other. After a series of collisions, all the arrows fell beside him, and none of them hit. Not far away, the soldiers who were holding their swords about to cut at Orjiga were dumbfounded, and they couldn't help but slow down. When they saw Olga left the seat and stood up, they took a step back subconsciously. Regardless of Jim's ugly expression, or grabbed it, and a soldier was sucked into his hand from a distance. He squeezed the other person's neck and said to Jim Waz, "I suddenly had an idea. If death is inevitable, can he at least make him look more beautiful and dazzling?" In the next instant, the soldiers in his hands burst into countless blood mists, and only a splendid bright red flower remained in his hands. The flower is divided into 7 layers, each with 6 petals. The petals are close together, making it look a bit similar to roses and camellia, but more slender. The petals are surrounded by bursts of long-lasting blood. The mist has a hazy beauty. Olga was very satisfied with the flower and looked at it for a while, and then asked Jim Watts, "Look, isn't it very beautiful? Maybe you can call it the death flower." Before Jim had spoken, Safi looked at the scene in front of him, with an ugly expression on his face, and couldn't help but reprimanded, "Devil, you dare to be so arrogant. Today we must kill you." Scarlet eyes swept across the opponent slightly, ignoring his reprimand. Orjiga with a smile on his face, gently throwing away the flowers in his hands. "I am looking forward to whether you can do it. After all, I am in my current mood." "Not so much." After he finished speaking, Olga's appearance began to change, with curved double horns growing from the top of his head, wings protruding from the back, scale armor, and exoskeleton constantly emerging, and even his height rose from 1.8 meters to 3 meters. Around 7, the wings flapped slightly, and a gust of wind surged. The walls and roof of the house, together with a large number of soldiers, were completely lifted off. Not caring about their chaos, Orjiga looked at the rune-armed Scarlet on his body with a little dissatisfaction. He suddenly felt that these patterns were a little unsightly. With his thoughts, the appearance of those runes began to change, and the appearances that turned into death flowers were engraved on his exoskeleton. He smiled and said, "This is much better." The next moment, the scarlet soaring pillar of fire pierced into the sky with him as the center, and then spread out hundreds of meters in the sky, like a huge opened umbrella, covering the sun in the sky and enveloping the entire capital city sky. Countless meteors began to fall like a rain of fire. As if the end had come, despair was brought to everyone. Faced with this situation, Jim Waz, who had just stood up from the ground, lost his eyes as if he had lost his soul. Finally, he carried the weapon crazily and rushed into the skyrocketing flame. Chapter 39. The Bottomless Abyss, the Wailing Forest. It was still in the face of danger. All kinds of weird roars had never stopped, and endless monsters lurked in it to hunt each other. A certain stone mountain standing in the forest. It should have a bald and gravel appearance. Since not long ago, beautiful bright red flowers have been growing one after another, and bursts of bloody mist drifted above, making the entire mountain have a certain ethereal beauty like dreams. But it's weird that there has never been a living thing. Not only devil and all kinds of monsters, but also all kinds of poisonous insects all over the Wailing Forest. You can't find one here. There is no sound from here, which is completely opposite to the ubiquitous fighting in other places. It seems to be a place of absolute silence, which is subconsciously daunting. The time is almost here. In the sea of flowers, opened his eyes and looked at the cloudy clouds in the sky. Olga felt the breath of bonus of soul. Although the smell was still very weak, the signs had already appeared. After roughly estimating the time, he closed his eyes again and began to adjust his own state. He is still a little confused now. After destroying the capital of Martin, he was kicked out of that world and returned to the bottomless abyss again. The first thing he did when he came back was to find a quiet place to lie down. If you really can't find a quiet place, find a place to solve the noisy things and make it quiet. So the aborigines on this mountain peak were solved by him. No matter what their original posture, what kind of thinking they have. Now they are all beautiful flowers, and they can no longer make noise and make noise. Up to now, he has been lying down for about 10 days, thinking a lot of things in the meantime, and having general thoughts in his mind. After another few days, feeling the chaotic power fluctuations in the distance, Olga touched own hair, stood up from the ground, and took a breath. The smell of blood, a lot of fresh blood. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said to himself, "Just thinking, it really doesn't make much sense." This is the conclusion he came to after more than 10 days of thinking. When you're in a bad mood, it's no use thinking about anything. It's better to fight and vent your anger. The wings behind opened. A strong wind rushed out. The ground was blown out of a big pit, and the dead flowers within tens of meters around were blown away along with the dust. But he himself turned into a red afterimage in a hurry, flying towards the distance. A clear flight line was left in the air. The flight speed of several times the speed of sound turned the atmosphere into a wall of air, constantly rubbing his body's surface to produce sparks, making him feel like he is in a furnace, like a flying fireball. This may be a problem for ordinary creatures, but Olga felt very comfortable. Because of him, Devil, and also the Balrog. Ordinary flames and high temperatures are a kind of power to him. Like supplies, they are by no means troublesome. Everything along the way, whether it is devil or magical beasts, is like a fragile building block in front of the full-flight orchard, and it is instantly knocked into the volley in the most violent form to disintegrate, and even the blood is evaporated by the high temperature. Only a few remnants were swayed in the sky. It didn't take long. A few minutes later, Olga saw the monsters who were already fighting wantonly in the distance. In the sky, on the surface, and under the deep soil, millions of monsters are reveling, and blood is spilled everywhere. This is a celebration of the Howling Forest. Whether it is the past or the present, even in the unreachable future, it will eventually embody the most basic theme in the bottomless abyss, killing and being killed. The smile on his face became more and more conspicuous, and Olga's eyes showed unconcealed brutality. Without any hesitation, Olga's wings shook, his speed accelerated again, and he directly rammed into the battlefield in the sky, and gave the same destruction to everything that stood in front of him without any difference. He is now quite different from before. Last time he had to worry about many things and didn't act too conspicuously, but now he doesn't need to think about those things anymore. At this time, he was already at the top of the food chain in the Howling Forest. Here he doesn't need to fear any existence, and he doesn't need to cover himself anymore. Just do it as long as he wants to do it. Regardless of any danger, he has the confidence to deal with it. This is confidence in his own strength. Carrying a head that had been crushed for the most part, Olga looked around his eyes, looked at the monsters who were still rushing towards him without fear, and sighed with a smile. The folk customs of the bottomless abyss are better. Once you get crazy, there is no fear or retreat. Everyone can have fun. Compared to humans who tend to retreat, the monsters of the abyss are more barbaric and cruel. As long as the killing is aroused, they are the most cruel killing machine. There is no fear or timidity. Killing is for them. Words are the strongest instinct, whether it is the skill of fighting or the viciousness of the mind. These creatures that are born to destroy everything and exist are far above ordinary humans. All kinds of insidious attacks are used extremely skillfully in their hands, just like the most basic skills. All of them had to face it cautiously, indulging in the cruel fighting. Many of the moves that could only be simulated in the brain because they had no opponents in the previous world were used by Olga, and they were experimenting with their feasibility. With the cooperation of multiple talents, Orjiga's combat talent has reached a certain level. With the continuous killing, his skills have begun to rapidly increase, just like riding a rocket. In the first pass, those skills were still a bit handy. The second time they reached a proficiency level, and the third time they have reached the level of proficiency. What an ordinary person needs a lifetime to do is just like breathing to him. Simple. When the hand reaches out and wants to crush the opponent's brain, his talent automatically allows him to understand what to do better. When the opponent tries to fight back, his talent tells him how to interrupt it. Just like he was born with this ability, let any reaction of the other party be invisible to him. In the melee, Olga continued to adapt to the rhythm of the surroundings. Soon, from the beginning, he was a little messy, and it became a man of ease, able to easily predict the various attacks around him, and through the chaotic energy field, he could tell directly which ones were threatening to him. The attack in his hand also became more fierce. A random blow can cut off all the opponent's retreat at the most perfect angle, so that the opponent can't even do the evasive movement and easily tears its scales. Unscrew the opponent's brain. Raising his brows slightly, Olga suddenly felt something interesting. The tail immediately pierced the chest of a devil next to him, and then ignoring the opponent's struggle, he pulled him in front of him. The next moment, the air in front of Olga's body was distorted silently, and the devil, who was pulled in front of him, was torn apart in an instant, leaving only a small part of it hanging on Olga's tail. Faced with such a situation, Olga's expression remained unchanged, and in a mentality that he could not be wasted. After draining the remaining flesh and blood essence of the opponent, he arbitrarily tossed the opponent's body away. He looked at a location not far away, where several devils were fighting, but Olga's attention was not on them, and he looked a little interested and said, "Space-like abilities? Lower devil is really rare." Seeing that the other party didn't plan to come out, Orjiga smiled disdainfully and grabbed his right hand at random. Accompanied by the distortion of the surrounding space, a monster with a relatively short stature, slender limbs, and a big head on his neck was pinched and held in his hand. Seeing the other party trying to struggle, Olga's other hand pierced directly into the opponent's chest, holding the opponent's spine and shattering the bones of his whole body, and calmly commented, "Even with devils in terms of aesthetics, I still think you are ugly." After all the bones were broken, Devil in Olga's hand immediately stopped resisting, and he was pinched in his hand like a dead dog. He ignored Olga's mocking comments, vomiting blood in his mouth, and asked unwillingly, "How did you find me?" Whether in the howling forest or in the mess of Otherworld, his proud ability has never missed. Originally being avoided by On's attack by Olga, he already felt a little unbelievable. Unexpectedly, the other party discovered it so easily. Hiding himself in the cracks of the space, and grabbing it with one hand at will, he held himself in his hand like a dog. I haven't even reacted to what happened. He lowered his head to avoid a poisonous new star, then turned his head and spit on fire spit, and burned to death one who tried to approach On Devil. After that, Orjiga replied indifferently, "It seems that you haven't checked it carefully. On inherits memory. Except for your devil, who is born with the ability to awaken the space. As long as the blood purity reaches a certain level, the rest of the devil will also have a part of the space ability, and I have awakened some space sensing ability. Although it is only a trivial support ability, my strength is far stronger than you, so it is more than enough to sense your position. As for the power to grab you, it is some magic ability." After listening, the other party was stunned and replied with a disappointed expression, "That's it. Thank you for your answer." Shrugging, Olga said indifferently, "Nothing, little problem." Then, with his right hand slightly hard, he took off the opponent's head. After looking at it for a few moments, Olga was not sure that he had to think. Devil of the Space Department. Should he be quite nutritious, right? Although the ability of space is not a rare thing for a race like Devil who specializes in plane invasion, he has encountered it for the first time. He felt curious. This thing should be considered a rare quality compared to the ordinary devil? Drain all the essence of power and watch the amount of evolution points that rise. Orjiga was disappointed and threw away the wreckage in his hands. Chapter 40. The unhappiness in the heart quickly dissipated with the constant fighting. Bathed in the blood of his opponent, Olga's nature as devil made him feel happy. Even if he is also being hurt, there is no way to affect his mood is getting better. As devil, He has very strong vitality, and as long as it is not a fatal injury, a lot of flesh and blood can solve all problems. In this place now, there is no shortage of everything. That is, there is no shortage of all kinds of corpses. With the talent for absorbing flesh and blood, countless life energies are constantly pouring into him. Although many wounds seem not light, they can recover in an instant, just like having a low-profile immortal body. It's not just him. Most of the other devils are similar to him, but their recovery efficiency is undoubtedly much lower than Orhaja's, and most of the ways to plunder life energy rely on food. In essence, this is no different from raising goo. It is nothing more than the survival of the fittest and the loser. The winner gets everything, the loser loses everything. Only the strong are worthy of surviving, and the greatest role of the weak is to contribute everything to become a stepping stone to the strong. Fight, plunder, become stronger. These three links belong to the eternal truth in the bottomless abyss, a cycle that never stops. Constant killing, constant plundering, constant strengthening. These three most basic desires are carved into the soul of every abyssal creature. For them, this is the biggest truth and the only way to judge whether they are successful. In addition, everything else is a secondary factor. Compared to these small scenes in the howling forest, the bottomless abyss, the bloody battle that has never ceased since order and chaos were divided into camps, is the greatest manifestation of this truth. In the memory of Orca's inheritance, any creature has the qualification to participate in blood battles. No matter what you use there, as long as you kill the rest, you can obtain a part of the opponent's power without any predecessor. Set conditions, as long as you continue to kill, you can always become stronger without any restrictions. It's normal to pick up a leak, leapfrog to kill, and climb to the sky in one step. Humans, devil, and even angels, gods, protoss, robots, etc., have no restrictions on their origins, and they all treat them equally. Even, it doesn't matter whether you are slashing with a sword or driving the universe battleship directly into the arena. The cause and process can be ignored. As long as you enter the arena, killing everything around is your only goal. There are billions of trillions of lives dying, and then billions of trillions of lives are constantly filled, never stopping. That is the largest meat grinder in the entire multi-universe. It can be said that compared to that, the Howling Forest is completely an amusement park. This level of fighting intensity doesn't even count as a warm-up. Although for the time being, I don't plan to go to the bloody battlefield to find death. But Olga, as a devil, still inevitably yearned there. For devil, the bloody battle represents the ideal place, the largest battlefield in the entire multi-universe, and there is a little expectation just thinking about it. While he was fighting and thinking about it, there was a faint fluctuation in the clouds in the sky, which Olga was familiar with. Because that is the precursor to the coming of bonus of soul, which means that the battle is about to enter a fierce heat. A large number of flying monsters began to raise their own flying height, trying to grab the bonus of soul as quickly as possible. The non-flying monsters on the ground began to attack the sky aimlessly, just like the situation seen by Orkiga last time. The monsters in the sky, the monsters on the ground, began to abandon their previous opponents, attacking the sky or the ground indiscriminately, just like the last reissue, without any difference. It's just that, last time Olga was standing on the ground and barely belonged to the ground camp, but this time Olga flew into the sky and belonged to the sky camp. In his opinion, this classification method is meaningless. After moving a few meters, he almost escaped from an own attack. Olga touched his chin, looked at the battlefield that had become more chaotic, and sighed to himself. Since the anger has almost gone, I should do something. It's business. A scarlet blood inflammation ignited on his body, and then gathered on top of his head, forming a huge fireball hundreds of meters in diameter. Looking at the tumbling flames in it, Orlaja raised his hands and squeezed, and the fireball immediately exploded. A wave of blood-colored flames spread from it, like a flowing flame cloud, falling from the sky. Looking at the monsters on the ground who were vying for the soul gift, Olga's mouth showed a smirk. Compared with the so-called soul gift, these gathered monsters are his best choice. The time he spent in the Wailing Forest is about to reach the upper limit, and he will be expelled to other abysses in the near future. In the future, he wants to find so many monsters with the most power similar to himself, but it is not easy to find, so the most important thing is to harvest it again and try to plunder the evolution point. In the face of his attack, the monsters on the ground were not without the power to fight back. Various spells were used to attack Olga and the fire cloud that was about to fall. Looking at those thousands of ways, quickly approaching own attack, Orjiga's face didn't panic. His brain automatically judged the best escape route, and it didn't take much effort to avoid them one after another. Then, through the energy intensity of those attacks, he began to analyze which area gave the weakest counterattack. That, to a certain extent, shows that that area is the weakest, and there will also be his target. It didn't take long before he got the result. With a strong flap of both wings, he began a rapid dive. With unparalleled momentum, like a flame spear falling from the sky. The goal is a lower devil. This is the strongest devil in the nearby area. Priority is eliminated. The opponent who was fighting with devil next to him immediately changed his complexion when he noticed the unconcealed hostility and rapid approaching momentum of Olga. An ice crystal emerged from his head and stood in front of him. A thick ice shield was extended based on it, suspended above the head. Boom. In just an instant, the severely exceeding the impact force broke the ice shield's levitation ability, making the ice shield like a huge tombstone, directly carrying the impact force against the opponent. Faced with such a situation, the opponent immediately raised his hands and tried to withstand it forcibly. But the moment his arm touched the ice shield, he clearly felt a majestic force overflowing from it. The arms that he tried to withstand the opponent's offensive were shattered before even a trace of effective resistance was made under that force. Despair flooded his heart instantly. Boom. Accompanied by a flurry of agitated dust, the opponent was immediately knocked out of a bowl-shaped pit with a depth of more than 10 meters from where he was standing. With him as the center and a radius of tens of meters, all the monsters were shaken. Fly. Stepping on the broken ice shield and looking at the blood constantly overflowing under the ice shield, Olga's tail ignited a burst of fire and pierced directly in, extracting all the essence from the opponent's sparse wreckage. Standing in the deep pit, feeling the energy fluctuations slowly approaching around, Olga knew that they were trying to pick up the leak. There was a trace of disdain on his face. The guys in the sky are too flexible. They are still the guys on the ground, squeeze one by one to clean up a little. The next moment, the flame in his hand soared, and a flame spear that was 4 to 5 meters long stretched out. The waist was slightly slanted, and the spear was thrown directly with the force of the shoulders. It didn't receive any hindrance, and it pierced directly into the soil in front of Olga. After going some distance, it hit the target. Boom. The mud was splashed with broken corpses, and several monsters that tried to drill through the soil were immediately killed. Leap gently and jump out of the dirt pit. Olga's hand at the nearest little devil was a fireball, and he shot the opponent cleanly. The next moment, bursts of flames centered on him, expanding towards the surroundings, forming a flame realm covering the surrounding tens of meters. Within this range, whether it was all kinds of monsters, soil and plants, everything that came into contact with blood inflammation began to burn violently under this force. No matter how they agitated the magic power in their bodies, they couldn't extinguish the flames that burned their lives. At this time, those flames have turned into Olga's tentacles, enabling him to transmit power at will, violently suppressing the target's resistance. Different from the ordinary creatures of Otherworld, you only need to release the blood inflammation to burn the opponent to ashes easily. Most of the monsters in the bottomless abyss possess high energy resistance and extremely high vitality, and too much scattered power can't kill them at all. Therefore, Olga chose to limit the strength to a certain range and continuously increased the intensity of the blood inflammation on that basis. Not to mention that you can directly burn lower devil level monsters, like Little Devil and other monsters. As long as they are stained with blood inflammation of this intensity, they can be burned into ashes in a few seconds and become Orga point of evolution. Child butcher behavior. It almost refers to the current practice of Olga. Picks off persimmons. Calculated based on the evolution point of a small devil worth at least 3 digits. The current number of mountains and plains made Orga really excited. Compared with the lower devil, who has good intelligence and knows how to think about gains and losses, these Little Devil, who are somewhat similar to beasts, are undoubtedly much easier to clean up. Whether bullying mentally handicapped children will feel losing face is not in his consideration. After all, there is no such feeling as shame in devil. It's their good tradition to slaughter the weak and stab the strong back. After the construction of his realm was completed, Orgigas started to move continuously, rushing towards the nearby monsters. Facing his mobile crematorium-style attack. Naturally, those monsters would not stand there waiting to be killed, trying to counterattack, trying to escape, fleeing. Although it couldn't be too much trouble for him to take pictures, it could be regarded as a significant delay in his efficiency. It made him feel a little dissatisfied, but there was nothing to do. So started the game where you chase me, and if I chase you, you will die on the spot. Chapter 41. The third month after the end of the melee. It's still the mountain full of dead flowers. Almost. Raising his head to feel the will of the howling forest, facing the rush that was a bit like a countdown, Orjiga knew that it was time to leave. After these days of hunting and killing all kinds of monsters, the evolution point saved in the system is already sufficient for him to evolve to Middle Devil, so he has no need to drag him. So he directly used the power of his heart to convey to the will of the howling forest the idea that he wanted to leave. His figure disappeared in the next instant. Only the sea of flowers, which is delicate and beautiful, but looks very silent, is there. This is a turbid area, with distorted spots and lines randomly distributed all around. At the moment he appeared in this place, Olga understood that this was a transit point between the howling forest and other abysses. Through this, he can reach most of the abyss layers, which is the wailing forest and the rest of the original ground, giving each one a one-time privilege to escape from his own monster. For most of the abyss monsters, this is also the only opportunity for them to travel to and from the abyss. Because in terms of probability, most of the fledgling monsters, in the area they choose, are not mixed enough to use the cross-layer teleportation array. They have to be killed by the rest of the monsters as food. Take Devil as an example. Although they are immortal creatures, there is no such thing as old age and death. But the average lifespan is very short, even worse than humans. Because most of them were born on the same day and died that day, 90% of the newborns couldn't even leave the river bank and had to die. And even if you leave the river bank in the days to come, there is basically a 99.99% probability that you will die in all kinds of battles. Only a handful of people can truly live forever. In the face of this extremely high death rate, the devil's eggs on the banks of the Styx River are almost endless, and countless, baby devil, are born at all times. Otherwise, let alone any increase in the number, devil is not annihilated. Closed my eyes and carefully felt the imprinted breath from the abyss in this space. Olga found that most of them have fuzzy information and only marked with their own characteristics, such as the devil of each abyss layer. As the mainstream, fire, water, soil, wind, thunder, poison, metal, space, time. Apart from that, there was no more information, not even the name of the abyss, which made Orzaja feel as if he had entered a black intermediary. After some hesitation, he finally chose a mark with fire attribute devil aura mostly. Although Olga possesses all sorts of messy abilities, he is still a Balrog in the final analysis. Even if he is upgraded, he is still a Balrog. So he decided to find a place with suitable attributes first. After reading the brief information on the imprint, Olga reluctantly thought, I hope that place will not be too cheating. As far as he knows, some fire attribute abyssal environments are extremely harsh, with meteor showers and star storms washing the ground every day. Except for fire-attributed devil and fire-attributed elemental creatures, there are no ghosts. If he can, he really doesn't want to stay in that kind of place. After he made his choice, with a distorted vision, the surrounding scenes became like abstract paintings. Through his own perception of space, he can feel that his own body is being moved to other places by a mighty force, but he cannot understand the level of this power. Soon after, when his vision returned to normal, Olga found that he was already standing on an unfamiliar land. Compared with the howling forest where various plants are overgrown, the land here is undoubtedly much barren, and at a glance there are only a few sporadic plants. The bloody, decayed, and humid breath in the air no longer exists, replaced by the high temperature emitted by the 5 fireballs in the sky. The temperature here is about 500 degrees Celsius when converted to the temperature value of the previous life. It is very dry and without a trace of moisture, and ordinary people can't even survive here for an instant. Sniffing the air lightly, he also smelled a heavy smell of sulfur and volcanic ash. There are volcanoes nearby, and there are more than one or two. Satisfied and nodded, Oljiga was very satisfied with the environment here, far better than he expected. After confirming that there was nothing nearby that needed attention through the perception of the soul, his body began to sink slowly, blending into the ground silently. He needs to advance, Middle Devil, and this place is just going to be used. When it sank about 500 meters underground, he saw that the surrounding land had been gradually replaced by magma, which meant that the nearby area was probably part of a giant volcano, and countless magma might be gushing out at any time. No wonder the ground is bare. Looking at this scene, although Olga was a little surprised, he didn't care so much. After all, the environment of the bottomless abyss had not been good. When the depth reached 2 kilometers, he released dozens of spells beside him for warning and protection, and closed his own eyes. The blood mist automatically emerged from the surface of his body, forming a shell outside his body, wrapping him into a cocoon-like object. This is not only a sublimation, but also another experience of cramping and peeling bones for Olga. Every time he arrived at this time, he could clearly feel that he was being melted and recast little by little, just like the pupillization stage of a caterpillar before it metamorphoses into a butterfly. Dissolve your whole body and reshape yourself into a more perfect self on the basis of the old. This kind of pain and transformation is not only on the body, but also on the soul. Every time I clearly felt this incomparable pain, Olga had a certain insight, as if he had a deeper understanding of the meaning of the concept of pain. It was an indescribable, strange feeling. At this moment, Olga felt that he was the incarnation of pain, able to bear and impose it easily, and it seemed to have heard all kinds of painful neighs since the endless years of this land, as if there were billions. 10,000 creatures have crossed the obstruction of time and are telling him their own sufferings. Listening carefully to the howls of pain and savoring the various thoughts in it, Orjiga seemed to have heard the sound of chaos and was exposed to the negative torrent of the entire world. His soul involuntarily showed joy from the heart. A few days later, the outer shell of the giant cocoon shattered. It turned into a burst of bloody mist and returned to Olga's body again, becoming his reserve power. At this time, his height has increased from more than 3 meters to about 4.4 meters. The exoskeleton on his body has become gorgeous on the original basis. The countless death flowers formed on it with various unidentified patterns seem to have the rest of the meaning. The wings behind them have also changed drastically, becoming more slender, and at the same time, the number has also increased to 4. Their edges are covered with sharp barbs, which can be used as wings or as melee weapons. The double horns on the head have not changed much, but have become thicker and longer. The tail end of the tail, which was originally slender like an awl, has changed into a shape similar to a trident and a 3-pointed 2-edged knife. In addition to the original stab ability, it also has the effect of slashing. Host, Stewart Ogarissa Atheron, Califo Orca, Race Level, Devil, Upgraded Middle Position Devil, Power, 107, Speed, 106, Physique, 111, Magic, 114, Soul, 118, Talent, Self-Evolution Plunder. The body is in self-optimization at any time, and fighting and devouring flesh and soul will speed up this process. Magic Soul, Eroding Blood Inflammation. Blood inflammation completely replaces your magic power and becomes yours the most basic energy. It has the characteristics of corroding and burning all things. Exoskeleton Scarlet. Arms composed of its own scales, has extremely high various resistance and automatic repair functions, and can hide its own breath and strengthen its own adaptability to any environment. Eye of Insight Shattering Void. Vision is greatly enhanced, ignoring conventional illusion and most substances. Death Plague Death Tribulation Flower. Able to adjust and manipulate various plagues according to their own ideas, and the Flower of Death will become their symbol and represent your brand. Self-Projection Avatar can project an avatar with a certain strength from a long distance. Magic Weapon Melting Pot. Any spell and fighting skills in your eyes will become surprisingly simple. You can easily introduce new ones, and you can no longer stick to the old-fashioned way of use and combine the two at will. Apocalypse Awakening, like the revelation of heaven. Your various learning abilities are great amplitude ascension and a certain degree of predictive ability. Pain Torture, as a messenger of pain, as long as you want to, your every move can give others suffering, even if it is just a casual look. The Abyss Contract, through the power of the Bottomless Abyss, have the ability to accept calls autonomously and use the power of the Abyss as a medium to sign contracts with other beings. Note, no one can violate the contract, even if he is Prince Devil. Abilities. Too long, too lazy to edit, just skip it. Anyway, all kinds of spell abilities and fighting skills. Evolution Point. 0. The appearance of the attribute list has changed drastically. Let's not mention the various values. In addition to the Abyss Contract, all the talents and abilities in this advancement have also been combined to make up for each other and have completed the evolution. Get a full ascension on the original basis. Slightly moved his body. As the 4 wings behind Olga's back fluttered randomly, his body immediately pierced towards the top of his head like an arrow from the string. The soil and magma along the way did not cause him any trouble. All the objects obstructing him were easily crushed, just as fragile as tofu. In less than a second, he broke through a 1,000-meter thick obstacle and came into the sky. If the original wings still need to be flapped to fly, then the current wings have their own anti-gravity flight capabilities, which can make Orhaja fly freely without any movement, and flapping it is more for acceleration, so it just flies faster. Chapter 42. After getting used to it in the sky for a while, Olga looked at the nearby monsters. In his eyes, a radius of tens of kilometers was within the range of his sight. Before long, he selected the lucky passerby. The flying body immediately began to turn and flew directly towards the target. As a spider demon with the strength of Lower Devil, although his strength is not strong, he is the kind that can be obtained within tens of kilometers nearby, and he is now hiding in the depths of tens of meters. Carrying out today's daily predation. Relying on the fluff on the body, it can detect all creatures walking on the ground within a few kilometers, even if the opponent has only a fist the size of it. Today it has completed 3 hunts, and it feels that it is already 5 or 6 points full. According to past experience, a group of magical beasts will pass by in the near future. He decided to move aside to avoid being stepped on by them. Although the magical beasts are big, they are all hard bones. Unless he is hungry, otherwise he doesn't like hunting that kind of target. The danger is not small, and there is not much meat. It's better to grab a few small ones. Although they are not hungry, they are at least relieved. Just as he exuded his own thinking, guessing what prey he could catch next, his mental perception sensed movement in the sky. He was a little surprised and wanted to stick his head out to wait and see. Next, he felt a strong impact coming from directly above Own. Danger. Instinctively issued a strong warning. He subconsciously wanted to try to hide aside. But before he waved his own limbs, he saw a burning claw appear in front of Own's eyes. Accompanied by a clear pain, he clearly felt his hard skull penetrated. The soul was also pulled out and grabbed by the opponent. Standing in the pit, eat the soul of the other party casually. Olga began to extract the information he needed from it. In a short while, the other party's barren knowledge entered Olga's brain. After excluding a large part of meaningless garbage, he got the information he needed. The 6,548,257th floor of the Bottomless Abyss, Lava Wasteland. A world without night. This is the territory of Kalto, Lord Devil. The whole world is built on a sea of flowing magma. The so-called land on the surface is nothing more than the remnants of dust accumulated over time. Magma and flames are the mainstream of this world. In addition, according to the other party's memory, Olga also understood where the center of this abyss was. That's a place where this Nebo has never reached. In his memory, in the descriptions of other lower devils, he continued to fly at a speed several times faster than the sound, and it took about 1,344 hourglasses to get there. After thinking about it for a while, Olga popped a small fireball towards a distant location. Boom! A big hole several meters deep appeared there. The speed of sound is 967 meters per second. Based on the distance of the explosion and the time it took for the sound to reach his position, Olga calculated the speed of sound in this abyss. Then I compared the time algorithms of the two sides and found that an hourglass is equal to about 3 hours on the Earth. In the end, the actual distance between the central zone and Own appeared in Olga's heart. It's not far, you can go see it. If it's the strength of Lower Devil, Orjiga might have to weigh himself to see if he can reach that place, but now that he has advanced to Middle Devil, he doesn't need to think so much. Even in most of the Devil Legions, his strength can naturally be mixed with a squad leader and the like. Anyway, he is not the bottom of the food chain, so he doesn't need to worry about anything. This is the strength he accumulated with millions of lives in the fight. Even if there is systematic help, he also proved that he is not a waste. You can act cautiously, but you don't need to be afraid of anything. After making the decision, his body was silently separated from the ground under the anti-gravity effect. Find the right direction and start speeding up. Accompanied by a sharp whistling sound and a loud sonic boom, he disappeared into place in a hurry. 276 hourglass hours later. Looking at the towering buildings in the distance, Olga's heart flashed with anticipation. This is the first time that Devil civilization has been seen with the naked eye. The moment he saw that city, even if he could only see a faint look, the detailed address of the other party's entrance and exit automatically appeared in his heart, as if there was a force guiding him forward. He knew that it was the magic effect of the building, which was equivalent to the lighthouse for guiding ships in the harbor. In his sight, the size of the city has far exceeded the norm, just like a giant kingdom. The width of the city wall is unknown. It stretches to the limit of the viewing angle and still has not seen the bottom. The height alone is tens of thousands of meters high. It is shaped by dark red stones, covered with various sharp thorns, standing in a vast magma sea, like an insurmountable barrier. Standing in front of it, Olga gushed out a sense of insignificance. He had never seen such a great creation. I look forward to this city even more in my heart. After a few more hourglass hours, he finally reached the gate of the city. That is a huge door with countless piles of bones, The height of the light is at least several thousand meters, and just above the doorway is a golden skull burning with black flames. Looking through the eye sockets, it seems to be burning inside. With countless souls, we can still hear the crying and wailing faintly. God bones. Looking at the skull and sniffing the smell in the air, Olga distinguished that the other party came from a deity based on the inherited memory. As for the specific deity, it was not enough to be seen. However, being able to be hung up by a Lord Devil as an honor show, I think it should be a strong one among the gods. For these so-called gods, Olga was actually a little curious. In his thoughts, as a group standing at the top of the multi-universe food chain like Devil and countless legends, they should taste good and nutritious. As for the feelings of reverence and disgust, with his current strength placed on many low-level planes, he can also act as a genuine demon god and carry out actions of slaughtering the country and the race, so he does not have any special emotions towards the so-called gods. In his opinion, it was just a high-level creature, and the strength might not surpass the high-level devil. The spoils hung up by the Devil Lord Kalto on the city gate also illustrates this point well. They may be unattainable for ordinary people, but for Devil, who is also a transcendent creature. As he approached, feeling the oppressive power coming from all directions, Olga understood that the no-fly enchantment of the city was at work, and any creature without permission was not allowed to fly in this range. So he folded his wings, landed on the ground, started walking like the rest of the creatures. These creatures are not all devils. The species can be called 100 flowers bloom, and there are all kinds of mess. Some just drive the road silently, and some are more in line with the simple rules of the bottomless abyss. After walking another distance, a devil with a height of more than 10 meters and covered with abscesses, wearing a standard armor, appeared beside Olga. The other party first looked at Orsaga's appearance and momentum, and then said in a cold tone, "Access fees." The mode of action is no different from the toll collectors in the mortal world. Middle devil, not as strong as me. Olga habitually compares the other party with himself, then turned his head to look at Devil, who was also charged for entrance and exit not far away. After seeing that the travel toll he took out was a piece of soul crystallization, his heart was based on that piece. The quality of the soul crystal has some bottom, so he grabbed the position behind him. A passing, lower devil instantly burst into countless blood foam, which he gathered in his hand and purified it into a freshly baked soul crystal. Ignoring the onlookers who retreated a few steps around, Olga threw the contents in his hands to the toll collector at will and said indifferently, "No need to look for it." After catching things, he glanced at Olga indifferently. Neo-Meon Devil casually tossed him a token, turned and left, and charged other entities. He didn't say anything about Devil, who was pinched to death. Devil's City, even if it has some rules similar to human cities, but the owner here is still Devil, so their chaotic camp and habits will not change anything. Fighting against each other is still normal, as long as it is not a mass killing. Fighting, or destroying the city's buildings, these city guards would basically not interfere. And Neo-Meon Devil could also vaguely feel that he might not be able to beat the Balrog in front of him. Although this doesn't prevent me from throwing his stinky face. After all, not being able to beat him doesn't mean that I can't pretend to be forceful in person. What about pretending to be forceful as a civil servant? Looking at the opponents leaving back, Olga burned the disgusting pus remaining on the burning token with blood inflammation, which was the dirt flowing out of the abscess on the opponent's body, and then walked in unhurriedly. In the city, it's really big. Looking at the road with a width of more than 1,000 meters, Olga sighed like a bun. Touching his chin, he felt that he would become the Lord of the Abyss in the future. So big. A similar word came into his ears from behind. Although he didn't understand the other party's language, but relying on Devil's language talent, Orca still understood the other party's words. Looking back, I found that it was a few humans with different clothes, and it was one of the relatively young men who spoke. Olga had no idea about their identity and purpose and didn't want to play with them. Not only him, but also those Devil who longed for human souls. Because human beings who can go deep into the bottomless abyss have a bit of skill in cooking, they are generally very tricky, so there is no Devil who will trouble them here. The other party obviously understands this, so although he still retains a bit of vigilance on his face, his behavior is relatively casual. However, when they noticed that Olga's gaze was looking at him and the others, they immediately held the weapon in their hands and were ready to fight. Immediately outside the city gate, they saw with their own eyes that Olga strangled another devil like a chick. In their minds, this is an out-and-out dangerous target. Regarding their hostility, Olga didn't care much, just glanced at them for a few seconds, then retracted his gaze and turned away. Seeing his leaving figure, the headed person exhaled slightly. His master once told him that the more human-like devil is, the more dangerous it is. Orhaja has a human-like face, which gives him a very different look. The wonderful feeling made him very unwilling to fight with him. This damn place. Finish the mission soon and go back. Chapter 43. Walking casually in the street with a look, Olga did not provoke anyone, nor was he provoked by anyone. If it is ruled out, there will occasionally be a few fighting people around to fight each other to death, and death, then here is not much different from a normal city. The two unknown species fighting each other in front of him with one foot kicked them hundreds of meters away. Olga admired the surrounding scenery and said, "It's really harmonious. There are tens of thousands of life forms on this street. There are only a few. Hundreds are fighting. It's so peaceful that it's not like being in a bottomless abyss." My lord, my lord." Just as he sighed, a voice that was both obscene and flattering appeared behind Olga. After a slight stunned look, he turned around and lowered his head to look at the source of the sound. It was a green-skinned creature about 2 meters above, with a figure like an egg, a bunch of white hair on its head, 4 legs and 2 hands, and its whole body was covered with eyes of various colors. Ugly. This is Olga's first impression of him. This little thing is very ugly. This is the second impression that Olgador got after taking a few glances. Looking at the a little nervous opponent, Olga touched his chin and asked a little puzzled, "Is there something wrong?" Facing Or's question, the other party rubbed his hands together and pointed at 2 unknown creatures that had passed out hundreds of meters away, like a peddler. "Excuse me, those 2 guys. Anything else?" Glancing at the 2 creatures slightly, Orjiga said calmly, "No." As soon as the voice fell, even though the other party looked a little unspeakable, Orjiga still felt the other party's joy. He said excitedly, "Then I won't disturb you." Then between 3 or 2 steps, he ran to the side of the 2 creatures and squeezed their necks with 2 clicks. Carrying their bodies happily, they left, just as happy as a human who picked up money on the road. Seeing this situation, Olga nodded with satisfaction. It's really simple and honest, and even asked the other party when picking up trash. At the door of a store, Orjiga stopped on. Grieg Tavern. The 3 characters Grieg on the signboard were added later, a batch of crookedly written ones, and there are many names underneath, which should be the name of the previous owner of the tavern. However, looking at the tavern in front of him, Olga had a unique sense of sight, as if a tavern had to appear at this time to fit his devil's fantasy background. Recalling the memories of the previous life, this kind of place usually has many stories and accidents. Olga's eyes revealed an expression of interest. The trigger points for missions in various legendary epics. Go in and get insights. So he pushed the door directly in front of the guard and walked in. As soon as he entered, Orjiga was taken aback by its internal scene. How is this sci-fi style? Thousands of lamps are hung on the top, giving it a feasting feeling. In the center, there are several mechanical stages that alternate up and down. On each stage, there are dozens of female creatures like dancing girls dancing different dances. Seeing the dancers with different looks, Orjiga immediately took a few steps back. They were a little apologetic for their looks, and they were totally inconsistent with his aesthetics. But with the idea that he couldn't come in vain, he still walked to the position of the wine table. Ignoring the various noisy creatures around, Olga directly pulled a seat and sat down. He threw a piece of soul crystal to the bartender. "Give me a glass of wine, no need to look for it." This is an asset sponsored by the friendship of passers-by, although it was old when it was sponsored. The bartender with more than a dozen arms squeezed the soul crystal in his hand and immediately showed the perfect smile. Wait a minute. It didn't take long for the bartender to pour unknown liquids from various bottles and cans and carefully prepare them in the cups. A glass of brightly colored wine with hot bubbles still emerging from the surface was brought to Olga. "Please enjoy." Sniffing the mixed bloody smell in the wine, Olga raised his brow slightly, and there were at least 30 kinds of blood in it. With a light sip, he immediately felt a strange sense of comfort. A hint of surprise flashed in Olga's heart. He commented, "It's delicious." The bartender replied with a smile, "You are satisfied." While drinking the wine in the glass, Olga looked at the other drinkers in the tavern and found that only about 1/5-6 of them were devil. Most of them were other species, so he started to listen to the neighborhood. What are the creatures talking about? After a while, he pouted his lips in disdain. It's all meaningless chat and coercion. There is no useful information. Seeing his boredom, the bartender hesitated and asked curiously after the meeting, "Are you from another abyssal layer?" Olga looked at the other person twice, and even though he didn't understand the meaning of the other person's asking this question, he replied, "Yes. The Howling Forest should also be considered as other abysses, so this is no problem." The other party sighed. "No wonder you have such a weak breath of lava wasteland." I really envy you for being able to travel in this great world. I have never been far away from this tavern in my life. To me, this tavern is everything to me. Orlaja smiled casually and asked casually, "Oh, are you restrained by the owner of this tavern?" "No." He sighed with disappointment. "My parents are outsiders, not creatures in the abyss. I didn't know why they entered the abyss from the outside world, but they were killed by other guests due to conflicts with others while drinking in this tavern. This. When the waiter in the tavern was collecting the corpses for them, she accidentally discovered that I was still alive in my mother's stomach, so he raised me in this tavern as a waiter. Although they have not restricted my freedom, I also know my own ability. I basically can't survive if I leave here. Even if I can barely make a living, I am absolutely inferior to being a bartender here, so I have always been here honestly." Ines. After listening to it, Olga said with a very cooperative expression of pity, "That's a pity. After all, the life outside is far more colorful than here." The bartender in front of him, the aura of strength on his body was not even lower devil. As long as he dared to leave the door of the tavern, he might be killed on the spot. Just when the two were chatting, a coquettish voice came from Olga's side. "Handsome man, can you buy me a drink?" Olga looked back and saw Devil, a graceful woman, looking at him with coquettish eyes. The small horns on the top of the head, with wings on the back, the thighs of the legs are like humans, and the calves and below are similar to sheep's hooves, and there is a slender tail that is constantly wagging behind the buttocks. The coquettish face far beyond the ordinary human female reveals a different kind of charm. She wore a barbed leather whip around her waist, and she wore an exposed armor like underwear. It barely covered anything except for a few important places, which made people doubt its defensive power. Succubus, the strength of the lower devil. Olga looked at each other and smiled indifferently. "Okay." He took out another soul crystal and handed it to the bartender. "Also have a glass of wine for this beautiful lady." Seeing Olga's decisive action, the other party's face is also smiling like a flower, and the look is particularly coquettish. He twisted his waist and walked to Olga's seat. He moved his body and sat on Olga's lap. He complained with a charming face. "You are so generous, not like a certain person at all. These guys are so dumb that they don't even want to buy me a drink." After that, he stroked it on Olga's breastplate, looked at the pattern of the death catastrophe flower on it, and sighed in fascination. "Although you are sitting in the corner, I saw you first as soon as I came in. What a beautiful pattern." I didn't care about the other party's actions. Olga smiled as usual and said, "This kind of flower is called Death Tribulation Flower. I'm glad you like it." Although the opponent is also more than 2 meters high, he is as petite as a toy in Olga's arms. Sniffing the bloody aroma of the other party, touched the 2 horns on the top of the opponent's head, Olga felt like playing with a doll. Seeing Olga smelling her body, she asked proudly, "How is it? Is it very fragrant?" "I just took a bloodbath." Nodded, Olga agreed. "It's really good." After taking the bartender and handing it to his own wine glass, the succubus put his face on Olga's chest and smiled and said, "Different from your succubus, for our succubus, appearance is the most important under any circumstances." Thing. Having said this, she raised her head and looked at Olga's face, and her expression flashed a little doubt. "By the way, I have never seen you such a handsome Balrog." "Not so good, you are so handsome." Even with her eyes, the Balrog in front of her is almost impeccable in appearance. I am afraid that even the elves who are known for their pickiness and appearance cannot find any flaws in him. Shrugging nonchalantly, Olga said calmly, "After all, I am an upgraded Balrog, and everything makes sense, isn't it? The bottomless abyss is vast and abundant. What freaks are there? Can a handsome Balrog be a problem? Don't ask. Ask is the impact of upgraded. This is a universal excuse." Regarding this, she just glanced at him lightly, but didn't delve into anything, and instead continued to chat with Olga, chuckles from time to time. After a long time, looking at the leaving Olga, the flattery on the succubus's face was constricted. To the bartender next to him, he respectfully asked, "Master Greek, do you have any more instructions?" The bartender was wiping the glass with more than a dozen hands, casually stretched out one and swung it, and said flatly, "No, go down." Looking into the direction where Olga departed, Grieg thought with interest, "Strange Balrog, it seems that there are many secrets." And Olga, who was walking on the street, had a smile on his face at the moment, and he was in a good mood. The bottomless abyss is that there are many talents, each of whom is very capable, and the stories I make are also very nice. I really like it here. The next step is to find a place to stay. It seems that we have to randomly select the lucky passers-by. Chapter 44. He opened his eyes and stretched. A new day has begun. although this day has not been dark. Walking to the edge of the cave in a hurry, Olga yawned casually looking at the various sights below. Although he doesn't need sleep, he will take the initiative to sleep on his own occasionally, for no reason, just that it is more comfortable. His current location is in a free residential area, which belongs to the Thrino area. This is a steep cliff with countless caves. The rule here is that anyone can go in and live. If it is full, find a cave and kill the creature that is already living in the cave. Just go in and live by yourself. The only problem is that it is easy to give it for nothing if you don't have a fight in it, and it becomes a caring service for delivering food to your door. In addition to this, there is actually a slightly safer area, but Olga is too lazy to run so far, and the format there is similar to an official hotel, and the charges are relatively not cheap. Usually only the external creatures who come to the abyss to do business will live there for safety reasons, but for the local monsters, there is no big difference between whether they are safe or not. They themselves have 3 views in chaos. No matter where they live, they are not very safe. He tore off the head of the previous owner of the cave and looked at the horn on top of it. Olga murmured, "Wand, wand, tell me where to go shopping today." After reading it, "Use your fingertips." He casually released a prophecy spell to that head. Snapped. With a slap on the face of the head fluttered on the ground like a spinning top. The swift speed even aroused a large amount of dust. When it stopped, Olga did not hesitate looking at the direction in which the unicorn stopped. He flew directly down the cliff and walked slowly. After walking for an unknown distance, Olga suddenly vaguely felt a certain premonition. So he stopped and looked around. After some screening, he found a familiar target. The young man in the team walking behind him when he entered the city. He still remembered the other side's exclamation. It's just that at this moment, I don't know why, there is no longer a figure of his companion beside the other party, and no one from his team is beside him. And he also looked desperate, and he looked as if he had suffered a lot of blows. Let Olga sighed with pity and walk towards the other party. Although he doesn't know what happened, according to the tradition of the bottomless abyss, he can still guess something like this. Oh, young people can't withstand storms and waves. Whenever they have any ideas, they will be out of words, even though I am only 2 years old. Shortly after, throwing down the opponent's body casually, after wiping the blood on his hands, after some friendly exchanges between the two sides, Olga had already figured out what happened through Devil's talent. This unlucky young man and his team all come from a relatively rich plane. Their interplanetary business is a highly profitable job, and the Abyss channel they are now responsible for is the one with the highest benefits and risks. So every time they make all kinds of preparations. When they came to buy goods this time, everything was going well, except for solving more than a dozen lower devil. They never had a conflict with any middle devil, so no casualties occurred. After arriving here, after some rest. Yesterday, it took a lot of effort to find a dwarf purchaser that he and others are familiar with. The two parties completed the transaction in a black market outside the city. There are no storms and no waves. There are no pitfalls and no traps. Everyone is very satisfied. But the next second, there was a deafening noise in the sky. He was in the black market and instantly saw the dwarf who was doing business with them and the leader of OWN. His face became as ugly as a dead mother. Before he could realize what was going on, a white light broke through the defensive barrier of the black market and drowned his sight. The severe pain swept through his body, making him unconscious on the spot. When he woke up from the coma, he found himself lying in ruins covered in scars. Except for relying on the defensive props given by his parents to escape the catastrophe, everyone present died horribly, and even the businessmen in the black market became familiar. After healed his own injury with the potion he carried with him. After some inspection, he found that the black market where he and others were located was right next to a large pit with a diameter of tens of kilometers. The large pit should be a trace of some kind of attack, and the white light should be the attack. The resulting aftermath. My own group of guys, just like ants that were trampled to death when others started fighting, died worthless. He didn't know the level of existence that could strike that kind of attack, but he knew that it was beyond his control, so he could only pick up the properties and materials that could be used in the black market and hide them in it. In a hidden place, he returned to the city alone, waiting for the Chamber of Commerce to notice that something was wrong and sent someone to search for him. Next, he met Olga, so there was no more. Thinking back to the location where those belongings were hidden, Olga said with a pity, "It's really miserable, but I'm quite satisfied with this mobile gift package." With the idea that he made a fortune anyway, Olga spit fire spit on the opponent's body casually and completely burned the opponent to powder, which also allowed him to avoid the end of the corpse being taken by others as rations. I completely ignored the other creatures around me who had been observing here. Just like what Olga said earlier, this human being is indeed very immature. In the place of the weak are prey to the strong like the bottomless abyss. He showed a face like a bereaved dog, and he was looking for death. It's a showstopper to tell others to come and knock down the water dog. Even if you don't meet Olga, the predators around will let each other know what cruelty is. Here, as long as you show a slight flaw, a large group of people will chase you and bite. There is no need for cowardice, no need for cowardice. Only the toughest and cruelest beings are worthy to survive here. Any creature with a not strong mind will belong to the predator here. No matter how strong it is, it will be in the hands of other predators. In the eyes, it will only be a relatively large piece of meat. No matter how big or strong a cow is, a jackal will try to take a bite, even if it is clear that the other side can easily kill itself. Animals that eat grass may be able to make meat-eating predators feel fearful by their strength and size, but they can never suppress the greed in their hearts. One of the most important reasons why there is no one to provoke Olga in this kind of ghost place is the temperament or the aura. No matter who sees him, he can instantly tell, Olga. Chica belongs to the predator's position. Just standing there, you can involuntarily reveal a strong bloody smell, and the dangerous aura on your body is even more unconcealed. At a glance, it is a dangerous target that can be done at any time. This is also the reason why Orjiga just took a look at them, and they drew out their weapons to warn them. Even the mere gaze makes them feel that it is a sign of attack. The hunters around who tried to pick soft persimmons might have thoughts of taking action against that human. He has even been fighting over and under to decide who will make the shot. But in the face of Olga, even if the opponent snatched their prey face to face, none of them dared to stand up, because they knew that the guy in front of them would never mind killing themselves. Predators take the initiative to retreat in front of higher-level predators. This is the innate rule of the weak are prey to the strong of creatures. It's even more iron law in the bottomless abyss. Looking at the figure that Orjiga even did not bother to care about himself and the others, he just left. After the guys looked at each other for a few times, they left as if nothing had happened, leaving only a pile of fine powder on the ground, which was blown away by the breeze. A few days later, in a restaurant that is somewhat indescribably decorated, looking at the unknown meat roasted in front of him, Orlaja casually tore off a piece and put it in his mouth. After chewing for a few times, he satisfactorily commented, "Well, it tastes really good." He was lightly leaning on his shoulder of the opposite S*X, and when he heard the words, he gently tore off a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. After chewing gracefully for a few times, his face also showed a touch of emotion. It's really delicious. This is a beautiful and charming female Naga in exquisite armor. Her upper body is similar to a human female. Her body is graceful and plump, with slender green scales all over her body, while the lower body is somewhat similar to a snake, not thick, but very slender, about 7 or 8 meters, and looks very slim. As for these insignificant things, Orlaja didn't care much. With a mixed aesthetic of humans and devil, he was able to accept the monster girl calmly. What's more, the other party still posted it by himself, and he is not at a loss. He just thinks that the other person looks in line with his own aesthetics, so he doesn't refuse to come. Since he personally killed Trina, he has taken a lot of attention to this kind of thing. There is no private car for the time being. It's not bad to take a bus. Anyway, he doesn't have to be responsible. After getting along for a few days, he didn't even ask the other party's name. It's just a trivial toy anyway. There is nothing to care about, so there is no need to know. Naga ate the delicacy in front of her. Thinking of the price of the delicacy, a tinge of flesh pain flashed across her face. If it weren't for this powerful flame devil, she who was only lower devil in strength would not be able to eat this kind of thing at all. Thinking of this, her actions became more and more pleasing, and she looked like a little bird. Although her size is strictly speaking, she is a little bigger than her Hoja. After all, devil, who is generous in his shots and looks handsome and has a good temper, like Olga's, is really rare. This is a great thigh. I didn't care about the other party's thoughts. Ever since he accepted the assets of good-hearted people, his recent life has been very good. He eats and drinks well and sleeps well, and everything goes smoothly. He was bored and thought, it's still a bit boring. It's time to go to Otherworld. Chapter 45. A few more days passed. Randomly dismissed the Naga who had been eating and drinking with him for a few days, trying to hold his thigh. Olga closed his eyes and immersed in the consciousness space connected by the Abyss contract. This time, he has more choices than the last time. He could clearly feel the sacrifices offered by the opposite side, which were richer and more chaotic. Many sacrifices, even he didn't figure out what it was. Maybe it was a precious mineral, a precious material for casting spells, but Orca was not very interested in those things. With the idea of holding the soul as the most affordable, at least it can be replaced by an evolution point guarantee, he randomly chose a summoning ritual in which the sacrifice is a large number of souls. Being in the space channel and feeling the passage of time, Orga thought boredly. It seems that the world this time is a bit remote. The last time I arrived at the place in more than 10 seconds, this trip hasn't arrived in half a minute. After a while, feeling that the target is not far away, Orca chooses the old routine and sends an avatar and the like to spy on intelligence to avoid being fished. Looking at the summoning ceremony in front of him, Hawthorne Shield was a little confused whether he had succeeded. But in front of many subordinates, still put on the expression of confidence. This summoning ceremony, he obtained from another ancient civilization, is the first time he has used it. Just when he was thinking about whether to do it again, the summoning ceremony on the ground glowed slightly with red light. Hawthorne immediately knew that he had succeeded, and the next step was to verify the content of the next step. Along with the intense blood-red fire, a distorted space door appeared in the center of the summoning ceremony. Along with the strong smell of blood, a tall figure wearing armor, other people's perspective, actual exoskeleton, walked out of it. The moment they saw each other, many of the weaker teachers immediately felt an instinctive shock. Let them subconsciously call up their power and put on a vigilant attitude. Ignoring the actions of those people, Orjiga looked straight at the guy closest to him. He can clearly feel that the guy in front of him is the own summoner, and the opponent's strength is not weak. Although he looked like a human, the other party had a strange taste, so Orjiga was not sure of the other party's species. Feeling the bondage from the summoning ceremony, he knew that he needed to conclude a contract with him in order to have the conditions to act in this world. Different from the defective half-bucket of water last time, the summoning ceremony this time is very formal, so he also needs to fulfill his due obligations. He can't be as unscrupulous as last time. So, lowering his head and staring at the opponent calmly, Olga asked, "What is the purpose of you calling me?" He raised his head and looked at Or's body full of power. Hawthorne replied with satisfaction, "I need you to guard my academy for 100 years. Hearing the other party's request, Orjiga was slightly taken aback. He really didn't expect that the other party's purpose was actually this. Looking at each other in a puzzled manner, Olga was sure again. "Let me guard your academy? Let a devil do this kind of thing, are you sure?" Seeing Orlega's puzzled expression, Hawthorne felt a little puzzled, did not understand what was wrong with his own idea, so he said again, "Yes. Is there any problem?" "It's probably the same problem. Putting a wild wolf into your home and letting it take care of the nursing home is the same problem. It is indeed a genius idea to let devil be a security guard. It's really a shame to do such a thing as a devil." Thinking of this, he looked at the sacrifices beside him and immediately felt that as long as the price was right, it was not impossible to negotiate. After a hard choice of 0.3 seconds, Olga asked Hawthorne, "I need to ask you 2 questions to make a decision." Although somewhat puzzled, Hawthorne replied, "You ask." In his opinion, Olga's strength is very strong, and the summoning ceremony has its own contract function that cannot be repented. It is really a perfect candidate. Facing a satisfied opponent, Olga asked On's first question, "Do you have any record of devil here?" Hawthorne replied, "No. I also learned of your existence through the summoning ceremony of this exchange." No wonder the genius proposal to let devil be a security guard. Nodding satisfied, he asked the second question, "You just said the college, right? In that case, what college are you?" "This is not an important question," Hawthorne replied decisively. "The Quiet Heart Academy, an academy that specializes in cultivating wizards." "Wizard? A variant of the mage?" Although a little puzzled, Olga smelled the strong magic remaining on the opponent's body and still had a general answer in his heart. The path of Transcendent in the multi-universe is unknown. For the Transcendent Vocational College, which is not well understood, Orjiga is more or less interested, because he has never received systematic teaching. Basically, he is himself holding inheritance memory research, belongs to Yi Luzi's background. In this case, I have a general understanding of the situation, and I have no other questions. He suggested, "But I have an idea. I hope that as the so-called guardian, I still have a way to acquire knowledge from you. I will give the rest of the knowledge or property to exchange with you for this." After thinking about it, Hawthorne agreed to Olga's request. Although knowledge is precious to wizards, if others can afford it, they won't mind making an extra. So the 2 parties successfully reached a consensus and signed the Abyss contract under the effect of the summoning ceremony. On the condition of receiving the sacrifices in front of him and collecting a certain amount of souls every year, Olga will guard the Quiet Heart Academy for 100 years. During this period, he was only a guardian. In addition to his duties as a guardian, He had no subordinate relationship with anyone in the academy. In addition, he must not unreasonably harm the members and property of the academy. The right of members to exchange knowledge. From this day on, there has been a guardian from the bottomless abyss in the Quiet Heart Academy, and a beautiful crimson flower sea has appeared in the depths of the academy's forbidden forest. In the days to come, after several members of the academy accidentally entered the place and were half dead, everyone knew that the owner there was not hospitable. If there is nothing to do, don't go there, although the other party can't hurt yourself for no reason. People, but reason is always more idealistic. If you think it is, then it is. 17 years later. Sitting on a withered tree branch in a human form, flipping through the books in hand, carefully reading the knowledge recorded on it. Olga sighed sincerely. It's really a strange plane. The inner world is actually divided into groups, which are somewhat connected but completely different. It's a bit like the universe of that world in my last life. Like the galaxy, they can only be combined together to become a plane. More than 10 years has been enough to give him a deep understanding of this world. In his eyes, this plane belongs to a high-level plane that is undecided, which is completely different from the previous plane without the power of transcendent. If the last plane is a small and fragile item, then this world is a very hard metal spiky ball, which makes it difficult for him to start. This plane is composed of various world communities, and the world community is composed of many worlds. It is normal for the worlds to conquer each other here, and the world in which Olga is called the Wizarding World. Once the leader of this world community, he even integrated the entire world community in the distant past and launched an expedition to another world community. Although it has gone through several storms now, it has decayed and is no longer the glory of the year. From all kinds of records, they all reveal the feeling of sunset in the west. But at any rate, the ancestors were too wide, and the lean camel was bigger than the horse. Olga could also guess with his asterisk, no matter how much they had left behind, or else the enemies of the past would not be able to let them worry about their lives. Is it true that everyone has opened a Shantang? In this plane that can invade each other's world, make a fortune by plundering other world. This group of wizards have offended many forces, and if they can always exist, they must have true abilities in their hands. Therefore, Olga is not planning to engage in trouble here. The deans of these wizarding academies, in his eyes, are the same. At most they are similar to him, but the ghost knows what they have secretly behind, and if Hawthorne gets dark, Hawthorne will take the rest of the messy old man. It's not good to mess with things. This kind of long-lasting world, it's not just empty talk. There are a lot of deep waters, and that's what I said. Olga had no intention of going to the bottom. Unless you have absolute confidence in your own strength and have the confidence to run it all the way, it is better to act according to the contract. Otherwise, even if the contract is signed, Olga will try to curve in Huishuan. After all, devil, who abides by the contract 100%, is a joke in itself. At this moment, in the clouds in the sky, a huge wooden whale appeared quickly approaching here. Olga swiftly waved, and the mist above the forbidden forest instantly revealed a hole, letting the opponent in. This is his job, assaulting the intruder and letting his people in, just like the doorman. He thought silently. Speaking of the job of security, isn't it more appropriate for a middle-aged person to do it? Why do I do this kind of thing at such a young age? Thinking of this, he found another question. As devil, he has the attributes of immortality. How old can he be considered middle-aged? Is there a middle-aged crisis in this life? Just as he was thinking about this meaningless question, the huge wooden whale slowly landed not far away from him. The whale's belly descended a staircase. Several teachers wearing uniform costumes and nearly 100 knight attendants carrying knight swords led thousands of children around 7 or 8 years old. The teacher in the lead, after seeing Olga sitting on the tree, looked dazed and took the initiative to say hello, "My lord, Gwen." When the freshmen saw the teacher who was very cold in front of them, when they were afraid to speak out when facing Olga, they secretly cast a curious look at him. Facing the other party's greetings, Orjiga didn't embarrass him, waved his hand casually, beckoning the other party to leave him alone. Seeing Olga's behavior, the teacher headed by him immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't stay anymore, and led everyone to leave. Chapter 46. Today is Char's 6th birthday. Although he could only spend it in the aircraft, and no one around to congratulate him, he was still very happy. Because compared to the previous life, the present day is considered a dream for him. He came from a poor family, and because of the large number of brothers and sisters, he often had problems even eating. One meal a day is the norm. It directly caused some of his stunted growth. At the same time he was skinny, his height was far below that of his normal growing peers, a bit like a thin monkey. But this time, the wizard talent was detected which directly improved his family situation. Although it is only a third-level talent, it is said that it is also a medium level, but for ordinary people, it is still a dream thing. As the absolute ruler of this world, wizards have the most noble status in this world. Any mortal country is just their nurturing base, and the so-called royal family is nothing more than a tool they use to manage mortals. In the propaganda and brainwashing of wizards, it is the greatest honor for all mortals to breed offspring with the potential of wizards for them. At this moment, although Char is only a reserve of wizard apprenticeship, however, the treatment brought by this status made his parents and brothers and sisters who live a tight life on the spot become masters. And the city lord of the city where their family is located directly gave them several properties and hundreds of gold coins. This is completely enough for them to live 2 lifetimes, and there will be no need to worry about life in the future. After carefully sorting out his clothes with his hands again, Char still felt uncomfortable wearing this luxurious clothes. With such a good fabric, he had only seen it in those nobles in the past. Don't even dare to look at it a few more times, let alone touch it with your hands. Since becoming an apprentice reserve, the city lord has ordered people to work overtime for their apprentices, each making several sets of costumes for daily wear. When Charles thought of the plump city lord, with a kind smile on his face, he handed the clothes to his hands, and he felt very touched in his heart. He thought like this: I must repay back in the future. At this time, although he felt very comfortable wearing the expensive clothes, he still felt a little awkward in his heart. Being able to wear such good clothes was something he had never imagined in the past, even in his dreams. He felt that he was just a toad with swan feathers. He thought that he was like a clown in the eyes of others, so he didn't dare to communicate with others. After boarding the boat, he honestly stayed in his room, afraid of seeing others' eyes. Ridicule. However, after seeing the exclamation outside the door, he had been staying for a few days, and he couldn't help but walked out of the room. Following in the footsteps of others, came to the top of the giant aircraft. Through the transparent eyes of the big whale, he saw a dense construction area on the ground not far away. They are in a dense forest surrounded by dense fog, and even if they are above the sky, they can only vaguely see a rough outline. But with a simple outline, Char knows that the size of this building area is far beyond his imagination. The city where I lived before was simply not worth mentioning in front of it, just like a child. At this moment, a voice that was immature, but with a calm tone, appeared in his ears. It's really huge, and the king's capital is small compared to it. Charles looked back and found a boy who looked about the same age as him, but who showed nobility in appearance and clothes, was standing next to him, watching him with a smile on his face. Facing Charles, he looked at Owner's gaze, and the other party stretched out his hand and said with a friendly look, "Hello, my name is Saya Glens, the 17th prince of the Dolta Kingdom. This is the first time I have seen you here." Facing the other party's outstretched hand, Char looked a little at a loss. He never thought that he could contact a prince, and never thought that the other party would take the initiative to shake hands with such a noble identity. After a lot of confusion, Char stretched out his hand hesitantly and shook hands with the other party. Very nice to meet you. My name is Char." Unlike the opponent who has a surname, Char, as a commoner, only has his own name, but no surname. Without mocking the other's cowering behavior, Saya Glens said with a smile on his face, "Is Charles? A good name, I will remember." Take a step forward, stand side by side with Char, looking at the scene below. Saya calmly expressed his opinion. "In fact, you don't have to be so nervous at all. You should show your own self-confidence. No matter what the previous situation is, as an excellent person with wizarding qualifications, you are not at all. You need to use your past life to restrain yourself. Now that you have a broader future, those things are meaningless. Trust me, Char, you can live a little more confidently." Hearing the soft words of the other party, Char's heart revealed an inexplicable feeling. Seeing his thin reflection in the opponent's blue eyes, Char could not tell what he thought. At this moment, he knew clearly that there was an essential gap between people, and Saya had a charm that convinced him. Maybe, I really need to change. This was the first time he thought of it in his life. Seeing the other person shocked by him, Saya Glens looked still, but was slightly happy in his heart. Talented and intelligent, he has been educated by elites since he was a child. He knows that forming a clique in an unfamiliar place is a very necessary thing. And even if a commoner like Char is born, he is terrified of his head. People who have little knowledge and no scheming are best suited to win over. Therefore, as a prince, Saya would condescend and take the initiative to contact him. Oh, no, the opponent is an apprentice wizard. His own behavior is not condescending. It is very suitable. Nodded in satisfaction, Saya Glens silently scored 100 points for himself. It can't be said that he is insidious and cunning. Compared to his elders, Saya, who was still a little immature at this time, didn't have much bad thoughts for the time being. The biggest problem is just the life environment of the two parties since they were young, which determines the two people's perspectives on things are different. Compared to the somewhat submissive Char, Saya prefers to directly control the situation by himself. A middle-aged man stood up, waved his hand to stop the noise of many students. Although Char didn't know the name of the other party, he knew that the other party was the leader of this recruiting team. I saw the man coldly instructing the freshmen present. The academy will arrive soon, and the aircraft is about to descend. Please prepare yourself. Yes. Standing in the crowd, looking at the third eye on the opponent's forehead, Char shrank his head and responded with the others. Soon after, in the room, recalling the appearance of the other party and other mentors, Char thought a little curiously. In various legends, these wizards more or less have something different from ordinary people. I don't know if he will do the same in the future. Well, seeing the mist above the academy opened a hole, Char, Saya, and other freshmen couldn't help but exclaimed in exclamation. They all saw such a scene for the first time. Even Saya couldn't help but sighed. It turns out that people can still manipulate the weather. After passing through the opening, the aircraft landed at a slow speed next to a sea of red flowers. Immediately before opening the cabin door ladder, the leading teacher said to the students behind him with a serious look, "If you don't want to die, don't touch those red flowers." Although the students behind him were a little puzzled, they all echoed their solemn expressions when they saw the other party. Walking down the low-rank ladder, looking at the endless sea of red flowers, accompanied by the breeze blowing and making waves like sounds, Char felt as if he was in a sea of flowers, and his expression was a bit shocked and whispered, "So beautiful." Vaguely, Char seemed to see the flowers slowly releasing red mist. When the mist was blown by the breeze, there was no sign of being blown away. Instead, it still surrounded the flowers, like a layer of red gauze wrapped around them, making them look even more beautiful. And I don't know if it was an illusion. Smelling the fragrance of the flowers, Char felt that he had an inexplicable sense of comfort, a little urge to stop and smell it for a while. What he didn't know was that not only he was like this, but other new students also had this idea, and their faces showed obsessive looks. Seeing this strange situation, the leading teacher wrinkled his head slightly, but there was nothing surprising, because this is the scene every year. Unlike those freshmen, his perception can clearly feel that there is a force manipulating these flowers, suppressing most of their power. If not, these ordinary people's new students can't resist the opponent's strength at all and immediately have to fall into madness. Just when he wanted to take the freshmen away directly, he suddenly saw a figure sitting on a branch in a tree not far away. Looking at the long scarlet hair, he immediately understood the identity of the other party and greeted him quickly. His teacher once told him cryptically that this guardian was completely different from the other guardians in the academy. He was summoned by the academy personally through a certain summoning ceremony from other distant worlds. Although the human form looks very peaceful and communicates very sensibly, it is said that it is an extremely dangerous species in essence. It is best not to touch it if it is not necessary, so he chose to follow his heart. When they left, Olga asked to the open space beside him, "Why do you wizards like to do blood experiments? They are more like monsters than my devil." Not being irritated by Olga's rash questions, Hawthorne's calm voice came from there and replied, "For me, race and blood are not meaningful. The only important thing is my own wizard status." Orlaja smiled and exclaimed, "So, is the identity of a wizard greater than anything else? It's a strange spellcasting profession. It's crazy, but it's really strong." Chapter 47. In Orkiga's view, if you talk about regular magicians, most of them follow the path of elemental studies of elemental energy. Then the wizards of this world take biology and curses. One of the two looks crooked and is not as human as the shape of Olga's people. One can imagine how abnormal the gang of wizards are. Multiple eyes and multiple hands are routine operations. Only 2 or 3 heads can be considered unconventional. It can be said that standing with this group of humans like demon ghosts, the red-eyed golden eyes and sharp nails of Olga's eyes are definitely not eye-catching, and they immediately become insignificant. I'm more like humans than humans. This is a new discovery. He sighed so more than once, although others do not buy it. Looking at Hawthorne, who was still not going to show his face hidden in the cracks of the space, Olga asked him, "How many of those little guys do you think can become official wizards?" Although I didn't understand why the other party asked such a question, Hawthorne replied, "The number of this group is about 1,200. According to the previous probability, about 30 or less can become an official wizard." Orca smiled and commented, I remember that there are only 1 in 17,000 people who have the qualifications of a wizard, and only about 1 in 40 of these people can the probability of becoming an official wizard is really 1 or 2 out of a million. Even the orthodox magician profession, which has always been known for its low rate of transfer, has a much higher probability than the wizard. It can be said that if the area of the wizarding world is not large enough, the entire world is a tiled continent with enough human beings. With this poor probability of a job change, these wizards cannot form a civilization at all. For his evaluation, Hawthorne said calmly, this kind of thing doesn't matter at all. In my eyes, a formal wizard is far more important than millions of mortals. They are the cornerstone of wizarding civilization. No matter how many mortals are, it is just useless soil. Indeed, a sufficiently good individual is often more useful than a large group of mediocre individuals. Olga nodded and did not refute anything. Instead, he said his own opinion, but I think that compared with the low-efficiency reproductive machines, it is better for those mortals to play more roles. For example, let them play develop on other technologies. Hawthorne directly denied. It's not necessary, it's too troublesome, and it's not stable. After speaking, I went to other places through the gap of space. Obviously, I didn't want to delve into this issue anymore. Feeling that the other party has left, Olga shook his head and sighed. It's a pity then. He was not feeling pity for the civilians, but pity that he didn't see a good show. If Hawthorne had just followed his advice, then he would be confident that the mortal kingdom of this world would evolve into a technological civilization. The emerging technological civilization and the ancient wizarding civilization are intersecting. Just thinking about Orgiga has a little expectation. At that time, can the wizards who are already going downhill rule the world as always? No matter what the result is, there will inevitably be some contradictions between the two. Although in this world, he still doesn't want to make any big moves, but the chaotic nature makes him expect the world to ignite. Jump off the branch, pick a flower from the ground at will, and place it in your hand. Olga could clearly feel that every death tribulation flower was unreservedly revealing malice to this world. After more than 10 years of evolution, his plague has added many effects on the previous basis, the most important of which is corrupt the world. As long as he thinks about it, the power of death plague calamity death tribulation flower will take the form of a plague to construct an area suitable for Olga's activities at this location. When the death tribulation flower is in full bloom, Olga can be in that area, ignoring the oppressive power of the world to a certain extent, and no longer has to suffer from otherworld's resistance at any time. This is especially important to Orga, who has a part of the world's resistance to oppression. It means that he can to some extent land in otherworld with a state close to his heyday strength, without having to endure the troubles of the period of weakness. And Devil, if you want to truly invade otherworld, you must have similar abilities. Otherwise, after the destruction to a certain degree, it will inevitably be kicked out by the world consciousness violence. It is precisely because of this that turning away home games has become a necessary skill that every devil needs to master. Although there are many related spells and rituals in Olga's inheritance memory, they are either too dynamic or too cumbersome to use, and there are various defects, so he only uses them as reference materials. To use, treat them as experiences and base them on them. Develop a new application method based on the talent ability of Death Plague Calamity Death Tribulation Flower, so as to get the intrusion method that really suits him. Among them, his other natural abilities also played a vital role, often when the problem falls into a bottleneck and is puzzled. For example, if he is gnawing on a chicken leg and beating a passerby to relax, the inspiration will appear in his mind inexplicably, allowing him to get through the difficulties smoothly. This fully shows that success comes from 99% hard work and 1% inspiration, and opening up can omit most of the process and get the result directly. So Olga chose to open it. To be a man must be self-knowledge, and to be a devil, he still knows how many caddies he has. Why should he add difficulty to himself if he can go smoothly? From his perspective, he still cannot know what the evolutionary system is, but at least as of now, he has not found any harm to him by the other party. It is more just as a pure auxiliary equipment, even a basic artificial intelligence. No belt. As for the idea of guard or resistance, he never had it. If the evolution system is really a poison bait given by someone else, he can't figure out what the other person can get, just like a fairy poisoning in the 9 cycles gold core that can live forever if he eats it, just to poison an ordinary rabbit. What's the point? Can't eat too much. Things that can be solved with one finger must be self-mutilated and bleeding. Is he worth the price? He himself didn't believe that he was worth more than the evolution system. Furthermore, if OP Expert is really calculating himself, Olga doesn't think he is capable of this, and he can make waves in front of that level of existence. From the perspective of that kind of existence, the so-called resistance is at most just a clown's clumsy performance. Is there still room for him to choose if he is pinched by the opponent? Therefore, with the effort to think about some conspiracy theories, it seems to Orca that it is better to take one step at a time. At the very least, the knowledge and vision that one has gained through power will not deceive oneself. Even if he falls to nothing one day, with his current knowledge and experience, he can also be transferred to a spellcasting profession or a fighting profession that day. This is his most basic confidence. Chapter 48. While following the leader in front, Char whispered to Saya beside him, "The flowers just now are so beautiful." Saya nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is the first time I have seen such beautiful flowers. They seem to have a breathtaking charm, which attracted my attention at a glance. I really want to pick two." Although he still remembered the leader's warning in his heart, this did not prevent him from fantasizing. This kind of dialogue is not rare among the many new students. As a kind of visual animal, human beings are naturally deeply attracted by the endless shocking sea of flowers. In this regard, the leading teacher who walked in the forefront just pouted his lips in disdain and didn't say much. "If you are not from the academy, you will die the moment you approach that place." He has lived in this academy for decades, although he doesn't know the details of the Guardian, and he hasn't even seen his real body. Apart from knowing that the other party is probably at the same level as the dean, nothing else is known. But I still understand the weirdness of that sea of flowers. It is very clear that such a place is completely dead to ordinary people, and it can be killed by smelling a little bit. As the top 5th level wizard, the head of the academy personally said that wizards below 3rd level shouldn't be there if there is nothing to do. If he sucked up the gas emitted by those flowers, even wizards who are far beyond ordinary people may suffer from some special diseases. If they are not good enough, they may suffer serious hidden dangers. Since then, in his heart, the Sea of Flowers has become one of the most deadly places in this college. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't even pass by there, and he was afraid that taking 2 more breaths would cause a lifelong illness. However, as far as he knows, it seems that, except for those who rush into the flower sea recklessly, most people, as long as they are members of the academy, even if they stray into it, the flowers will not leave too much influence on the other party. Despite this, his caution as a wizard made him not want to approach there. In his eyes, these freshmen who do not live or die are still a little too naive, and they will know that the world is not so kind after their teacher gives them some help. Squeeze is the attitude of every wizard to his apprentice. In the wizarding world, knowledge is the most expensive thing. In addition, due to the influence of various experiments, most wizards have more or less mental illnesses, and their brain circuits are a little different from ordinary people, and everyone is abnormal. In this case, it is not a simple matter to learn useful things from their hands. Even if the academy bears most of it, the remaining small part can make these apprentices feel the pain of being exploited. The long stream refers to the mentors, and the apprentices are the one being streamed. Boiled to death. He also passed his own apprenticeship back then. Walking on the road full of historical precipitation, Saya silently observes the surrounding scenes. In his eyes, this is where he will stay for a long time in the future. According to the information he collected, it would take at least 10 years or even hundreds of years for an apprentice to become an official wizard. During this period, most of them had to be spent in the academy. At this moment, after some observation, he was very satisfied. In his opinion, even the most powerful mortal kingdom's capital is far less luxurious than here, and the patterns carved on a random wall, according to his estimation, have a history of thousands of years, worthy of being the residence of wizards. And unlike the quiet and deserted he imagined, there are not many passers-by in this place. Although it is not overcrowded, there are also pedestrians everywhere. Some of them wore the costumes of college students and tutors, and some of them wore costumes representing servants, thinking that they should be able to recruit people to take care of their daily lives. Seeing the passers-by and constantly looking at herself and others, Saya, although very young, still chose to stand up and look extremely confident, and after hesitating, Char next to him also showed a similar sense of reliance. Calabash started painting. Although his figure and temperament hadn't kept up, he had a sense of funniness, but he also took the first step of owning, and wanted to become the same person as Saya. Longing, for him, not to mention the handsome, elegant temperament and the self-confident Saya, is what he ideally looks like. Although a little out of reach, he still wants to get closer to each other. I don't want to go with the situation as I did in the past. After arriving at the place, pointing to the magnificent building in front of him, the leader teacher stopped, turned his head, and said to them, "This is the place where the new students are arranged." Here not only you are choosing tutors, but the tutors are also choosing you. Those who are fancy will be picked out in advance, and those who are not fancy will be uniformly allocated according to their talents and aptitudes. So take out your best mental state. Unlike the people who make a unified distribution, you can be selected in advance, indicating that you are more eye-catching and will be more valued by your mentor. After giving these advices, Derek sighed silently, looking at the freshmen whose expressions were beginning to become tense. He didn't know why he wanted to give advice to them who had nothing to do with him. Perhaps he was still aggrieved by his difficult life back then. If he could be picked by a good mentor at that time, he felt that he could at least save 20 years. This kid looks good. I also think it's okay. It doesn't matter to him. I don't care anyway. As long as I teach in accordance with the regulations of the college, I care about what he can mix. That blue-haired kid, I want him. You want a fart, that kind of high-quality candidate. It's too wasteful to be experimented with by you. How can the wizard's affairs be said to be wasteful? How can you know if you don't try it? Let me Kong any cutie that meets my standards. You are seeing all kinds of weird creatures and weird objects floating above. The sound of hoarseness or Yin and Yang's weird voice is constantly coming out. Although Saya's face is still confident, but secretly, she can't help swallowing. The scene below. It was completely different from what he thought. The drum was involuntarily beaten in my heart. Are these people sure they are picking students? How do I feel like I'm picking free guinea pigs and pork? Seeing those nervous freshmen, Derek turned and walked out of here. His once-a-month mission was completed here. Next month, he will go to other countries to welcome the new students. Quiet Heart has more than 100 countries under its jurisdiction. The countries he visits every month are different, and he has to go to the level of each country once a year. Therefore, his job is either on a hurry or on the road, taking a break. The time is not easy. Chapter 49. In the end, it went through a lot of selection. In the eyes of Char's envy, Saya, who was talented better than him, and whose other conditions were far above him, was selected by a mentor. I think it will be more valued. Although Saya was the favorite of his mentor, when he looked at him with "I'm hungry," his face wasn't very pretty. He clearly saw the big bat drooling at himself. Saya, whose mentality has changed a little, waved to Char for the fact that face still had a strong smile on her face, looking happy. But in my heart he prayed secretly. I hope I'm really going to be a student, not a feed. Seeing that there is no mentor from the side, Char is so envious, smiling so happy. He must have been selected by a good mentor. Although the house is a wooden structure, the whole is built on a huge, unknown plant. The natural structure is like a house growing on a plant, without many artificial traces. Holding the token in his hand and looking at the huge wooden house in front of him, Char swallowed. He knows that if there is no accident, the person living inside will be the own mentor, so he will inevitably feel nervous. He doesn't know whether his own mentor will like him, and he has no confidence. After all, he is really inconspicuous, and he himself doesn't think he has anything worthy of others' attention. She mustered the courage and tapped the doorbell lightly. Before he waited long, a tree vine peeked out of the roof and twisted around Charles like a snake. It made him feel some scalp numb, and there was an illusion that he would be bitten. After the observation, a somewhat old hoarse voice came out. New apprentice? As soon as Char saw that this thing could still spread the word, he quickly replied, Yes, my name is Char. I just arrived at the academy today. Seeing Shuttung swinging up and down a few times after listening to own words, Char was not sure about thinking. This should mean nodding his head? Vaguely, he seemed to hear an unclear murmur from the trees and vines. Isn't that one a year? Today is the day of the month. Does time pass so fast? It seems that. The last time I was shocked by the explosion to my head, I really have sequelae. I said how old I feel that time flies quickly. I didn't expect that a year passed in a blink of an eye. Char's heart began to feel bad for a while. Why is this mentor not so normal? After muttering to himself for a while, the other party turned his gaze to Char. Why do you look thin and unhealthy? It must be the poor food at home. It reminds me of my own youthful years. It was me. It's the first time to go to a brothel. Listening to the words of his tutor's preface, which did not follow, Char immediately confirmed that he had just suspected that this tutor was indeed abnormal. He immediately doubted whether his apprenticeship could go through smoothly. Sure that the guy in the college can teach students? In a daze, Char seems to have seen the gray-haired himself still wearing an apprentice costume in his later years. Maybe I will be an apprentice for a lifetime. He is not alone in facing such troubles. At this moment, looking at the middle-aged male tutor who is wearing lipstick on the left half of her body, in front of her left half of her body wearing women's clothing, and the right half of her body wearing men's clothing, Saya is also worried about the future of Own. This home fire is not normal. Can I really be a teacher? In a certain laboratory, a 5 or 6-year-old boy, looking not far away, with only 3 or 2 withered hair on his head and a crazy complexion, was walking towards him with a syringe and couldn't help swallowing, trying to use the charm of language to solve the current dilemma. Tutor, I don't think you can be so anxious. It's not too late to do experiments or something. I saw a ghostly smile on the other's thin face and said with a hoarse smile, Jia, don't be afraid. Devoting yourself to the experiment is a process that every great wizard has to go through. I just help you advance. He sniffed slightly and sucked it back into his nose. The little boy smiled reluctantly and said, I don't need it. I don't think I am young in such a hurry. Humph. The old man made a casual move and directly put him in his hand and said decisively, You have no right to refuse. Then directly into the opponent's desperate eyes, the turbid gray-black liquid was injected into the opponent's body. It was only on the first day, faced with the brutal beating of reality, most apprentice wizards doubted the future of own. 3 years later, Olga was in the 20th year of this world. In the Quiet Heart Academy, Olga, wearing a red dress similar to a suit, sitting on a soft seat, with his legs up and down leisurely, said to the young male wizard who was about 30 years old in front of him, I like the activation spell you invented, so I want to buy knowledge about it from you. Seeing Olga's casual attitude, the young wizard frowned slightly. He felt that his reputation as a genius wizard was not respected. After thinking about his first-level strength, he decided not to pursue this for the time being. However, having said that, in his opinion, if you want to buy own witchcraft, he can't be so insincere, so he speaks arrogantly. That spell has just been researched, so I'm not going to sell it for the time being. If you really need it, please wait for a while, and wait for me to thoroughly study it. Regarding his shirk, Olga didn't care, and said calmly, It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you don't study it clearly. I just need its general idea. Looking at the Olga, who was swearing to give up without reaching his goal, the other party frowned after thinking about it. I'll just say it. Actually, I don't want to sell that spell now, so please go back. Facing his direct refusal, Orjiga looked at the other party's face right now. Seeing the unconcealed pride on his face, Orjiga couldn't help but chuckled. You don't seem to be able to figure it out. On positioning. Before the other party could understand On's words, Orjiga raised one hand and waved a slap lightly. Snapped. Accompanied by a clear and extremely clear slap in the face, the opponent's body was immediately pumped into the air by an unstoppable force, and it volleyed 10 times. When he fell to the ground, his feet were still standing where they were just now, and even the footprints were perfectly overlapped without deviation. Looking at the dizzy opponent, who could not help kneeling on the ground, Olga sat down on the chair and looked down at the opponent's eyes. He calmly said, I will give you another chance to organize the language and answer me again. The previous issue. After swallowing the blood foam in his mouth, the young wizard felt the crisis of life and death through the other's eyes. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and a charming smile hung on his swollen face. I didn't express my meaning clearly just now. I really don't plan to sell this witchcraft. After all, how dare I take your money? I'm going to send it directly to you, which represents my little care for you. Olga nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Chapter 50. If it hadn't been for signing a contract with this college and staying here for 20 years, the mentality would have become much calmer. The violent factor has plummeted. Putting it in the bottomless abyss, he would never raise the idea of a fair deal with the weak, and he would just draw his mind and start his hand. The transaction can only be carried out with the existence of the same person, and the weak are not yet qualified to negotiate terms. After all, creatures like Devil have always wanted something, so they took it by themselves. Now that he can suppress his own nature and calmly communicate with the weak, in Olga's opinion, he is enough to give the other person face. If the opponent still can't see the situation clearly, he will no longer stick to the form, and will choose the simplest way to teach the opponent the truth of the weak, or prey to the strong. I ignored the swollen face and respectfully sent him away. While walking around in the street, Olga began to focus on the witchcraft. To be honest, the content of this witchcraft is not very advanced in Olga's opinion, and it is barely of a level. It is not a perfect work at all. It is rough and mixed with many unnecessary things, but what he needs is not the so-called esoteric knowledge, but more basic ideas or creativity. For him, this is a guiding stone, able to point him in a direction. With his current level of knowledge, he only needs a seed to make the opponent grow into a towering tree. So this guide stone, although only general information, is enough to use. It didn't take long, after spending some effort. According to the other side's thinking, he completed his own problem and successfully got the result he wanted. With the idea of giving it a try, he casually cast his eyes on a tree not far away. Immediately, accompanied by a jitter, the tree, together with the birds and insects on it, burst open in an instant, turning into countless dead flowers that sprinkled in midair. 2 fingers gently clamped a flower floating towards Owen, sniffing the fragrance on it. He murmured with satisfaction, "It's really beautiful." The so-called activation spell is essentially to use power to infect the remaining dead objects, temporarily giving them a certain vitality. But it is also limited to this. Living is alive, but there is neither intelligence nor power to control, and even the activity can only be maintained for a period of time. If only this function is used, in fact, many abilities can achieve similar effects. For example, a high-rank wizard in this world, after reaching a certain level of strength, a special radiation will appear on the body surface. And this layer of radiation will always have an unpredictable impact on the surrounding matter. And sometimes even the closet will grow out of 2 legs and run away, causing them a lot of trouble. But what is their strength? A wizard who can be called a high rank in Olga's eyes at least starts at 4th level. What kind of green onion is that young wizard? A little ant is nothing but garbage that can be burned to death by spitting. The other one is passive and uncontrollable, and the other is active and relatively controllable, so Orjigo would be interested in it. In the past, he was only able to invade the opponent's body with his own while under the influence of the plague, and use the power of the creature's own power to transform the opponent into a dead flower. As for dead objects such as stones and trees, he has nothing to do. But with the idea of that spell as a reference, his current ability has gone further. As long as it is something with a substantial body, Olga can transform the other party into a flower of death. The only difference is how high the strength of that material is and how much power it takes him. This is very important to him, symbolizing that his erosion of the world has become easier, and even blood sacrifices are no longer a necessity. Looking at the flower in his hand casually for a while, he handed it to his side and said with a smile, "Give it to you." I don't know when there was a glamorous woman wearing a black robe. With the exception of her beautiful head being exposed, her whole body is enveloped in a black robe that slowly emits a gray mist, with a unique sense of mysteriousness. The other party glanced at the flowers that Orlaja had handed over, but did not reach out to pick them up. Instead, they pointed to the dead flowers that were all over the ground not far away, and said coldly, "No need. I think you have to clean up this pile of poisonous things. This place is almost close to the downtown area. It is not a forbidden forest where no one is infested. It will cause a lot of trouble to other people." In her opinion, these scattered flowers are like the most violent poison. Ordinary wizards have no ability to resist, and Orjaga's actions to get it everywhere are obviously extremely irresponsible and belong to the Ministry of Public Security for them. Increased the difficulty of the task. Under this circumstance, it was strange that she was able to give Olga a good face. Facing the disgusting eyes of the other party, Olga waved his hand helplessly, snapped his fingers casually, and the flowers instantly ignited blood-red flames, bursting out a burst of gorgeous colors, reflecting the surroundings as illusory and beautiful. Then it disappeared without a trace in an instant. Not even a trace of it was left behind, just like a fleeting dream. Looking at her who had been stunned in this scenery, Orchiga inserted the last dead flower in his hand into the other's coat pocket and said casually, "It's a beautiful view, isn't it? If destruction is unavoidable, I think it's better to make it look gorgeous. There is nothing negative about this flower. I hope you like it. After all, it's always appropriate to give beautiful flowers to beautiful women." So ignoring the other party's reaction, strolling leisurely humming inexplicable folk music tunes. In his mouth, the originally ordinary tune was hummed to a height that the composer had never thought of, with a weird sense of beauty, and a random change of tune or two seemed to sublimate it again. In recent years, due to a bit of leisure, he relied on the long-distance projection of the avatar, specially learning painting and music from the outside of the academy. With the bonus effect of his natural ability, he mixed with a big artist there in just a few months. The title of belongs to the level that can make an ordinary aristocrat bankrupt with a single painting, and it is not necessarily affordable. In addition, in his daily life, in addition to eating and drinking and sleeping well, he occasionally does things that eliminate the weak and the strong, punish the good and punish the evil. After all, as a devil, he can't forget his roots. But his mind will still inevitably get bored from time to time. Perhaps this is the boring life of the strong. There is nothing to worry about and no enemies of life and death come out and sway. Everything is so smooth. Didn't you say that if you open it, there will be enemies everywhere? Why don't I look like an enemy bird? For this reason, Olga is often suspicious of his protagonist's identity. Chapter 51. In a well-decorated room. Standing in front of the burning fireplace, using the light of the fire as an own background, Saya Glens waved his hand and said impassionedly to more than a dozen people around him, "Medium apprentices are just the first step. We have to work harder. A better tomorrow is still waiting for us." The crowd shouted excitedly, "Yes." Seeing that Saya nodded repeatedly in his heart, he was very satisfied with the team he had built, and he didn't waste his time and effort in vain. Over the past 3 years, he has not only successfully advanced to a middle-level apprenticeship, but also gathered a group of freshmen with good qualifications to form a group with him at the core. It makes him a very good minority among the freshmen, not to mention walking with the wind, but in the apprenticeship, he is more or less decent. For Saya, who was born as a prince, he must have a broken head and a fluid face. Considering that he and others are less than 10 years old, drinking too much alcohol may affect development. So he picked up the juice drink prepared by the maid in advance and said to his companions in front of him grandly, "The food, everyone must have a good time." Next is the enjoyable playing time. Although this group of people is relatively precocious due to education and other reasons, they still have little resistance to games and play. This is especially true when they usually need to work hard to learn the knowledge of wizards. Naturally, they will not easily let go of this rare opportunity to relax. Looking at the people who have been eating and drinking after a lot of fun, they are lying down and resting. Charles smiled and picked up a piece of cake and put it in his mouth, walked to the balcony, and said to Sion next to him, "Are there any plans next?" At this moment, after 3 years of cultivation and study, Char is no longer as thin as he used to be. Although his appearance is still young, his physical development is much better than that of his peers due to the practice of night exercises all the year round. Not to mention that the body is full of muscles, but it is also very well proportioned. Coupled with the steadfast temperament that has been gradually cultivated after some tempering, he can be described as a reborn person, completely without the shadow of the year, and is not the same as before. Faced with Char's question, Saya smiled and said, "I don't have any next steps now. After all, the so-called plans of our apprentices are all for the purpose of making ourselves a formal wizard. I don't have much thoughts on how to advance to the advanced wizard apprenticeship, so let's take a step and take a look at it for now." After listening, he was silent for a while and realized that he didn't have any special suggestions, and Char nodded and said, "That's fine." Looking at the serious-looking counterpart, Saya said with a light smile, "In the past 3 years, you have changed so much. I never thought you could grow to this point." Having said that, his heart is also a little complicated, and he really witnessed the changes in Char's body a little bit with his own eyes. The perseverance displayed by the other party really moved him, making Saya, who originally regarded him as a subordinate, involuntarily identify with him and regard him as his only true friend. Smiling and stroking own hair, Char's face showed a bashful look. Don't talk about Saya. Even he himself didn't expect that he would be able to do what he is now. Perhaps this is the power of role models. Although, he never told Saya that he saw him as an example. Because in a conversation with Saya, he heard a passage from the other's mouth. Subordinates and friends are two completely different relationships. People must never cling to other people's dreams without being affected by anything. In the case of human force, the reason for own survival must be determined by oneself. If someone prevents you from achieving your dream, you have to fight him with all your strength, even if that person is yourself. For me, the so-called friend, I think it's like that equivalent person. Perhaps for Saya, there is no such thing as a dream, and he only hopes that he can accomplish his goal for him. Maybe he can't be called a friend. The self who simply has this kind of emotion is like a puppet following the other side's figure. It is not equal at all. After some deep thought, he was disappointed to find that he really didn't deserve to be called a friend. Faced with this question, Char has thought about it more than once, whether he has something that can be called a dream. Didn't notice that the other party's heart was very complicated. She had already forgotten the words that were pretending to be forced, and she thought he was thinking about something. So he smiled and said to Char, "I know that your current night training method has fallen into bottleneck. Follow me. Let's go to the study. There is a gift there. I hope you will like it." So he enthusiastically brought the other person to the study. As a prince and a prince with the qualifications of a wizard, his father would give him a lot of money and material every once in a while, and it is precisely because of these things that he was in the academy. The level of life in Daxia has never been lower, and there is even spare capacity to help many difficult freshmen and win people's hearts. At this moment, he opened a secret door in his huge study room. From a small lattice hidden in the wall, a beautiful wooden box was taken out. Saya said to Char with a bragging look, This is a rare good thing. It should have been placed in the secret vault of the royal family. That is to say, my father knew that every wizard must practice the night training method. I can't worry about it. Only after entering the country would I be willing to postpone a copy for me." Hearing what he said, Char couldn't help putting away his own thoughts and looking curiously at the box. "I'm very curious about what can make a long-standing royal family treat it so carefully." Saya solemnly took out a book bound extremely beautifully from the box. This is a unique night exercise method that has only been circulated to the outside world in recent years. It has the ability to easily exercise all vulnerable joints and restore bad blood in the body. It belongs to the superb secret martial skill. Taking the book carefully, Char opened it with a serious face, and what caught his eye was a picture book. There is a weird-looking bear on it, making strange gestures. After careful observation, he found that the bear's muscle stripes and even the trajectory of movement were drawn clearly with lines under the author's superb painting skills, as if the bear was practicing in front of him. Vaguely, he saw that this was a set of superior physical skills that could be used by humans. So I couldn't help but began to practice. After a while, he gasped and stopped. Because his physique is not strong enough, he can't perform some movements. But even so, he can clearly feel that the vitality in his body has been stimulated again, and this is of great benefit to the body. He excitedly said to Saya, "This is a high-level secret technique that I have never encountered before. Its effect is truly amazing. No wonder your father is so cautious. We must keep it secrets." Regarding this, Saya just smiled and waved his hand, indicating that the other party was excited to calm down. "I naturally know the importance of this secret technique, but you don't need to worry too much, because this set of secret techniques is actually only 12 points of the full version. For one, we won't receive too much prying under the circumstance that our royal family of Glens is responsible for covering up." Char sighed. "This is only 1/12? How amazing the full version is. I don't know what the name of this secret technique is. I don't know how powerful the full version is. It is said that at the beginning, they were only circulated as ordinary picture albums. It was not until a knight saw the clues that they attracted the attention of all parties. From that day on, this set of picture albums was completely scattered amidst the looting of various forces and never collected. As for the name of the secret technique and the author's title on the end of the picture album, it is said that the author is a mysterious artist who is whereabouts." Hearing this, Char opened the last page of the album and saw at a glance. "Oh, Legia. Work, Unspeakable Shingy Quan Black and White Iron Eaters. It's an unheard name." Char couldn't help sighing. Chapter 52. Because of the peculiarities of this world's unique spell-casting profession, Witcher, in addition to learning wizard knowledge, each of their apprentice wizards also needs to practice knighthood. It is said that every official wizard can choke the strongest knight with one hand. Furthermore, many of the experiments done by wizards are extremely dangerous, and a weak body simply cannot withstand the toss. Under this circumstance, they naturally pay more attention to physical strength, so that the option of physical weakness does not exist in the wizard's weakness. At this moment, in the face of Saya's such precious night training method, Char's heart was also particularly moved. He knew that his path to becoming an official wizard was once again smoothed out. This is definitely a great kindness. In my heart, there is a feeling of death for the confidant. In the sea of flowers deep in the forbidden forest, Olga turned his attention from the avatar back to the main body. A guest is here. Because of his responsibility to guard this place, his body in the outside world is all the embodiment of projection. However, the senses of the two are shared, and he is still what he should eat and drink. Looking over, in his line of sight, in the sea of flowers not far away, a creature with 4 arms was lying on his stomach. The two-sided height is covered with metal scale armor, some resembling a lizard's head, and wearing something similar to glasses. Only at the first glance, Olga judged that the scaled armor not only has the ability to mimic invisibility, but also can greatly isolate enchantment scanning and magical induction. But all of that didn't make much sense to Orjiga when it came into contact with Death Tribulation Flower. Even if it is just sticking to its scent, there is nowhere to hide in front of Olga. What's more, his eyes are not naked eyes in the conventional sense. With the blessing of the talent, Eye of Insight-Shattering Void, as long as he wants, he can even stand on the ground and watch a few insects in the veins tens of thousands of meters deep, and the conventional illusion art and disguise are also good for him. Meaningless at all. Facing Orsaga's gaze, the creature seemed to understand that the disguise of Owen had failed. So he faded the camouflage from his body, stood up from the place where he was lying on his stomach. Eyes revealed looked at Olga with fierce light. If it is someone else, you may feel a little uncomfortable under this kind of gaze, but whoever Olga is, The novice village kindergarten will kill him all the way. So far the life that has died in his hands is at least 7 figures. This point kills. In his opinion, it doesn't even count as drizzle. After yawning, he calmly said, I am in a good mood today. If you want to leave, I can let you go. This is already a rare kind of kindness to him. In the past, he always chose to do it directly. After all, one can kill one. In the face of his sudden goodwill, the other party is not very giving face. A special life is discovered, the latent plan is cancelled, and a tentative attack is started. Accompanied by a secret message, it was delivered in a way that Olga hadn't even noticed. An invisible weird wave instantly erupted centered on the opponent, hitting Olga. And its own body shape also disappeared in place, turned into scattered particles in an unknown way and appeared behind Olga, and then completed the reorganization in an instant. The arm with sharp nails like a razor pierced out with full force without any hesitation. From beginning to end, there was not even a single sound. Start quickly and ruthlessly. Even the airflow can't exert an influence on the opponent, and its movements have not disturbed the air, as if there is nothing invisible, intangible, and empty. After the shot, in front of this strike, even if it was an alloy wall, the lizard folk had the confidence to penetrate it completely. And the result was not unexpected. The opponent was hit before he even reacted. But the injuries caused are far below its estimates. It's just that some blood oozes from the position of the chest. Found that there was a problem, the opponent immediately retreated a few steps decisively and moved away to prepare for the next counterattack. Olga's reaction was beyond its expectation, without any panic or anger of being attacked. He stretched out his finger from the wound on his chest and dipped a bit of blood that was flowing out. Olga licked his fingers and smiled unbearably on his face. I thought it was just a little mouse, but I didn't expect it to be a wolf that can bite people. You should have the ability to suppress your own energy fluctuations. Otherwise, I shouldn't hide it from my eyes. But it's really my carelessness. Otherwise, even if it's an unseen method of action, it shouldn't hurt me so simply. At the moment he was stabbed, he used the unloading technique to transfer the force exerted by the opponent to the surrounding objects, so he only took on a relatively small part of the force. In this case, he shouldn't have been injured again, but the opponent's nails seemed to be adulterated with something, not to mention the surprisingly sharpness and the ability to inhibit regeneration, so that inconspicuous wounds could not be healed quickly. The red in his eyes became more and more red, and he whispered to the other party, You make me a little excited. Accompanied by a strong smell of blood and sulfur, a scarlet hot wind gushes out of his body, and Olga's human form instantly fades, and is replaced by a body form that is more than 4 meters tall. With his changes, the surrounding sea of flowers also began to surge like a wave, and the rhizomes and petals of the flowers began to spread unrestricted up and down on both sides, wrapping the entire nearby area into a single space. Aren't you going to make a move? He flicked his tail, smiled, and said to the alert target not far away, Then I'll do it first. With a highly toxic and strongly corrosive red flame, it ignited with him as the center, and the temperature instantly ascending to tens of thousands of degrees, burning all the things in the vicinity, including the air, except for the dead flowers. At dozens of times the speed of sound, his sharp claws are like the sharpest scimitar, cutting toward each other with hot air waves and poisonous flames. And the surrounding space, under the dominion of Olga, was like the hardest amber, freezing the opponent there, making the opponent who had originally tried to avoid immediately stagnated. But after the hit, Olga frowned, because he clearly felt that the own attack passed directly through the opponent's body and did not cause much damage to the opponent. Seeing the lizard man, who was acting a bit hard but still had no injuries, he instantly made a judgment. It's not a space-type ability, otherwise he won't be frozen by the space, and this space has become my realm. I did not sense the spatial fluctuation. Useless attacks are meaningless, so he did not stop the opponent from trying to break free from his own space, but observed the opponent's body shape. There is no smell of the wizarding world. Instead, there is an unfamiliar world coordinate breath. It should be creatures from other worlds, and the scales on the body and the things similar to glasses have a sense of technological civilization. It seems that you cannot use pure transcendent. Strength is a measure of the opponent's ability. Chapter 53. As for the science and technology side, Olga doesn't know much about it. There is not much interest in understanding at this moment. Whether it is magic or technology, the process may be different, but the effects they achieve are not much different in substance. In the final analysis, there is still no way to get around the same goal by different routes. Avoid own attacks while standing and unable to move. Since the lizard man in front of him didn't use some space-based methods hidden in the gaps of space, phase shifts, etc., The methods he could use were narrowed down. As long as they are eliminated one by one, and knowing the method used by the other party to avoid own attack, Olga has a way to kill him directly. In fact, it is not impossible to deal with it now. The easiest way is to freeze the opponent in the form of a space blockade, but Olga did not want to solve the opponent so easily. He was injured by a sneak attack for the first time. Exhaust. Although the opponent has not spoken, as Devil, he can clearly feel the negative emotions from the opponent. It is a taste that can only be possessed by intelligent creatures, and it is by no means capable of being produced by objects such as puppets. The tail pierced out behind him, piercing through the opponent's body in an instant, but Olga still didn't feel the entity, as if he was just hitting a ball of air. Through vision and the perception of this space, he can clearly judge that the opponent's body is there, and he did not use visual distortion or other methods to avoid it. When something is hit, there must be a sense of touch, and without the sense of touch, it means that you must not be hit. This is a very simple truth. Is there any way to achieve such an effect, standing so that you can't hit it? After breaking free from the restraints, he ignored the opponent who started wandering around him. Olga fell into thinking slightly. As if he was also aware of Olga's feeling that he had nothing to do with him, the lizardman's movements gradually became bolder. The body disappeared without a trace, and then appeared behind Orjiga in a blink of an eye, with his hands sticking out again. Want to repeat the trick again? It's just that this time he even used the power to feed him, trying to impress Olga. Just when he was about to hit again, a slender tail pierced directly from an incredible angle, trying to pierce his two hands together. The lizardman's gaze changed, and he immediately wanted to withdraw his own offensive, and instead resorted to the previous method again to avoid this strike. But because this strike came too suddenly, and his brain could not give orders in the future, his hand armor changed according to the set automatic counterattack program. Bah! There was a harsh, shrill sound. It is as if the cutting machine is cutting hard objects. The moment they touched, a spark came out. Flicking the tail without any scratches on the surface, Olga's mouth showed a smile. From the touch he had just touched, he noticed a cutting force radiating from the fingertips of the opponent, like a chainsaw, but the frequency is far above it, so fast that it is almost imperceptible. In just one collision, he felt hundreds of thousands of shocks. This reminded him of a certain high-tech weapon, a high-frequency blade, that was often mentioned in science fiction works in the previous life. The effect of this weapon, he remembered, was to rely on rapid high-frequency vibration to destroy the material structure and turn the opponent into a vulnerable substance, thus relying on the sharpness of the weapon itself to easily cut obstacles. But this kind of attack, unless the frequency reaches a certain limit, otherwise it is impossible to split his exoskeleton. Because his exoskeleton is essentially a part of his body, it can be regarded as an organ of him. With the blessing of talent, he can rely on the power of will to perfectly integrate them, just like controlling muscles. There is no structure that is easily affected like ordinary substances. In addition to this, there is another problem. Since the collision between the two just now has sparks, it means that there must be wear and tear on one side. As for the own tail, Olga can clearly feel that there is no wear. Then it means that the opponent's high-frequency razor nails are worn out. Perhaps the degree of wear is minimal, but it still means that the opponent may be in a relatively indestructible state when it is not taken, but once it is taken, it will enter a destructible state. Trick him to shoot, and then kill him. This thought subconsciously appeared in Olga's thoughts. After thinking about it, he put this idea aside as a backup option. It's better to kill him directly. After another trial, the two sides are still innocent to each other. But unlike Orlaja, who is not in a hurry, Glenvar the lizard has begun to feel restless. He knows what it means for him to be dragged on for so long in the opponent's base camp. The outside world must have laid a net for him. He gritted his teeth and whispered in his mother tongue, "Damn savage species." He doesn't think the other party can understand own language. But what kind of creature is Olga? Devil that can communicate with any species without barriers. This sentence was naturally heard clearly by him. He disdainfully replied in devil language. It is the barbarians who play the sarcasm of technology and the power of transcendent. The sarcasm of the power of transcendent and the weak power of technology are really an ancient chain of contempt. Although some did not understand the meaning of Orca's words, Glenvar was still a little surprised when he was able to communicate with himself, and for a while he even wondered if he had forgotten to turn off the translator. Before he could say anything, Olga said with a smile, "I just smelled a little bit of fear. You should be afraid of being besieged by outsiders? I don't think you need to think about those issues anymore, because I don't. I will give them that chance, and I want to kill you myself. I am curious about what the lizard brain tastes like. After all, this is the first time I was attacked by someone, and I always feel unhappy without any interest." Perceiving that Orjiga had no intention to kill at all, Glenvar's heart shuddered and said, "You can try." In this regard, Olga just showed a mocking smile. After some temptation just now, he has discovered some clues about the other party. Under the senses of the power of the plague, the lizard men in front of them are not a whole at all, but are composed of countless tiny machines. This is nanomachinery? Or is it something else? Orjiga didn't care. At this moment, he understood why the opponent could ignore the own attack, because whenever the own attack came, those machines that could only be seen from a microscopic perspective would automatically separate and avoid his attack, and then completed the reorganization very quickly, giving him the illusion of not being able to contact the other party. Splitting and reorganization, mimicry, camouflage, high-speed action, high-speed repair, energy resistance. There are so many characteristics of these machines just by detecting them. But Olga still didn't have any worries, because everything has its own limit, and he didn't burn them just now. It doesn't mean that he really only has that ability. Following his thoughts, the barrier formed by Death Tribulation Flower began to shrink quickly, and the blood inflammation temperature he released began to multiply. 10,000 degrees, 20,000 degrees, 40,000 degrees. All the heat energy, under the manipulation of Olga, kept shrinking together. Then, a blood-red light spot was born. He smiled and said to the imprisoned Glenvard, "I hope you like." The flexibility and convenience of micromachines are meaningless in front of the power of space, because the power of space does not change due to the size of the object. It acts on the entire area at the same time. Finally, he gently pressed the blood-red light into the opponent's chest. Light and heat began to spread. Under the action of will, those heat energy are accurately distributed to those microscopic objects, without a trace of waste. In just an instant, the micromachine that could withstand the high temperature of hundreds of thousands of degrees was dissolved. Even the high-speed repairs carried out automatically. The speed of destruction is completely incomparable, and flames and light flow from all the pores of Glenvard. Without waiting for the other party to be completely scorched, Orjiga gently took off his head and said with a smile, "I said, I'm very curious about what the lizard's head smells like, and I hope I won't let me down." Looking at the human form Aruga who came out of the Death Tribulation Flower enchantment, holding a lizard head, Hawthorne frowned and asked, "What happened? Why is there such a strong energy aura?" "It's just an interesting intruder." He smiled indifferently. He showed the trophy in his hand and asked, "Did you bring the things I just sent you to bring?" Glancing at the lizard head in his hand, Hawthorne took out a bag of barbecue seasoning and a spoon with a complicated expression and handed it to Olga. After taking those two things, Olga's smile became even happier. "Thank you." Then randomly handed a crystal to Hawthorne. "This is the memory I extracted. I believe you will be interested." After speaking, he turned and left with a smile on his face, ready to find a place to eat. Only Hawthorne, who was still a little puzzled, stood there. Until now, he still didn't understand the whole story. He could only look at the memory crystal in his hand. Chapter 54. The next day, somewhere in the center of the wizarding world, called the Heart of the World, there is a huge building standing here. It was built in the period when the world first completed the Grand Unification, and it has been millions of years since it has been, and it also symbolizes the power of wizards in this world. Each brick represents the endless years of this world. Inscribed here are the soul imprints of countless wizards. Some of them are completely dimmed, and some are still shining brilliantly. The most central location of the building, dozens of light balls of different colors are suspended on an ancient altar in different heights. In the white ball of light at the top, a voice of vicissitudes of life came out. 17 infiltrators, killed 11 of them, and captured 6 of them. In the world named Giants, there are so many sneakers sent to us, just as they have been found out. And I don't know how many have not been found. The weakest of these sneakers also have the level of 4th-level wizards, and there is no shortage of 5th-level strong ones. And wearing special equipment can largely avoid search methods and a considerable degree of immunity from various attacks. Preliminary estimates are that their purpose is to detect information about our world. This is not only a precursor to an unruly plot, but also a provocation to us. We must retaliate against them. After he finished speaking, another ball of light asked, "Did we get the exact information about their civilization from the captives?" For wizards who made their fortunes by war against the outside world, they knew exactly what the steps of the invasion were. Now that someone else's hand has been stretched out, there is a high probability that there is no possibility of peaceful coexistence, and the necessary intelligence acquisition is naturally inevitable. The white ball of light replied, "Their souls are specially encrypted. Even if we use secret methods, We can only extract extremely incomplete information, and most of their body tissues have undergone some transformation, which may be extremely misleading. S*X, and can't provide detailed information about the opponent's race. In this regard, no one else was surprised. Can be sent by the other side to scout. These guys naturally undergo rigorous preparation. It is only a problem if useful information can be easily obtained. However, there is no useful information, and it is impossible, so another person asked, what information can be verified? It has been possible to determine the social civilization structure of the other party, which is mainly composed of machinery and a kind of transcendent force called psionic energy. Some are similar to the Khoron civilization encountered 177,785 years ago, but different from the Khoron civilization that specializes in machinery. They also have a very strong cultivation system. It is hard to say who has more difficult problems, but they are by no means difficult to deal with. In the corner, a ball of light that hadn't spoken before muttered after listening. The Khoron civilization. I remember that it was a kind of self-proclaimed silicon-based creature. They have an almost absolute advantage in number, and their weapons are exceptionally powerful. The last time we fought with them, our wizarding world was not lightly wounded. If you can compare the two of them together, it seems that this time the problem is not easy to solve. The top light ball said helplessly, through the technology they have shown in these sneakers, I really think that it will be a tricky opponent. For this reason, I have previously contacted Scarlet Void and prepared to purchase information about Jia and civilization from their intelligence dealers. I haven't gotten a reply yet, and I don't know if they have it. Another suggested, but now that the other party has shown maliciousness and is facing such a more threatening enemy, then raise the alert and prepare for a full-scale war. Seconded. Seeing the colleagues who had reached a consensus, the light sphere at the top did not say much and agreed with their ideas. Therefore, in less than 5 minutes of discussion time, the result of the pre-war mobilization of the whole world was released. From beginning to end, no one hesitated because of the unknown and powerfulness of the other party. No one has thought about gains and losses, because they know very well that no matter what the outcome is, facing a hungry beast, there is no possibility of peace talks without making 2 gestures with the other party. So no matter how they choose to fight first, it is always right. As for whether the opponent is strong or not, it is not within their consideration. The wizarding world can exist for so many years. What kind of dilemma has not been encountered? Who can tell if you don't make 2 strokes? So they began to give instructions one by one. The wizarding world, which has been silent for many years, has once again recovered from cultivation, and the machine of war has begun to turn, just like the countless battles hundreds of thousands of years ago, and even millions of years ago, and all of the above. In fact, it has something to do with Olgamore. Since yesterday, after eating the roasted lizard head, Orjiga has started his own leisure time again. As for the abridged version of the memory crystallization handed to Hawthorne, how much trouble it can bring out is not in his consideration. Regardless of whether it is the wizarding world or the Giants world, he will not lose. He always likes war or something. The souls of those lizard men who have been psychically solidified may not be easy to deal with for wizards. But as devil, Olga is definitely a top expert on the soul, proficient in various ways of eating. Little tricks like extracting memories are even more instinctive to him. After a little time, he successfully acquired all the memories of the lizard man named Glenvert since his birth. The civilization named Giants was even more thoroughly understood by him. It's not impossible to spend a little effort to run over and act as a local by teleporting magic. It is also due to in-depth understanding. In his opinion, once the extremely aggressive wizarding world and the equally aggressive Giants world meet, there is bound to be a battle between the two. This is something he is happy to see and can replace his boring life adds a lot of fun. So Olga, who could have pretended to know nothing, will specially give Hawthorne some intelligence to let them prepare in advance if they may be attacked. After all, how does a blitzkrieg work? To fight, the 2 armies must face each other to be strong enough. The best is the kind of meat-grind style fighting, which is in line with Devil's aesthetics. Just as he was thinking about what it could be like, he vaguely felt a vague wave of fluctuations emanating from the center of the world, as if searching for something. All things native creatures will be marked. In the face of this situation, Olga's expression unchangingly used the aura of the Abyss contract. It bears the soul mark of Hawthorne, a local VIP. At this moment, this soul imprint is like a good citizen's certificate, shouting the slogan that I am one's own person and shielding the foreigner Orjiga. Therefore, Olga was not affected by that wave of fluctuations and looked towards the sky calmly. There is a huge translucent curtain that is lowering, like a huge glass cover, about to cover the whole world. He smiled and thought. It seems that the upper level of the wizarding world is very decisive, and even this kind of stuff is used. This is what he is about to start directly. Chapter 55. Standing by the window of the wooden house, watching the huge curtain in the sky slowly lowering. Char involuntarily opened his mouth and just wanted to exclaim in exclamation. When he turned around, he found that his lousy old man tutor who had never been serious, his complexion became extremely serious when he didn't know, and he would never lose his voice. He asked in a puzzled manner, "What's wrong with you?" After several years of getting along, he has understood that his own mentor, Todd, is a very good person, although his brain circuit is a little wrong, so he really treats him as a mentor from his heart. Facing his question, Todd said angrily, "This is the wall of Vudomak, the wall that surrounds the world, the treasure of the wizarding world. It was founded in the initial stage of the world development period. Since ancient times, it has been as one of the most important defense methods in the world." Looking at Char, who was still confused when he heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking that the young people in this year's knowledge storage is not enough. It seems that they have to use the underworld-style education to make up for it. So he once again. The explanation said, in addition, it has a name, War Notice, which means that when it descends, it means that the entire world of Wizarding World has entered a state of war. Charlton exclaimed in shock, "State of war." Hearing this word, he instantly knew what he was going to face. Because there is usually only one reason for the Wizarding World to enter a state of war, that is, it is about to fight against other worlds. Moreover, this time the incident came so suddenly. There was no preparation or sign. The incident was extremely likely to be provoked by the opponent's world, and I was afraid that I might have to deal with the menacing enemy soon after waiting for someone. This is definitely not good news for a wizard apprentice like him who hasn't yet started. He may not even have the ability to survive for a second on the battlefield. In similar incidents in history, his kind of rookie basically died in droves. Not even a bubble came out. At most it was a number of deaths. Seeing the pale-faced Char, his teacher was also panicked, but he was standing up the chain of contempt, and he automatically curled his lips to express his disdain for him. Touching the yellowing white hairs on his head, Todd said, "Don't be so afraid. Unless the war enters a state of emergency, otherwise most of you apprentices will do some logistical work. You haven't been to the front battlefield. Use it, and the aftermath of the strong fight can solve you all." Having said that, he also understands that if a full-scale war is to be waged, no matter how safe it is, there is no shortage of periods in history when the wizarding world's population was dead. For the first time in more than 400 years of his life, he experienced such a big scene. He sighed slightly in his heart. I thought that although the breakthrough cannot be a second-level wizard, at least he can spend his late years in peace. It's a bit hanging. He didn't lose much for long. After changing his thoughts in a blink of an eye, his expression was immediately happy, and he thought to himself, at the end of life, I can participate in this kind of thing. I've enjoyed it early, but I didn't expect to see the real big scene before I die. For a while, I even felt that I had made a fortune with my blood and fell into self-satisfaction. The mentality changes extremely fast, which can be called a typical bipolar reversal. From the catastrophe to the blessing, just look at it from another angle. Charles, who was looking aside, was puzzled. He didn't understand why he was so happy, just like picking up money. Silent Heart Academy. The 5th-level wizard, Hawthorne Kaya, has made outstanding contributions for reporting extremely important news. The Supreme Council of the Wizarding World awards 1,500,000 contribution points. Standing on the lawn, he ignored the news on the portable communicator, watching the wall of Wutumag in the sky slowly descend. Although Hawthorne was a little surprised, because he had some preparations in his mind before, he quickly accepted the changes. It seems that the Parliament's view on this matter is worse than I thought. After obtaining the memory crystallization from Orgiga, although the contents are a little messy, among the scattered useful fragments, he still realized that this incident was not a simple intelligence spy, which meant that it was beyond the scope of own ability. So I was very decisive and directly handed things over to the Parliament along with own opinions. As for the rest, it is not something he can participate in. However, looking at the things in the sky at this moment, he already understood what the Parliament's attitude was. It is also extremely fortunate that own choice is not wrong, and the discovery that the Council can act so solemnly can restore countless losses for the wizarding world every morning, and may even affect the future of the entire world. After a while, another instruction was issued. After reading it with a serious look, he thought for a while. Directly through the enchantment of the Silent Heart, an assembly order was issued to all teachers and students. Standing on the high platform, he looked around seriously and hundreds of thousands of people were looking at own teachers and students. He also doesn't know how many of these people will survive this crisis, and he doesn't even know the survival rate of own. Although a 5th-level wizard can be regarded as a mainstay in a world war, if he is bluntly dead, he will die. At most, he will bubble up. As he opened his mouth, his voice appeared in the ears of everyone present. You should have a general understanding of the situation. Now the wizarding world has all entered a state of war, which is the same as in the past in other colleges. The competition is different. Anyone who knows history should understand that world war is an extinct danger, so I can't guarantee anything. I can only say that you work hard. This is not only your crisis, but also your opportunity. This is in the First World War in more than 100,000 years. Many of the treasured materials that were dreamed of in the past will be issued to you under the instructions of the Wizarding Council, and the acquisition of various knowledge will also be easier. Next, I will read the Council's instructions. On July 11th, 457-4454, we discovered a civilization named Giants, who sent intruders into the core area of the wizarding world through unknown methods, and all members were equipped with special camouflage equipment. The technique confirms that the opponent's destination is extremely malicious, and according to the current intelligence estimates, the opponent's world will be in direct contact with our world within 2 years. So from now on, the wizarding world will enter a state of war, and all actions will be taken. The norms will be transformed into serving the World War Wizarding Council. Witcher's Chronicles, July 12th, 457-4454. Chapter 56. Looking at Hawthorne on stage. Saya didn't know what his mood was. The disapproval is very complicated. I don't know if my luck is good or bad. How could I be hit by myself during the First World War in more than 100,000 years, and I'm not even an official wizard? This unexpected unfolding directly disrupted 90% of his thoughts. I don't know what I should do, he desperately discovered. I can't do anything but watch. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? It's not just him. These 3 questions have become the doubts of most people in the wizarding world. And those mortal countries that have just been notified don't even have a concept at all. What is a world war? What hadn't happened in hundreds of thousands of years caught them by surprise. This thing is too far away for them. The sense of substitution is just like the ancient myth. It was placed in front of them all at once, and they really couldn't understand it. Increase the population at all costs. Seeing this simple command, many kings scratched their hair, a little unclear. Until the next day, another order came down. Within 3 days, married men and women must get married if the opposite S*X is sufficient. If they refuse to marry, they will all be hanged on the spot. Only then did I realize the so-called strength at all costs. The folks are directly in chaos. Many single dogs immediately faced the choice of getting married or dying on the spot. It was a bit sudden. The 5th day, the Heart of Silence is thousands of meters underground, in a huge different dimensional space created by witchcraft and a large number of witch tools. Saya is commanding the servant to deliver food and nutrients to the animal pen. A large number of magical beasts that have just been unblocked are in an inevitable period of weakness because they have just recovered, and these materials are their supplies to restore their strength. When Saya was in charge of accepting this job, it was the 2nd day after the war announcement was issued. It was also at that time that he realized that there were so many different spaces under the academy where he had stayed for a few years. 36 floors of animal pen space. Each layer has nurtured hundreds of millions of magical beasts, and those magical beasts have been controlled by witchcraft since their ancestors. Intelligence and power are limited. There is nothing in your mind except killing, multiplying, and obeying orders. The intelligence that was originally close to that of humans is only about the same level as cats and dogs. And when it grows to a certain level, it will be sealed and preserved. This not only saves the space and feeding supplies of the animal pens, but also prevents them from dying in vain and uses them as a reserve source of troops. If even the reserve space is full, the extra magical beasts will be killed in a concentrated manner based on the principle of strength from weak to strong, and transported to other places in the academy as materials for use by the teachers and students inside. And this is also the source of the materials that Silent Heart consumes day and night. Saya is now in charge of a small area on the 11th floor of the animal pen. There are probably millions of newly revived magical beasts under his hand to manage. These magical beasts are the weakest level 2 peak and the strongest level 3 peak. As for the 4th level ones, they don't. Because of that level of strength, even the blood and soul witchcraft, there is a considerable probability that it will break through, so that's something outside the safety line. Seeing the carts of supplies being transported away, Saya couldn't tell what his mood was. A few days ago, he never dreamed that he, an apprentice wizard, could manage so many powerful magical beasts. Picking one of the weakest among them will kill him in one breath. And millions of them squeeze together, and the spontaneous power emanating from the body's surface could make him unstable, and he felt like he was about to faint. He wouldn't be able to do the job if it weren't for wearing an imposing robe. I don't know what's going on with Char. He seems to be taking care of the old wizards who have just been resurrected. I just hope they don't have a bad temper. The old man with white hair and strong muscles roared at the thin daddy like a thin bamboo pole beside him. Take a daddy punch. Boom. After not dodge or dodge, after a hard punch with his head, the small wizard did not even shake his body. His face mocked with a strange smile. Jia waste. Didn't you eat? Seeing that the other party dared to taunt him, the white-haired old man was furious. Whole thing. I don't blow Carter flow fighting skills. The dwarf fought back disdainfully. Just a scum. It's a spicy chicken in front of my Elsra's bodybuilding witchcraft. I fight. Silly. The two began to scold each other again. The onlookers next to him could only be anxious in his eyes, and the old man with two heads on the side hurriedly persuaded. Don't fight. Don't fight. Please don't fight again. You are all wizards. This can't be killed. Human. K him. The wizard uses a hammer to use witchcraft. Witchcraft is for weak chickens. It is only fun to hit with a fist. Hit. Hard. Beautiful. It's this left uppercut. Who ate my noodles? Does anyone want to go out for prostitution? What? Daddy's kingdom has been dead for tens of thousands of years. What? The kingdom that destroyed my kingdom has also been destroyed for tens of thousands of years. What? That place has changed countries 985 times. I'll hit you. Hiding in the corner, watching the scene of ghosts roaring and demons dancing not far away, Char's young heart was very at a loss. Do these big guys need someone to take care of them? Eating, drinking, prostitution, betting, fighting, everything, full of vitality. This group of guys were quite normal when they just woke up. They were all serious people. All of them looked serious and full of aura. But within 2 or 3 days, it became this kind of virtue, just like getting lost. Even if you want to indulge, you still spit indiscriminately and affect your hygiene. It completely loses the original image. According to the information he obtained, the two fighting guys in the center of the venue, the old man with full body muscles, slept for more than 40,000 years, and the short stature who looked a little stunted, slept for more than 90,000 years, and even participated in the fight. A world war. And the people present, excluding him who beat soy sauce and the servant who was responsible for serving tea and water, these wizards have at least 4th level strength. Although these guys didn't live for hundreds of years and entered the end of their lives, they were all exceptionally good at fighting, so they chose to be sealed and become the foundation of the wizarding world. Charles wondered, isn't it a long time for hundreds of years? Why do these guys just say that they are dead soon? Maybe this is the mentality of a strong man. Chapter 57. In other words, I will go to class later. I hope these big guys can be safer. Char thought with some worry. It is said that the tens of thousands of academies in the wizarding world will conduct a unified competition this time, and conduct intensive training for the best young generations to train the mainstays for future wars. I hope I will also have the opportunity. Forget it, it's unreliable. It's enough to get Sayao a spot. For himself, Char is still not very confident in his heart. In his eyes, he may be good, but compared with the tens of thousands of geniuses in the wizarding world, he is still a big difference. There is only such a real thing as Saya. Geniuses have the opportunity to compete with them. Just as he was thinking about how to help Saya get the spot, a somewhat hoarse voice sounded in his ear. What do you seem to be worried about? Let him instinctively startled, and turned his head hurriedly. What caught the eye was an old man who was about 2 meters tall and wearing a black robe, who couldn't see his figure. Only half of the old man's face is flesh and blood, and the other half of the face is made of brown machinery. Char can even see that the mechanical gears in it are rotating steadily. Seeing the calm gaze of the other party, Char felt as if he had no secrets in front of the other party. He couldn't help feeling nervous. After hesitating for a while, he blushed and said, "Nothing to worry about." The other side looked expressionlessly at the other people around her eyes and said calmly, "Is that so? Maybe it is true, but as an elder, I think I should remind you that many things are useless just thinking about it, because people's vision and effort are limited, and the so-called plan is also limited by it. It must also have its own limitations. Therefore, there can be no perfect plan. The best way to deal with things is always to be Ascension himself as long as possible. You have enough skills, so no matter how big things are, you can solve them." Charles gritted his teeth and explained, "But, are you suspicious of own skills? Before he could finish speaking, the old man saw what he said and interrupted mercilessly. You can never doubt whether you can do it or not, because when you doubt own, it means that you really can't do it, so don't care. Whatever the result is, just go ahead. Until the final result is obtained, you must not be confused and hesitate. After speaking, he turned and left without changing his expression, ignoring Char's ever-changing expression anymore. In order to deal with the ensuing war, the college gave up stocking training, and now students are trained intensively by the best tutors. Among them, the instructors who were not strong enough were also drawn to train by the more powerful instructors, and they were rebuilt. Among these people is Char's less serious mentor, Todd. He never dreamed that he would still be able to live an apprentice life when he was more than 400 years old, and he would be tortured with a duck-filling education. Sitting in the position, listening to the explanation of the instructor on the stage with a dazed expression, Char also couldn't tell what he was thinking. He felt like a stray dog that was stepped on to hurt his feet. He couldn't refute the old man's words at all. He is not confident about own, confused about the future, and frustrated. Do I really want to spend my life like this? At this moment, holding something in one hand, he reached out quietly to Char's side and poked his waist twice. He turned to look and found that the owner of that hand was Saya, who was looking at himself happily. Hey, Char, this thing tastes really good. I think you will like it. He took it and handed it to Own, and took a bite. Feel the taste in your mouth. Looking at his smiling face, Char was in a daze, and then asked, Saya, do you have any goals in your life? Target. Hearing this question, Saya scratched his head, thought about it, and said, if I really want to say, I want to stand on a high place and take a look. The education I received from my father and mother since childhood is to climb to the highest point I can climb, so that life will not be regrettable. So, if I really want to say what life goal is, I want to stand at the highest point. Even if it is only a second, I think this life is very worthwhile. So, after listening, Char nodded and said seriously, I will help you, Saya. Since I don't have any goals in life and no direction to move forward, then help Saya to accomplish his goals. If Saya can accomplish his goal in life, then Char feels that he can also feel joy and glory. Smiling and shrugging, Saya replied nonchalantly, thank you then. Even in his opinion, the so-called life goal is a little far away. After all, the so-called dream is usually only in dreams, so he didn't take the words of Char in his heart very much, and thought that the other party was just casual. That's it. I didn't expect that my only friend was really ready to take action for this. After eating, he looked at Char's extra serious look when he was attending the class. Although Saya was a little confused, he did not take it in his heart. After all, he knew Char's hard work and diligence, but he was a little confused. After a certain change, he became more solemn inexplicably, as if he had devoted himself to some kind of sacred business. It was a little unclear to see Saya. After thinking for a while in doubt, Saya decided to give up thinking about that question. After all, listening to the class is more serious, and it is not a bad thing to think about it. So I also gathered the originally distracted attention, put all my eyes on the podium, and started serious study. 3 months later, standing off the stage, watching the first place on the stage, Char, who won the Witcher World Uniform Competition. Saya, who only took the test of more than 30 people, was full of question marks, and he couldn't help but doubt his life. I was very puzzled and thought, what happened? Wasn't it worse than me not long ago? Why am I being thrown so far? Although he was a little puzzled, he didn't feel any jealousy. Instead, he was secretly happy that the other party's efforts had paid off, because he treats each other as friends from the bottom of his heart, and friends shouldn't care about those things. In your life, you always have to have a few friends who really get along with each other. Those are people who can be considerate and understand each other. Their relationship may be closer than their relatives than their lovers. When you meet, you can experience the feeling of confidant. He has never forgotten the teachings of his mother. For him, Char, who grows up with him and can understand and support each other, is the kind of confidant who is not mixed with any negative emotions. Maybe I'm too lazy and forget that strength is the most important thing for a wizard. It is indeed irrational to put energy on things like development groups. He secretly made up his mind to make up for the slack in the past, make up for the things that have fallen, and catch up with Char, who is striding out. Chapter 58. 3 months later, after the second round of competition again, in Char's encouragement, Saya, who worked hard, also successfully defeated all his opponents and obtained the qualifications for the competition. He and Char, the golden partner, got together again. Among the best resources of the Quiet Heart Academy, the two motivated and supported each other, and their strength began to advance by leaps and bounds. I opened my own eyes and felt the energy that had undergone a qualitative change in the body. Saya understands that he has finally become a real wizard. No need to bear the name of an apprentice anymore. Normally, the level that should be reached only a few years later, due to this opportunity, has been advanced to the present under the full training of the academy. Standing on the cusp of the storm, pigs can also fly. Although this sentence does not exist in the wizarding world, there are still many proverbs with similar meanings. So Saya knows very well how rare the opportunities he has created for the lucky ones in his own time. As long as they can perform well in a world war, many things that have no way out will be automatically passed to them, and there is no need to consider some other factors. Maybe this is the fairest time in more than 100,000 years. The world war is a huge stage. As long as I can show my own glory on it, I might. Soon after, a message came from the communicator he was carrying. After reading it, the corners of Saya's mouth showed a smile except for the message that Char sent him. The other party has also been promoted to the official wizard and is inquiring about his situation. Different from the electronic device communicator of scientific and technological civilization, the communicator of the wizarding world consists of a large number of runes, with the characteristics of detecting soul fluctuations, and does not require things such as servers. But there are limitations. That is, if it is outside the wizarding world. If the strength is not strong enough, this thing can only be used as a short-range walkie-talkie. The specific length depends on the individual strength. Anyway, the ordinary wizard apprentice is only a few tens of meters away, so it is better to use the method of shouting. After returning the news from the other party, Saya sank and began to get acquainted with his current physical condition. After being promoted to an official wizard, a special energy radiation layer will appear on the surface of the wizard, which is their natural defensive force field, and it is also a very dangerous force that can easily injure innocent passersby. Therefore, the Wizarding Council clearly stipulates that the official wizards are not allowed to go out at will before they fully control their radiation field. Therefore, for the current Saya, before he controls his new power, he can't go anywhere. Borrowing the power of the Avatar to sit in the auditorium outside the arena, Olga looked at the fighting style of the two on the field. Although he did not understand why the two spellcasters were fighting each other with their fists, they suddenly felt that their actions were familiar. I took a closer look and found that the fighting technology they used was a bit like the moves in the long-length comics they drew. Indescribable Punch. It was a manga that he drew a lot when he was a master artist a few years ago, but his interest came and went quickly. After all, his main hobby is to draw body sketches for beauties, and the low-end products of comics do not meet his main sexual interests. Before even editing the dialogue, he lost interest. Throw them into the trash. I think it was found by someone digging through the trash can. After all, a master artist drafts also cares for a little bit of money. After reminiscing for a while, he remembered. He made up the above moves casually, but he is also a master of the fighting system, so those doodles have some technology content. As for whether there are any practical problems in practice, he doesn't know much about it. After all, he stays on his own. A devil painter who is drifting alone in a foreign land. How can he understand such a profound problem? Someday after 2 years. As previously predicted, the barriers of the two worlds are about to come into contact in the endless orbit of the world. The first thing that appeared was a small passage connecting the two, where there was an independent space in the center, which was spawned by the two worlds. That was the battlefield decided by the wizard civilization and the Jia-En civilization, because they didn't want the war to burn to the mainland. So even if they won the victory, the price would be too high for no one of them to bear. So this result was acquiesced by them. Although small-scale disturbances are still inevitable, at least large-scale admission has been rejected. Only in that small space, defeating the opponent's main force, will they consider a large-scale invasion of the other's home world. Although they are also very clear that the other party must have a backup in their own home world, maybe it will be a loss for both sides by that time. With the sensory transmission equipment made by Witchcraft, Char is adjusting the war which equipment he is responsible for. It was a witchcraft tower with a height of more than 50 meters. It was equivalent to a giant energy release device, capable of using power from the energy furnace below to release various attack and defense techniques. And that energy furnace is located hundreds of meters underground, in the tightest protection, belonging to hundreds of millions of runes, where it gathers into a nearly perfect barrier. By the way, the energy furnace and witchcraft tower above are all on a suspended sphere with a diameter of 40 kilometers. That is the weapon of war in the wizarding world, Althorp Star. Mobile destroyer. This kind of war weapon is not only extremely costly in materials, but also extremely demanding in its production skills. On average, one can be produced every 3,000 years. Charles didn't know much about it either. He only knew that the witchcraft tower he was in charge of. Although it could level a hill with a single blow, this weapon had tens of thousands of constellations distributed on this spherical star, and if the Star of Elshorp. Moving Destroyer. The driver can merge these attacks together through countless witchcraft rituals as long as he thinks about it, forming a terrifying attack. And these two functions, based on what Charles gains when he brags with his superiors at a certain time, are actually just the most basic abilities, and more things are hidden in the remaining separate departments as the secret weapon of this star exist. Being immersed in the inner spiritual network of the witchcraft tower, Char has a sense of satisfaction as if he is an incarnation of a god, feeling countless powers as if surging in his body. Although he knew it was just an illusion, he couldn't help thinking, with such a powerful weapon, we can definitely win. He raised his head and glanced at the timetable on his head. There was still more than a day countdown on it, and that was the expected time for frontal contact with the enemy. Chapter 59. In the Quiet Heart Academy. The central location of the flower sea of death tribulation. Let me go to the battlefield. That won't work. The reward is the soul of 3,000 magical beasts every day. That won't work either. You can't insult my magic. Seeing Olga, who was righteously rejecting his proposal, Hawthorne asked in a puzzled manner, "Why? I think you shouldn't reject it very much." He can clearly feel the bloody smell of Orgiga. This is definitely a guy who has set off countless blood and blood. As long as the price is right for a guy like him, no matter what battlefield is, there should be no battlefield. But Olga refused to think about it, making him a little unpredictable. It is impossible to work part-time. It is impossible to work part-time in this life. Orhaja waved his hand with a serious face. My race is by nature cautious, not to mention the weak and lonely wild devil like me, let alone that kind of battlefield, like careers like gatekeepers and security, fit my racial characteristics. After all, I am so stable. After listening, Hawthorne immediately felt that the other party was playing tricks on himself, but the serious look at the other party suffered from no evidence. After all, he didn't know much about the devil race. A few minutes later, looking at Hawthorne who was leaving, Olga buttoned his ears and whistled nonchalantly. Although he doesn't mind getting involved in wars, and even fighting is considered entertainment to him, the first batch of guys who enter the battle in a high-intensity war will basically not have a good result, so he eats too much. We'll go to the battlefield to do temporary work at this time. Furthermore, if you can pick it up for nothing, why should you go desperately? At the same time, glanced at the time. Feeling that he was still a bit rich, Char wanted to find something to eat, so he walked out of the wizard tower and prepared to bring some food in. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw a strange sight. A man with red hair was riding on some strange two-wheeled tool, dangling around leisurely. His expression was leisurely, and he was humming a song. Feel very puzzled. Isn't everyone preparing for battle? What are you doing? After thinking about it, although he was very confused in his mind, he thought that holding others would not hinder anyone. Char also didn't walk over to ask, stopped and watched for a while, and then turned away. As for his onlookers, Orgiga didn't care. He was still there, riding a bicycle in his own way. For others, it may be difficult to get in, but he has Hawthorne's soul mark, coupled with his innate soul talent. Entering this kind of place is as easy as going home. As for Hawthorne, it doesn't matter if he has an idea. Anyway, when signing the contract, he didn't say that he can't use one thing for multiple purposes, so his behavior can't be said to be illegal. After getting in, he was a little bored, so he used alchemy to squeeze a bicycle in the mud to play and get familiar with the nearby terrain. As he said to Hawthorne, it is impossible to work part-time. If you can go to the battlefield to pick it up, why do you have to work hard? Anyway, as long as the incarnation is enough magic power, you need as much as you want. It is fast and convenient to carry out super long-distance projection and incarnation picking up soul. Time seems to have come. Watching the countdown that has returned to 0 overhead, Char was a little wondering why he hadn't encountered an enemy yet, even though he couldn't find any trace of the enemy even through the witchcraft tower. Without waiting for him to wonder, a space wormhole suddenly opened next to the Star of Elshorp. Moving destroyer, and a pale white ray tens of meters thick shot out from it, bringing the entire film with unparalleled power. The space is reflected in pale white, and the target is directed at the core of Star of Elshorp. Moving destroyer. In the face of this kind of attack, Althorp's star didn't even stop, still moving forward steadily. Along with the black light of the outer enchantment flashed past, it directly exiled that attack to an unknown place. Except for consuming a little energy, there is not even the slightest damage. Seeing this situation, Olga was still riding his own bike leisurely, without any panic. Even if he knew that his own body was more than enough in the blink of an emission line, he didn't feel much about it. He knows very well that he can inherit millions of years of wizarding civilization in this high magic world. Their war machine will inevitably endure various tests, unless the opponent has overwhelming strength. Otherwise, it is impossible to be shot down so easily. In addition, it is just an incarnation, and it is not a loss to watch the huge fireworks. He has already obtained the coordinates of this small space and can project the incarnation again at any time. Facing the other party's first provocation, the host of Althorp's Star didn't care either. He knew it was just a trivial trick, but in the attitude that he and others can't suffer, he swiped it casually. The power of thousands of witchcraft towers began to be activated, and a huge combined witchcraft style began to form. The counterattack began. Feeling the invoked power, Char swallowed. He could clearly feel that the power could easily solve himself even if it was only 1 part per million. It was as simple and casual as crushing a bug. It was at this time that he understood that the countdown did not refer to the time when the two sides headed head-on, but the time when the two sides entered the opponent's attack range. The two bodies did not know how far apart they were. At this distance, even with the help of the witchcraft tower, he felt that he was like a blind man, and he hadn't even figured out the time when the attack just appeared. Forget it. I'm still a handyman. I just need to do maintenance and other things. The fact that he didn't use much shit in this war was felt by Char once again. But Char is not discouraged, because he knows that he is still young and there are many opportunities to climb up. His current position is just the starting point of his life. If he doesn't die in this war, in the disgusting mutual disgust of you and me, the two finally began to come into contact with each other with the constant close distance. At this moment, Char also really saw the opponent's troops through the witchcraft tower. They were giant suspended mechanical troops that exuded a metallic luster like a ship, each several kilometers long, like a long shuttle boat. In terms of size, although the size of the opponent is not as large as the Star of Elshorp, the number of the opponent far exceeds the more than 10 stars of Elsorp on its own side, which consists of hundreds. The ships formed a huge fleet, and there was a translucent blue shield on the outside to guard them layer by layer, which was extremely powerful at first glance. Chapter 60. Dizziness. This is how Char feels now. The two sides have been in direct contact for several days. Although they have not launched a full-scale attack, the tentative attack has never stopped. There are countless attacks across the sky every minute and every second, like comets of different colors, pulling the slender tail line and hitting each other. Faced with this kind of high-intensity operation, as one of the hosts of the Witchcraft Tower, he naturally had to work overtime and focus on maintaining the normal operation of the Witchcraft Tower. The war machine in the sky still hangs high, occupying the home field of the sky like a giant. Both sides have not lost their most important weapons, but are harassing each other 24 hours a day, involving each other's main force. And on the ground, in that piece of land not long before it was born, hundreds of millions of magical beasts are fighting with the same countless psychic mechanical forces. The roaring magical beasts and the mechanical products without emotional fluctuations, like a sharp contrast, divide the battlefield. Magic fluctuations and energy turbulence one after another, various attacks and ammunition are shot out wantonly, and huge amounts of blood and mechanical fragments are constantly swaying. In a few days, countless wrecks even covered a whole layer of the surface of the land that was not too big, and countless blood water and machine oil could be splashed out by stepping on one step at random. Walking around in the fringe area of the battlefield with the camouflage ability provided by his talents, Olga did not engage with any life, nor did any life try to engage with him. He was like an invisible ghost on the battlefield, shuttled freely and casually. Pick those souls that no one pays attention to. As for those powerful souls, Olga did not touch them, because those things might be watched by others, and they might be discovered by certain existences. Moreover, those things are more or less powerful to resist. It is easy to break the disguise of own if it takes effort to suppress it. What he picks up are all the leftovers that are not cared about, and he doesn't take all of them, swaying for a while to take one, and swaying for a while to take another, unknowingly, steadily rubbing the fleece on the battlefield. As a simple and traditional devil, Olga is both low-key and simple. He doesn't have a high profile and only does the kind of business with absolute certainty. After all, they really have to be kicked out of the field. When they are prepared, it will be difficult to get in again, so it is better to be safe and make their own money quietly and never have more BB. Riding on a special custom-made bicycle made by her own hand, looking at the fighting around with cold eyes. Olga even almost couldn't help humming the tune of A Good Day. Oh, boring. Randomly grabbing a soul, avoiding falling to own the broken body, Olga sat on the bicycle and sighed uncontrollably. I always feel that I am the protagonist, but this is the day when no one is targeting it. Ordinary, without the magnificence that the protagonist should have. Devil has no sense of anticipation at all. Since his birth, basically no one has taken the initiative to trouble him. Most of them were beaten to death by him while passing by. He belched before he even had time to let his fart, which made him remember his opponent a little bit more. There is no one. Most of them are beaten to death and pulled down. Without a hurry, once again controlling the bicycle to avoid the blood that was about to spill his face, Olga thought calmly in his heart. Perhaps this is plain and plain. Different from Olga's unrestrained and casual style, Char's head was dizzy, and he was in Saya under the Quiet Heart Academy. At the moment, I just feel that my hands and feet are completely overwhelmed. He who is in charge of the transportation of magical beasts, although only responsible for a small part, is completely busy at the moment. Thanks to the powerful vitality, those magical beasts are not as delicate as ordinary beasts. Normally, as long as the injuries are not too serious, they can heal naturally, and this Star of Elshorp also comes with a large number of magical beasts to heal. Equipment, greatly reducing their death rate. But even so, millions of magical beasts are still killed every day in the battlefield. And this has only been a few days after the war, and now foreplay is not even considered. It can only be regarded as a little warm-up for the war. Therefore, the logistics work of the wizarding world is still in full swing, and the usual tasks have all doubled. Magical beasts are being revived and adjusted day and night, and they are ready to be sent to the front as consumables at any time. The current situation can be expected to last for a long time. According to previous records in history, it is normal for a world war to be fought for hundreds of years. This is the time that can survive dozens of generations of ordinary people. This is also one of the main reasons why wizards look down on ordinary people. After a war that is not too long for them, ordinary people have reproduced for more than 10 generations. It is not known how many cycles have been replaced by birth, aging, sickness, and death. The generation gap between the two is not only about strength, levels, as well as horizons and ways of thinking. The heart of the world, the Wizarding Council. Dozens of light balls, as always, appeared here. But unlike last time, there is a huge light screen standing in the center. Above is playing the scene of the center of the battlefield from all angles. A light ball exuding black mist said in a gentle and low voice, "The opponent's war machine is extremely similar to the so-called universe spacecraft of the previous Koron civilization. The main attack methods are all kinds of physical ammunition and ray-type attacks. Although the single attack power and defensive power shown at present are far inferior to Althorp Star, but the number is also more. From the traces of manufacture, it should be the same as that of the silicon-based biological weapons. Thorp Star is relatively simple. Just like we make magical beasts, it belongs to a set of mature and convenient system. It is foreseeable that if the other party's technology has been born for a certain period of time and has done a good job of reserve, then the number of ships they have must be far beyond our imagination. Just like the original Koron civilization, the battleship group consisting of hundreds of thousands of warships can even cover the sky and the sun, relying on absolute quantitative advantages to try to flatten the entire wizarding world at one time. This time opponent Giant civilization is also very likely to use that method, which is not good news for us. The speaker is the commander of the wizarding world in this world war. He was on the battlefield at the moment, sitting in a certain Star of Elshorp, and was in control of the battlefield situation, so his understanding of the battlefield was far better than that of other congressmen. Hearing what he said, other people also understood that he would not rant about this kind of thing, and he must have a certain degree of certainty to say this kind of thing. Moreover, the war against Koron civilization back then was also caused by him. In the host, his knowledge of the two must be unique. So they began to deliberately discuss how to deal with this situation. The length of their lives is almost half of the history of the wizarding world. They are very clear that although they were able to solve the Koron civilization back then, they might not be able to solve the Jia-in civilization this time. This world is cruel. Every civilization that can grow up must have its own uniqueness and assassin. This is especially true for those who can hunt other civilizations as their nourishment. The cards on the bright side are nothing, and sometimes it's just a moment when it turns over. To underestimate the enemy is also the main reason for the crash of the billions of Koron civilization fleets. The wizarding world can survive countless years. One of the main reasons is that they are the longevity people who are in charge of the helm. They have been honed enough in the long years, and the experience they have given them allows them to always find the problem and know what they can do and what they cannot do. It is also fearful of such old things. Olga's body in the wizarding world has never touched the things outside the cordon and inherited the things in his memory, making him very clear that those old guys are not easy to fool. Chapter 61. 25 years later. This is a period of time whether long is said to be long, and short is not short. For ordinary people, it has been a long life, but for wizards, it is just a little bit. Until now, the war between the wizarding civilization and the Giant civilization is still in a hurry, and neither side has any meaning to be anxious. Various temptations have never stopped, just like a hunter staring at the prey, full of patience. That countless daily consumption may be a bit unbearable for low-end civilizations, which is a great waste, but it is not a problem for them who are amazing in size. It can only be said that it is not painful or itchy. The homeland of Giant civilization. Different from the magical ancient style of the wizarding world, this is a very futuristic technological world. Various facilities have already been perfected to a certain extent. The scenes of feasting and green are all over the place, and the crowds are constantly surging in it. The noise and luxury are here. Style of the various private spaceships that rush through the track are as popular as vehicles in modern society, showing that the life status of the residents here is mostly good. Among the tallest buildings in the entire world. With the technology of virtual projection, hundreds of members of the Psionic Council were all present. At the moment, they are discussing the progress of the war. Among the progressive seats, a certain congressman sitting in the second row reported to the other congressman with a serious look. Due to the exposure of previous investigations, in these years, we have never successfully sneaked in. Through their native world, the wall named Wall of Wudomag not only has the ability to block spatial teleportation, but also has the ability to detect souls, and any non-locally born material will be denied entry, so there is still limited knowledge of their local secrets. Another congressman suggested, have you ever tried to secretly capture certain wizards, and then through brainwashing and personality replacement, let them infiltrate the wizarding world? The congressman replied, I have tried, but the effect is not very satisfactory. When the wizards return to their own world, they will be subjected to various detailed inspections. If they behave incorrectly, they will be arrested on the spot. A congressman asked, from the current intelligence, what is our chance of winning? Hearing this question, many congressmen nodded one after another. This is also the most concerned issue of most people. The congressman in charge of the war replied, according to the calculation of the mastermind, our winning rate at this time is about 71.58%, but I don't think this probability is of much significance, because this is only the result of calculating the combat power on the surface. In fact, we don't know what whole cards the other party has, just like the other side doesn't know what whole cards we have. Both of us are deliberately hiding our own background. In the years when the First Fleet confronted them, although we have learned a lot about the weapon of war named Althorpstar, we have never been able to find out that. The maximum limit of this kind of weapon, the known exact news is that the manufacture of that kind of weapon is extraordinarily troublesome. Maybe we can use the way of consumption to exchange the fleet with them. In this case, and I have a proposal, I need to ask you for advice. The three MPs in the first row looked at each other and said, let's listen. Facing the supreme commander of his civilization, he didn't have any tension, but with a serious expression on his face. I feel that our basic temptation for this war is over, because it will continue to be consumed. It doesn't make sense. Instead, it may make our soldiers feel that this is a daily activity, and thus become mentally paralyzed. That is a great hidden danger. So I propose to escalate the intensity of the war, no matter who has the advantage. In a relatively stable war situation, we need to carry out further trials and use blood to keep our people at any time. Stay vigilant, and hatred has always been the best way to make people more support us in launching a war. The implication is to take the initiative to improve the situation of the war and deliberately sacrifice a part of the soldiers, using them as the price. This unconcealed intention will surely cause an uproar if it spreads out, but none of the congressmen present has expressed an opinion on this, because the core idea of Jia and civilization is the survival of the fittest. In recent years, although there have been some thoughts reform, but for them at the highest level, it is still the basic operation to sell the low-level soldiers and exchange them for bargaining chips. After some discussions around the commander's issue, the Psionic Council finally approved the other party's proposal by unanimous vote. Faced with this situation, the commander couldn't help but smile on his solemn face. He knew that he would have greater authority and demonstrated his own ability in this war. As always, he is a rubbish guy on the edge of the battlefield and lives by picking up rubbish to maintain his life. After arbitrarily avoiding the attack, he instinctively felt a little change in the battlefield, so he raised his head and looked towards the sky. There is no basis and no signs. His natural ability is reminding him that something different from the past will happen soon here. This is not a vision of the future, but an ability similar to the sixth sense, which works around the clock 24 hours a day. It can predict anything that may affect him to a certain extent and sense it vaguely. Is it good or bad for oneself? Something bad is about to happen. It's uncomfortable now. I'm just a harmless devil picking up trash. Looking at one of Jia-Ent's warships, Orjiga could sense that the matter was about to start from there. Without making him wait long, relying on the power of his eyes, he found a burst of invisible mechanical insects began to spread from there to the battlefield. Any objects that come into contact with them, as long as they are not the creations of their own civilization, whether they are flesh and blood or soil and ores, are fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like being eaten out of thin air, leaving no residue. And the number of them is constantly gnawing on the quality and energy of the food, and is undergoing a split-type crazy increase, 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8. In just over 10 seconds, the number has increased by dozens. Double. There was originally an invisible body, which looked like a silver mist in a huge amount. Seeing the situation, Olga sighed helplessly. This bunch of tiny mechanical bugs even eat souls. I'm really a trash guy. And his figure disappeared instantly. He knew that the counterattack of the wizarding world was coming, and it would be no good to be injured by mistake. Chapter 62. The facts have indeed developed as Olga had imagined. Facing those magical beasts that were eaten clean in an instant and the rapidly expanding loss. In less than half a minute, people in the wizarding world noticed the situation below. By this time, the number of magical beasts killed in action had reached millions. In the past, the amount that could consume a day was gone in less than a minute, and the number of those mechanical insects had increased hundreds of times. This gave them a warning sign, and felt that things were likely to represent a precursor to a general attack. When Olga's figure disappeared, dozens of Althorp stars suspended above the battlefield responded directly after a brief exchange. As several of the stars of Elshorp began to gather energy, a dark green corrosive thick fog appeared out of thin air on the battlefield, like a wave, directly towards the silver fog composed of mechanical insects, and all along the way all the mechanical products touched by it were disassembled in an instant, and there was no resistance at all. In the face of its fierce coming, those mechanical insects did not know whether they were manipulated or spontaneously responded, and they formed a silver-white wave without showing weakness and rushed towards the other side. At the moment when the two collided, with a strong scream, bursts of white smoke bloomed where they met. Countless micromechanical insects are corroded by the acid tide created by witchcraft, and countless energy is also taken by them forcibly, and then used as split energy to rapidly multiply. In less than a few seconds, the green acid tide was crushed by the thick silver fog. Instead of eliminating them, it becomes the energy for them to strengthen themselves. Sitting in a certain Althorp star, looking at the scene below, Hewlett Holes, the commander of the wizarding world, couldn't help but touched his own chin and muttered with some nostalgia between his expressions. Back then, the Koron civilization had similar attacks, and the power was much greater than this, so we can do it for us. A lot of trouble. Appears very calm. There is a sense of calmness. As for the idea of panic, nothing happened. For him, who has survived for hundreds of thousands of years, what big scenes have not been seen? Don't talk about this little thing in front of you. Even if the Wudomag wall in the wizarding world was breached and the inland was completely burnt into a sea of fire, he had seen it 3 or 2 times, so this little scene at the moment is really nothing. But don't let them be too arrogant. Following his thoughts, the layers of authority of Althorp Star began to unlock. Among the many weapons in it, a weapon that had never been known to the Jia-Ent civilization began to activate. Along with the twisting of the air, an invisible force began to spread in the form of ripples centered on the star of Elshorp, without any dead ends. Those mechanical insects that tried to continue spreading did not show the ability to swallow each other and turn it into their own when they came into contact with that force. Instead, they were crushed into the smallest powder without any resistance. The number of squadrons disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if the previous scenes were all dreamy bubbles, making the entire battlefield quiet. Facing this rapidly overturned scene, the commander of Jia-Ent civilization was also taken aback. Although he knew that this trick alone would not pose much threat to the wizarding civilization, but seeing them easily solve this weapon, he still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, in the conventional sense, this is already a killer-level method. Now, it is not a problem to solve the low-end world in one shot. So he turned his head and asked the adjutant next to him, The result of the observation is... Boom! Before he could finish speaking, there was a violent explosion next to the flagship ship he was on. He hurriedly looked and found that a certain spacecraft with a height of several hundred meters was squashed to a height of several meters in a short moment. Numerous metals and internal soldiers were squeezed together, causing it became a solid iron coffin that was oozing blood. Even the flames produced by the explosion are forcibly limited within a certain range, and only the sound is transmitted. Faced with this situation, he hurriedly ordered the surrounding warships to retreat. The attack method is unknown. The attack frequency is unknown. The attack intensity is unknown. He frowned involuntarily, and the wizarding world on the opposite side, facing their retreat, did not take advantage of the victory and chase. Dozens of stars of Elshorp still hovered firmly there, as if the matter just had nothing to do with them. In fact, most wizards do not understand this, so they are full of question marks. With their authority, there is no way to know what method they are using. How can they force their opponents back with 2 strokes? On the contrary, it was an unknown onlooker who was standing on a certain star of Elshorp and beating soy sauce, Orgiga, and saw something. Space and pressure. These are the 2 factors he sees. Unlike the lurker that he burned with blood inflammation at the beginning, the wizards used the power of pressure, an intangible substance, to evenly exert a huge amount of pressure on the target, giving them irresistible destruction. In the face of this kind of attack, the ability of mechanical insects to extract energy is meaningless, because pressure is not the force that can be extracted by them. As for the frequency and principle of launching this kind of attack, he is not very clear. After all, he is not familiar with the Star of Elshorp. He can only say that he has been wandering around it for 3 days. As for spying on intelligence and other things, he didn't do it. After all, why bother with thankless things? Looking down at the messy battlefield below, he pouted his lips and thought with a little disappointment. I don't know if I have any chance to pick up garbage in the future. He knows very well that in this case, since the loss in the true sense has already occurred, the 2 forces will have to be more genuine from now on. Even if there is still a chance to hit the autumn wind like in the past, it will undoubtedly be much less. Facing the 2 parties who are more vigilant, although the goal of vigilance is not himself, Orgiga is still inevitably implicated. The chance of picking up souls will undoubtedly be much less. As the saying goes, earning less is losing, and at this moment he feels that he is losing blood. He slowly sighed helplessly and said to himself, I've been a trash guy for decades. I'm afraid it will end today. It is a pity in my heart. In the command room of a certain star of Elshorp, a voice sounded. Master Hewlett, do you need to occupy their concession territory? Hewlett replied casually, No, just keep your current position. Remember to treat those magical beasts that haven't died. After all, meaningless waste is not advisable. There is no joy in his expression, because he knows that the loss is not even a small amount for Jia and civilization. The retreat at this moment is only because of caution. If he expands his position now, he will separate the formation and cause unnecessary trouble. However, the legacy of the Koran civilization is really useful. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 63. Power of Kotyar. This is the source of that kind of pressure attack. It was originally derived from the strategic weapon, pressure transmission mechanism, of the Koran civilization. Later, when the Koran civilization was destroyed, the wizarding world naturally accepted their legacy as a victor. And a wizard named Kajer improved it and ascension on the basis of the pressure transmission mechanism, breaking away from the original shackles, and obtained this kind of weapon with a wide range of functions. Its function is to expand the pressure generated by the object and transmit it to other objects. This model installed on the Alsop star can generate a physical pressure 20 times the weight of the Alsop star and transmit it to any area within 1,300 kilometers. The Star of Elshorp is a huge sphere made of metal with a diameter of 40 kilometers. Its weight is about 30 times that of solid steel of the same grade. The pressure is applied, and almost all opponents can be solved with the simplest head-to-head. The universe battleship of the Jia and civilization, and even the energy-eclipsing mechanical insects as weapons, cannot withstand this unexpected pure violent attack. It is far more basic than energy rays or even physical attacks. Crushing their protective layer is as simple as smashing a layer of paper. After sending a message to the wizarding world that the intensity of the war might escalate, Hewlett Holes closed his eyes, did not interfere with the rest of the matter, and began to meditation as usual. He doesn't know when the full attack will start, so as one of the main combat powers, he must be at the peak at any time, and meditation is the best way to adjust. The development of the matter is indeed similar to the guess that Hewlett-Holmes reported to the Wizarding Council. After a period of investigation and analysis, the fleet of Jia and civilization soon made a comeback again, and this time it was accompanied by intense artillery fire that was different from the previous one. The main guns of the battleships kept roaring, and tens of thousands of attacks were shot out of their formation every second. Even a lot of attack methods that have not appeared before have been used by them, as a way to find a place for the previous situation. Saya, who is now in his 30s, looked at the attack across his head, without any initial tension on his face, smiled, and said to Char next to him, "It seems to be moving." In these 2 decades, he has no longer been responsible for managing the recovery of magical beasts, but has entered the front line like Char. He knows that this is the place where promotion is easier compared to logistics. It is also more able to provide people with experience. Charles, who is also in his 30s and 40s, just smiled casually when he heard him, and said with a look of nostalgia, "I have spent more than 20 years in this place. The time I spent in this place has occupied my life. 2/3. I really hope that one day I can find a chance to go home and take a look at my parents and brothers and sisters." Although both of them are close to 40 years old, they are only about 20 years old from the looks of them, and they are even more unusually young among wizards. Unlike most half-human and half-ghost wizards, they were in a war period and had sufficient supply of various materials, so even if some special blood vessels were transplanted, their appearance was basically without any inhuman characteristics, and they belonged to a very small number. Lucky people. The only thing that puzzled them was that they didn't know why they liked eating bamboo so much, and it was eaten as the main food. They also wondered if there was a problem with that inexplicable boxing practice back then, but the name of that thing was fist technique, the black and white iron eater, and it was understood literally that there was a problem in practice, and it should have been metal, so it was removed from the list of suspicions. When he heard Char's words, Saya was also silent for a while. Although, as a wizard, sooner or later, he will be separated from his mortal relatives, but he is still very young. Obviously, he can't be indifferent, and he still feels a sense of guilt towards his own parents. That is, he can only look at them with his own eyes. The helplessness of aging is also the shame of being unable to be by their side. After sighing, Saya said, "I remember your parents are only in their 60s, and my parents are only about 70 years old. If this war can end earlier, maybe we can spend some more years with them, too. I have done my duty as an heir." Ordinary humans in the wizarding world have an average lifespan of about 150 years old. Although their parents are not wizards, with the supply of potions from the 2 of them, it should not be a problem to live to about 300 years old, so what he said it really makes sense. But Char knows that it's just the most ideal state, and it's not realistic to care about it. This world war has just started to take effect, and it took decades. If it is really about to be finished, he thinks it is normal to fight for another 300 to 500 years, and mortals cannot survive that long even if they have a supply of potions. But he didn't say the loopholes in Saya's words, just toasted and respected each other. At the Quiet Heart Academy, our handsome Orga, due to the attention of both sides on the situation in the battlefield, Ascension, has lost his own status as a trash guy. Never again will the chic time that I used to pick it up for nothing. At this moment, he was lying in the sea of death with his legs folded, thinking about whether to expand the scope of own business. After all, he has to stay in this world for decades, always looking for something profitable to do. Although he doesn't reject or even like smashing, looting, but it will obviously increase the hatred value. And in this world, he does not have the power to arbitrarily vertical and horizontal, so he is directly ruled out. After making a decision, Olga murmured a little uncomfortably, "It seems that we still have to give play to Devil's old skills." And what is Devil's line of business? After eliminating the beating, smashing, looting, and burning, there will only be scams and abductions left. It was also from this day that the Devil Brandwish shop, this sign, and the list of business scopes were put on Huahai overseas. The business scope ranges from providing all kinds of magic materials, cherishing the meditation method, to helping customers beautify their faces and treat injuries and diseases. As long as they can afford the soul, they can basically do everything. It seems that this shop is very cheating and irregular. But Olga hadn't changed his mind, because this road was one of the main entrances to the academy, and there were not too few wizards and apprentices. There will always be some who are not afraid of death to try. Anyway, Jiang Taigong is fishing, and those who wish to take the bait. He just squatted to see if there was any fat sheep coming to let him kill. Chapter 64. He raised his head and looked at the sign on his head and the sea of flowers behind the sign. Hart took a slight breath, wondering if he should go in or not. The qualifications of wizards are divided into 5 levels. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, with the first class being the best and the fifth class the least. As an apprentice who has been in the Heart of Silence for nearly a year, he knows that his 5th-level wizarding qualifications will basically not be associated with a formal wizard in this life. Even if he is lucky to force a breakthrough level, he can only be regarded as entering good things to help people bottom up. What stands out is a waste wood. Therefore, in the college, the treatment is slightly better than that of ordinary people without qualifications. This is really unacceptable to him, who is arrogant and arrogant. Everyone who has said that is the arrogant boy of heaven. Why did I become a top-up? Looking at the sign above his head at the moment, he knew that inside was one of the forbidden areas of the Quiet Heart Academy, a place called Deathflower Sea outside. The existence in it is one of the strongest guardians of the Heart of Silence. It is said that even the head of the academy has nothing to do with the opponent, and the strength guarantee is at the level of a 5th-level wizard. Although he could not understand the concept of a 5th-level wizard, it did not prevent him from knowing that the opponent was absolutely magical compared to himself. In this place, except for the members of Quiet Heart, even a mouse cannot get out of it. Even the birds flying in the sky will be forcibly pulled down if they fly not high enough. And even the members of Silent Heart basically had to come out half dead after entering. Except for a few extremely powerful mentors, there is no intact situation. After thinking about the faintly contemptuous gazes of the new students in the same period, Heart swallowed, and finally took a step into the sea of flowers. After stepping in, he didn't feel anything, just like walking into ordinary flowers. The only difference is that the scent is stronger. Compared with standing outside, he smells a little light floral scent. After being in it, he feels that the floral scent is the only smell inside. Sniffing the fragrance in the air, he had a momentary urge to pick a flower. Just looking at the flowers entwined with the red mist, he still couldn't help but feel an uneasy feeling in his heart. And besides that, as soon as he walked in, he felt an inexplicable premonition, as if he had subconsciously knew how to go to see the owner of this sea of flowers. It was a very strange feeling, as if One's head was stuffed in. He knew in his heart that this was the Guardian's method, and at the same time, he was slightly relieved, knowing that the sign outside was not something to be a fool, otherwise he should have been lying down. In the endless sea of bright red flowers, after moving forward for a while, he finally saw something other than the flower, or that the thing was still a flower, but the flower was bigger. That is what the red flower in this sea of flowers looks like after being enlarged several thousand times. It is shaking its body slightly with the breeze blowing. Based on the feeling in his heart, Hart knew that the existence he was looking for was on it. Before he took the initiative to speak, the huge flower blossomed, and a slender figure leaning on the stamen emerged from it. What's your intention? Looking at the other party's golden vertical pupils, Hart only felt that his own heart was as if he was being held tightly. His vision suddenly became blurred, and a feeling of breathing difficulties came to his heart, and even his forehead was involuntarily raised. I had a cold sweat. Seeing the performance of the other party's scum, Orjiga also smashed his mouth helplessly. It is the weak chicken among the weak chickens. In these years of garbage man life, he can pick up thousands of magical beast souls for nothing every day. Although he has not advanced for 25 years, the blood in his body has involuntarily transformed twice under the strengthening of the system. Make the body begin to show some higher-level features. One of them is that if a weak person looks directly at his appearance, the soul will have an allergic reaction, causing dizziness and other conditions. Olga gave it a relatively simple and easy-to-understand name, the Weak Retreat. Normally, if he didn't specifically strengthen it, as long as his soul is a little stronger than ordinary people, he should be able to be greatly immune to the influence of this state. Basically mixed with the strength of a low-level apprentice, you can look directly at his face. And the scum in front of him was obviously on the same level as ordinary people, and even the low-level apprentices didn't get in the way. Just seeing his eyes would faint. I have to say that the truth is a waste of wood. Looking at the other party who was about to fall to the ground, Orjiga cocked his legs and sighed helplessly. The scum is also the first fat sheep of Own. Let's give some face. So silently the Own, the weaker retreat, ability was temporarily closed. It has to be said that for this pure passive ability, turning it on does not require any consumption, and turning it off requires a certain amount of force to suppress it. Looking at the other person who looked a lot more relaxed, Olga said calmly, "Trash, raise your head, look my eyes straight, and tell me what your wish is." Looking at Olga's eyes, after some hesitation, although Hart felt very dissatisfied with the first 2 words of that paragraph, he wanted to appeal. But the reason that people have to bow their heads under the eaves is still automatically understood by him after crossing the world and race barriers, making him directly ignore the dissatisfaction in his heart. and opened his mouth and said tremblingly, I think. Become a powerful wizard, so I hope to have a better qualification as a wizard. What was revealed in the words was lack of confidence, and even the words were intermittent. He neither knows whether the other party has the ability to change his own aptitude, nor does he know whether he has that value and is worthy of the other party's help. So the question is, does the waste in front of you have this value? Under normal circumstances, replacing his organs to give him a higher level of aptitude, although it is not very difficult or impossible, but it is definitely not easy, at least ordinary wizards can never do it. Otherwise, there would not be so few wizards in the wizarding world. However, there is a specialization in the art industry. This kind of thing is not difficult for Olga, because as early as the previous world, the source of his death plague could create things such as zombies and abominations, and now to transform an ordinary person's flesh and blood organs and create magical gadgets like meridians for the other party. It is just a casual move for him. But is he the kind of devil who does good things and fulfills others? Of course. Good at learning, honesty and compliance, saving the masses, willing to help others, medical ghosts, recycling garbage. How can he get a name for himself? In the other's nervous gaze, Olga replied plainly, I can satisfy your wishes, so let's talk about the charging situation. After swallowing, Hart suddenly felt that the situation was very bad, and he seemed to be slaughtered. I want to leave. Chapter 65. In the end, facing oneself, either was slaughtered or spent the rest of his life waiting to die. These two choices. In the end, he had no choice but to stretch out his head and take a knife. In this kind of thing, Orlaja would not be polite. It directly brought out Devil's old line of business, listed in detail the overlord clauses of the sad and tearful hearers, and finally formulated an abyss contract that would daunt anyone. When trembling his hands and picking up the hundreds of thousands of words of the abyss contract, Hart only felt sadness in his heart, as if even the sun in the sky had dimmed a bit. The wind was echoing with the cry of Own, and his mother died. The sadness is less than 1% at this moment. Seeing the scum in front of him, he signed the contract of selling that he had made. Orlaja didn't say much. His face snapped his fingers and put the contract into his body. The contract is established, then the transaction begins. What? In the next instant, Hart, who was still a little curious about the form in which Olga would fulfill his wishes, felt a sudden sharp pain in his chest, as if his internal organs were rolling violently. Immediately let him exhale in pain and fell to the ground, wriggling crazily on the ground like a worm. If he can see the situation in own body, he will find that a large number of internal organs in own body are rearranging, and there are constantly new organs derived from his flesh and blood, and the energy content in his blood vessels, and even blood, is also passive ascension. A lot of meaningless DNA has been deleted and modified, just like a hand is reshaping him from the inside out. Leaning on the stamen, listening to the other party's weak screams, Orca had no sympathy at all, and even wanted to buckle his ears, because his screams were really harsh, just like he was killing a pig. Since this kid entered his territory, his plague has automatically penetrated into the opponent's body. Normally, according to the contract he signed with Hawthorne back then, he will not cause those plagues, at most after a serious illness. It will be restored. But since he also signed the contract, then another method must be used. At this moment, the plague energy in his body is like the most efficient potion, and the medium that turns into orchard carries his power, allowing him to adjust the physical state of the opponent at will. The recessive gene has been activated, and the basic bioenergy furnace has begun to be constructed. Due to the different perspectives, in his eyes, the various structures in Hart's body are placed in front of him like a three-dimensional list. Many things that should have been relatively high-end and complicated, but they are the same to him. So he played it casually. As for how the opponent felt, Olga didn't care. Anyway, he had the final right to explain. In the dubious life's pain, after struggling for dozens of minutes, along with Olga's completion of the transformation work, Hart finally waited for the coveted sense of ease, a kind of fortunate rebirth. He swears to heaven that he will be a good man in the future and never set foot here again. Seeing the other person lying on the ground silently crying like a dead dog in a pool of blood, Olga yawned and said angrily, "What are you still lying down? Get out of here. You asked me to. It has been achieved." Hearing what he said, Hart, who originally wanted to lie down for a while, immediately shivered. There was an illusion that the pain just hit again, and he quickly got up from the ground, ignoring the soreness of his body. It was also at this moment that he discovered that his own height and weight seemed to have changed a little. His limbs became stronger, and the efficiency of the circulation of power in his body became faster than ever. This made him feel happy, as if the whole world had faded a layer of haze over him, and there was an illusion that the sun was shining again. It's just that when he saw Olga's unsatisfactory gaze, he immediately understood what he had just thought. It was just his own trivial illusion. The sky has never been clear, and the sun has never been shining. The deed is still pressed on, making him feel tired with every breath of air. Perhaps this is life. At only 8 years old, he felt the heaviness of life, and he was a little breathless. Although Olga hadn't noticed the fact that he helped others increase his social experience, even if he noticed, he would feel gratified. After all, social beatings are something that everyone has to experience, and they have that obligation to contribute their own strength. Seeing the other person leaving, with some desperate figures, Olga nodded in satisfaction. According to the terms of the Abyss contract, in the next 50 years, the other party needs to deliver to himself a sacrifice equivalent to the soul value of 300 level 2 magical beasts, and if he breaches the contract, he will need to pay his soul to Olga. And the value of those sacrifices is probably 1750 times the strength he consumes when adjusting the opponent's body. In addition, even if the opponent can't reach the target amount, as long as they can make a few soul recharges, Olga can also make a profit. It really doesn't work, and there is the other party's own soul as a guarantee. With the opponent's current aptitude, as long as he doesn't belch off halfway, he won't be said to be a second-level wizard in 50 years, but how a first-level wizard is a certainty. So Olga didn't worry about anything. Anyway, it was a big deal to recycle. He has been a garbage man for more than 20 years, and he has been very familiar with this set of processes. The other party doesn't know if he can make a profit, but he definitely can't lose. Low-cost trading, a stable batch. In essence, he is putting out a very profitable loan shark, giving the other party a certain amount of starting capital. After the opponent matures, they cut each other's flesh and bleed each other's blood continuously. Moreover, this is the non-default type that uses the Abyss contract as the medium. As long as the sign is signed, it is useless for anyone to come, and the reincarnation of the gods must be given for nothing on the spot. If it is a contract in modern society, the Overlord clause may still be solved by legal means, but the Abyss contract on the transcendent side is not something that can be interfered with by outsiders. It has no rationality or fairness as long as it is signed, and then overbearing terms will become truth. For the disadvantaged, this is bad news that is undecided. Often a step away can never stand up, but for the new generation of talents and devils such as Orca, this is very good. The tools used are stable, safe, and reliable. Hart, who doesn't know that he has been labeled as to be recycled, just feels that On's heart is complicated at this moment, and he can't tell whether he should be happy or beat his chest. The only thing that can be comforted is Olga. When he fulfilled his request, he did not discount that request. As promised, he was endowed with sufficient talent. Chapter 66. 10 years later. Accompanied by the gradual escalation of the war, all kinds of powerful weapons are constantly being used by both sides, and the not-so-large battlefield has to be plowed several times every day during this period of time. 90% of the soil was directly evaporated under the action of various powerful weapons, and there was no residue left. Here, poisonous gas and lethal radiation are more common than air. If ordinary people set foot here, the momentary effort will be killed, and there will be no chance of struggle. But for those magical beasts that have undergone various transformations and specialized mechanical creations, these problems are not a big deal, and can only be said to have a slight impact. Sitting in the command room, looking at the analysis chart in front of him, the commander of Jia and Civilization hesitated. The content on that chart is nothing but the analysis table of the specific position of the wizard civilization commander. The above indicated the opposing commander, which Star of Elshorp was hiding now. This is the result of analysis based on various clues revealed by spies and even years of fighting. For other civilizations, this may not make much sense. It is just like taking off your pants and farting. Because in the final analysis, in this kind of transcendent war, the opponent in the strategic weapon, facing your beheading surprise, will inevitably be able to detect that something is wrong, and thus obstruct your offensive at all costs, so you want to hit the opponent's command department. It is bound to require a series of breakthrough defenses. And with that effort, it doesn't matter whether you know where the opposing commander is, because you have penetrated other people's defense lines. Furthermore, a person who can be a commander in this kind of transcendent war essentially shows one thing. The opponent is very strong, super strong, and can sling most of his subordinates, which does not belong to what can easily break through the weakness. Otherwise, there is no transcendent existence that can stand a weak chicken commanding him. But for Jia and Civilization, besides coming hard, there is actually another choice. That is a unique method of their civilization, and it is also one of the deepest hidden cards they can hide. In many cases, they can exert unexpected effects, allowing them to destroy each other from within the enemy. To be able to serve as the commander of this battlefield for all these years, the opponent should be one of the members of the highest organization in the wizarding world, Witcher Council. If this operation is successful, the chance of victory in the World War will not be established in one fell swoop. Impossible. The biggest question now is, what is the opponent's strength? Can it resist the power of Jia-Ent's heart? After much thought, he was a little hesitant and cautious. He sent a message to the homeland of Jia-Ent's civilization, requesting to convene members of the Psionic Council. In this way, although less credit will be given after success, but less mistakes will be received after failure. The next day, after listening to his report carefully, many members of the council could not help but divided into two camps. One side thought it was a good opportunity at this time, and the secret weapon of his civilization would certainly not disappoint himself and others. The other side thinks that the intelligence is not enough, and it shouldn't be used so hastily to Jia-Ent's heart, and it should be more tentative. Seeing this situation, the three people sitting in the first row frowned slightly and fell into thinking. Soon they asked, "Is there any way to force that commander to take action? Let us roughly estimate his level of strength." Jia-Ent's commander looked hesitantly and replied, "It's difficult, because for the pure cultivation system civilization of wizard civilization, the supreme existence itself is equivalent to our super weapon, and we want to rely on conventions. I'm afraid it's basically impossible to get their exact data in a way." Right? Nodding, the highest counselor who asked the question looked at each other with the other two highest counselors. After some eye contact, he said, "If this is the case, then vote, and the minority should obey the majority." In response, the other members nodded in agreement. It didn't take long. The result of the voting came out, and the party who used the Heart of Giants had an absolute advantage. Faced with this result, the commander breathed a sigh of relief, but also slightly worried, because 80% of those who agreed, which means that 80% of the parliamentarians have their own secret weapons. Absolute confidence. Will such complacency one day cause chaos? He didn't say this sentence, but he still couldn't help but become vigilant. Looking at the weapon system that was ready in front of me, Jia-Ent's commander finally pressed the start button. Accompanied by an unspeakable force, the energy located in the heart of Jia-Ent's was released. That is the crystallization of the will and thinking of every person with psychic ability in Jia-Ent's civilization. Although only a little is collected by each person, in the case of Jia-Ent's civilization, nearly universal psychic cultivation, trillions of the population has accumulated an extremely powerful force. This is not pure energy or destructive in a pure sense, but a manifested thinking and emotion, representing the ideas and thinking accumulated by the Jia-Ent civilization. As long as anyone comes into contact with it, it is like direct spiritual contact with the trillions of Jia-Ent's people, and the original ideology and personality will be instantly infested in the face of absolute numbers. Although the species is still the original species, once the internal ideology and mode of thinking have changed, then betrayal is logical. Jia-Ent's heart, it is essentially such a brainwashing weapon. It is used to destroy the enemy's relationship from the inside and turn those enemies that are already very difficult into their own. And their current target is the commander of the wizarding world, and the opponent has a great probability of being a member of the highest decision-making level in the wizarding world, Witching Council, and has a very high status. If its ideology can be replaced, then the door of the wizarding world will immediately open a part of the world of giants, and this war will also enter the late stage. There was no sign, and there was no sign. In the shortest possible time, the invisible fluctuations that represented trillions of good Ents people's thinking and ideas hit the Althorpe star. After dozens of seconds, accompanied by an inexplicable silence, dozens of surrounding stars of Elshorp suddenly attacked it at the same time. Exposed. Looking at the scene, the commander of Jia-Ent's civilization immediately understood that the best result had been lost. I don't know if the commander is alive. Chapter 67. The Wizarding World is native, endless sea. A desert island that has been in the thick fog that can't be seen all the year round. Along with a dim gray brilliance, the different space and the material world began to overlap, and a black metal coffin slowly emerged on the empty beach. Wow, like the sound of a stream, it keeps coming out of it. Gradually, a black mist gradually oozes out of it, which is caused by the liquid flowing too fast. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know how long it took, and the coffin was pushed aside from the inside amidst the sound of beating a drum. A figure that looked like a skeleton with only skin and bones left came out of it, and the dull sound came from his chest. It was the sound of his heart beating. The godless eyes, after scanning around them, opened their mouths in the direction of the sky. The energy of tens of thousands of kilometers nearby directly gathered along the witchcraft prepared in advance and poured into his mouth. The dense fog that has not dissipated for tens of thousands of years has also disappeared for the first time, revealing this sea area to the eyes of the outside world. With the influx of countless energy, the skinny and skeleton-like body quickly began to proliferate, becoming fuller as if it was inflated, and his face appeared to be a man in his 20s with a weird rune painted on his forehead. And his godless eyes gradually regained their agility and no longer the initial numbness. Countless memories began to recover, but I had no impression of why I became what I am now. After thinking a little bit in his mind, he roughly had a few conjectures in his mind. Along with his thoughts, a light screen appeared in front of him, and it played all the images from the 3 days before his death. After watching them all at a speed of thousands of times, a message was directly passed on by him through the authority of the world. I just died once, but I am missing that part of the memory. It should be that part of the memory that I thought before my death would affect the resurrected self. Several wills appeared at his location shortly afterwards, and one of them seriously asked, "Are there any general guesses about the other party's methods?" He calmly replied, "The reasons that make me make this judgment are nothing more than those: mind control, personality modification, memory contagion. I just reviewed the private recorded video at the time of the incident. It only took about 10 seconds from the attack to the self-destruction of the soul-returning technique, and there was no sign of being attacked at all, and all kinds of protections were ignored. In terms of my personality, being able to make self-destruction and stop-loss actions meant that I believed at the time that I might not even use soul recalling if I drag on. Furthermore, since I was going to order this Star of Elshorp to be destroyed at the last moment and kill all the lives on it without leaving it, then in my judgment at the time, those wizards should have been completely irretrievable. So that kind of attack should not be a single attack, but a range of attacks. In this case, we need to hide our traces more closely." After listening to his words, the head of the speaker, the will of the human appearance, said with a serious expression, "If even the 8th level wizard can only last for 10 seconds, then their method is either equivalent to 9th. The powerful player of level ancestors can either use a special weapon. If necessary, you can use Carla's hate to test it." Another member asked, "Carla's hate seems to have only been used to exterminate the Tross for tens of thousands of years. Is it possible to use it again?" The wizard who was in the chairperson replied, "Its full power is based on blood connections. The target is to exterminate all blood relatives of wizards whose strength is less than level 5 within the 147th generation. Although it has not fully recovered now, the absolute power is not within 50 generations. There should be no problem with blood relatives of the 5th level wizard." Faced with his proposal, the wizard who died once objected, "Don't be busy doing that. It's better to try again. As an extermination weapon, Carla's hate should be used when it's more certain." Although he hates Jia and civilization very much, he doesn't think it is a good thing to rashly use his own background. Seeing that even the most traumatized ones said the same thing, he originally opposed it, and several people who thought that he shouldn't behave so rashly also spoke out their own opinions. After listening to their thoughts, the Speaker of the Parliament said in silence for a while, "If this is the case, then don't use Karlru's hate. Instead, invest more resources in spying on intelligence, and prepare to awaken the ancestors, just in case." Seconded. This time the proposal was approved by a unanimous vote. After rethinking for a while, the speaker spoke again. "In order to make up for Delta's loss, I propose that after the capture of the Giant civilization, 2 trillion of its population should be drawn into a soul-lifting potion for him as compensation." Faced with this proposal, the other members hesitated and nodded one after another. It is not too much for an 8th level wizard to exchange a life for such compensation. Seconded. Hearing this, Delta couldn't help but show a smile on his calm face, in accordance with the civilized characteristics of Jia and civilized cultivation. If 2 trillion of them are made into soul-lifting potions, it will not only make up for his loss, but also enable him to make another big step forward on the road of 8th level wizards, which is especially important for him. As for the current strength being damaged, he is not worried about the situation where there is no one in the power. He has been an 8th level wizard for millions of years. His various accumulations are extremely rich. There are no fewer than tens of thousands of emergency backups. The hidden means of self-preservation are more than enough. It is precisely because of this that none of the congressmen proposed to take care of him. After all, they were seriously injured. 1,000-year King 8, 10,000-year Turtle. They are the top spellcasters with millions of years of survival experience. They have reached their limits, and they have reached the level. Each person has mastered the technology of reincarnation and reincarnation. Basically, as long as it is not completely killed at one time, the life-saving means is absolutely beyond imagination, and there are not a few people who even jumped out again after lying down for tens of thousands of years. Seeing that other people had finished expressing their opinions, the deputy speaker stood up and said, "I think that since the other party has deliberately attacked our high-level figures, it is already a turn of the face. The attack on the wizarding world may also be coming soon. Instead of letting it go, they have the first opportunity, and it is better for us to take the initiative to attack. So the attack on their homeland should be on the agenda." Secondary. No matter what exists trying to control our will, it is the most serious and unbearable provocation. Even if we do not use Karlru's hate to launch an extermination attack for the time being, we must let them make up for it with blood. Second, I agree with this point. Seconded. Therefore, the plan to attack the other side's homeland was decided on the spot by many parliamentarians. Chapter 68. The next day, the wizarding world launched an attack on the homeland of the Ga-Ents world. In the face of this sudden attack, although Ga-Ents' side was somewhat prepared, the determination and strength of the wizarding world were far above their estimates. Within a few hours, the defensive system of Ga-Ents' world outside the world barrier was torn open. Rumble. Accompanied by the ominous thunder, countless blue chain-like stripes appeared in the air, and translucent protrusions slowly emerged in the surrounding space, twisting those blue chains a little bit, as if the other party was trying to forcibly break through. Just like squeezing in arrogantly. The alarm sounded again in the world of Ga-Ents after thousands of years. Countless civilians who were doing their own things calmly faced this scene. Their expressions changed drastically in an instant, and they hurriedly left what they had in their hands and rushed to the nearest refuge. And a large number of Ga-Ents' local defense forces have also been transferred there from everywhere, ready for combat. Soon after, as the chains broke, a gap in space was directly opened in the land of Ga-Ents in a violent way. Anyone who is in the homeland of Ga-Ents' world, raises his head and looks to the sky, can see a long slender gap on the top of his and others' heads. 3 figures with different costumes walked out of it, and the headed person calmly glanced at the guarding Ga-Ents soldiers and war weapons nearby, but didn't pay much attention to them, and looked straight to a certain place in the distance. He could perceive that there are a lot of strong people gathering there. Accompanied by his thoughts, the power of the spiritual level gushed out, and a voice appeared in the minds of all creatures who saw him. "From now on behalf of the wizarding world, I will declare war with you and the world of Ga-Ents completely, without any hypocritical excuses. It can be said with words that one of the civilizations of both sides will completely disappear into the world." As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding hundreds of millions of Ga-Ents troops received the attack signal from the headquarters at the same time. In an instant, an innumerable flood of attacks hit the 3 from everywhere. Facing this kind of offensive, the wizard leading him showed a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth, and a black hole broke automatically on his forehead. Really cautious, not even a stronger player appeared. The other wizard next to him also showed a black hole on his forehead, and his expression was very indifferent. Shrugging, he also felt that there was no need to drag it any longer. Okay. As a result, the 3 bodies collapsed into black illusory spheres, suspended in the air. Like a spring, a large amount of black energy, ignoring the attack of Ga-Ents civilization, diffused from it, flowing down to the ground in a diameter. All the matter and energy that came into contact with them passed through them without any response, as if the 2 sides had never been in the same dimension and did not interfere with each other. Faced with such a situation, the Ga-Ents psychic powers who were observing secretly changed their expressions immediately and vaguely felt that they must act immediately. So there was no hesitation. A huge wave of psychic energy surged out, like a wave, trying to destroy the 3 black spheres. But the moment the 2 forces touched each other, an inexplicable toxin with a strong corrosiveness followed the source of psychic energy and spread towards their body, making them shocked. So he could only quickly abandon that part of the power like a strong man broke his wrist. When they looked at the 3 spheres that were still flowing with black mist, they felt a little troubled, and a majestic voice appeared in their ears. "The space there has been completely corroded. Use Galunar's blade to cut them. Come down and throw it away." Yes. When his immediate boss spoke, Many people with spiritual abilities immediately took their orders. Looking at the own subordinates working on the scene through the screen, the person in charge of giving orders was also slightly puzzled and didn't quite understand the meaning of this move in the wizarding world. To enter our world with so much effort just to pollute a space? It doesn't seem to be a bargain. Looking back at the scene over and over again, he tried to see something strange from it, but he never found anything. 40 years later, looking at the two people in front of him, Orjiga calmly asked without expression, "What is your intention? Say if you have one. You can go away if you don't." The attitude is as bad as ever. From the beginning to the end, whether it is a defiant look or an attitude that doesn't even bother to say hello, it reveals the great business philosophy of dog customers can't come in love. Since he doesn't take the initiative to publicize, and the people who can find him are basically desperate and self-defeating, he also calls this business philosophy stopping the trees and waiting for the rabbits killing pigs, which is concise and easy to understand. Seeing Olga, who was condescendingly looking at the two of them, Char also hesitated slightly. When he came here, he had heard of the notoriety more than once. According to the description of regular customers, we shed tears once, despaired twice, and regretted being born 3 times. However, even so, many people who have been here are still affirming the effect here. Although he thinks that there is a kind of unlucky person among them, I can't just mean it. After a few hesitations, he looked at the half-dead Saya beside him, and he still said, "I hope you can cure him. As for the price, you say it, as long as I do it, I will definitely agree." Looking at Saya next to him, Orca, as an old expert who loves to do research and has nearly 100 years of medical poisoning experience, he can easily see the other party's problems. The body and soul suffered a certain kind of blow, and they had an overreaction and no longer matched each other, so they couldn't wake up all the time. In a flash, my heart easily listed several plans. 5,500 souls of level 2 magical beasts. Following the basic idea of earning 1,000 times first, he offered his own price. As soon as he heard this overweight, Char's heart jumped, and after his face changed for a while, he could only endure the thought of leaving, gritted his teeth, and nodded in agreement. The wizarding world is not that no one can cure Saya, but that they can't reach each other at all with their current status, so Char can only bite the bullet. Very good. After signing the contract, in the next instant, Olga's power poured into Saya's body and began to adjust his body. When the power of Own penetrated in, Olga suddenly noticed that there was some kind of unactivated blood in the opponent, and that blood must be transplanted by Hotion from the trace, and it should be used by wizards to steal the talents of other races. The means of blood grafting. He can feel that the bloodline has good self-adjustment ability and has reached a symbiotic relationship with him in the opponent's body. If activated, the current problem Saya can heal himself and activate the bloodline. Cost, and save 2/3 of the cost compared with the established plan. Therefore, Olga directly temporarily changed the treatment method. As for whether there will be any other effects after activating the bloodline, it is not a matter of his eggs. Anyway, he only recovers from recovery. Soon after, he turned his head and said to the dumbfounded Char, "The treatment was successful. Her body is now very healthy, and she will wake up in 2 days." Although I have to admit that Saya looks very healthy now, but Char felt that there was something wrong with this state, and he hurriedly made 2 gestures, but now. Without giving him a chance to express his opinion, Orleja waved and interrupted. "Shallow, women can't do it. Women can hold up half of the sky, and your discriminatory remarks made me feel cold in the summer. What's more, his gender has changed, but he is still the same person. You can't look at the appearance when you do things. After all, young man, you are still too immature after all." Seeing the plausible Olga, Char was shocked. He never thought that the other party could not wanting face. Without waiting for the opponent to refute, Olga waved the 2 of them directly. After being transferred, Charlton jumped up and down anxiously when he looked at the sea of flowers, feeling that he was extremely sorry to Saya. After the ghost cries and the wolf howling, after he recovered his calm, he watched Sayana's still sleeping and the soft appearance comparable to a female elf. After thinking about it, he suddenly realized a thought. Perhaps this will do it all at once. After all, gender does not affect strength? Chapter 69. It's another sunny day. Would you like to drink? Raising the tea and the toast, Olga, who was sitting on the flower, asked Hawthorne, who was standing not far away. Unnecessary. With his hand, Hawthorne refused to reject Olga's invitation, and Hawthorne confronted the subject and asked, "How did you consider my previous proposal?" Orca still chose to reject the other party's proposal. "As I said, I am not interested in the war between your 2 worlds, and I do not intend to extend the contract period. So in a short while, After the contract period ends, I have to go back to my hometown. The implication is to prepare to run as early as possible, so as not to be pulled out as a coolie. Hearing this expected answer, Hawthorne was silent for a while and said, "So be it." Seeing his disappearing figure, Orjiga calmly shook the cup of tea without any indication. But he was slightly disappointed in his heart. If the opponent took the initiative after the talk collapsed, he felt that he could make a fortune before leaving. After all, he was familiar with the terrain of this academy, and he was absolutely clean when he started. As the saying goes, making less is losing, so he feels that he is losing again. After the contract ends, the 6,548,257th floor of the Bottomless Abyss, lava wasteland, in the city. Look at the city that hasn't changed much. Taking a deep breath of the sulfurous and poisonous air, Olga smelled the fragrance of freedom. He was surprisingly nostalgic. But after taking 2 more breaths, he frowned. It seems that the smell is a bit wrong. After thinking about it, his eyes lit up and he found the reason. Aside from anything else, Devil, who had passed him by, was a whip kick, kicking the opponent directly to smash. The blood spilt from homeopathy also washed the faces of passers-by nearby. Ignoring those passing by who were still a little awkward, Olga felt the fresh, bloody smell and couldn't help showing a satisfied smile. Then he criticized the nearby onlookers. "I have been standing for a few minutes, and no one died nearby. The law and order is so good. How decent it is. Is there anything like a bottomless abyss?" Having said that, in front of many passers-by, he took out a dark blue potion exuding powerful energy fluctuations. This is the product of his self-study in pharmacy, called Soul Awakening Potion. Ability to ascension the soul of the user. A brief introduction to its function. Looking at the greedy eyes of many monsters, he casually threw it to a nearby abyss dwarf and said to the confused opponent, "Whoever grabs it will go to whom." In the next instant, that dwarf became a piece of land in the hands of many besiegers. Seeing them vying for each other, Olga nodded and sighed. "You have to have an own atmosphere in your hometown. And what kind of atmosphere is it like?" So he stopped staying, turned and swayed to other places. Seeing his leaving figure, a creature that looked a bit like an alien ET was sitting on a suspended mechanical chair. Very suspiciously asked the dark elf beside him, "Is the bottomless abyss all such lunatics?" He originally thought that Olga had some purpose, so he would do this kind of thing, but he didn't expect that he would do this kind of detrimental thing because of his idleness. "Oh." After thinking hard, the dark elf replied with a somewhat uncertain expression, "That actually is not. This is the kind of crazy thing. Most of the abyss creatures should be relatively normal compared to him." All right. After getting the answer, he looked at the abyss creatures who were still fighting for the potion, but the focus had changed from potion to the creatures of the abyss. He still felt that the residents of this place were a bit more crazy than the record in the report, and there was no normal concept at all. Although the so-called guide beside him seemed relatively normal, he was very clear. If it hadn't been for his clan to have some deals with own civilization, I'm afraid he would have dealt with him a long time ago. And the facts are indeed as he thought. Unlike Devil's irritable and dry grumpy old man, the Dark Elves like to play Ian and are good at stabbing knives in the back, especially when stabbing teammates with knives. I really want to put my heart to them, and I absolutely die horribly. Orlaja didn't know the mood and thoughts of the passers-by. I just feel very comfortable. In the wizarding world, there are a lot of rules. Devil's nature needs to be restrained, but in the bottomless abyss, it doesn't need to be. Just see who is not pleasing to the eye and directly kill him. This sense of relaxation made him even want to sing a few words. Grig Tavern. Looking at the sign with numerous scars and numerous patches, Olga sighed. Well, the familiar old place. The name has not changed. It seems like the boss hasn't died in the past few hundred years. It's really a pity. Although it has only been 100 years in the wizarding world, the bottomless abyss has passed nearly 400 years due to the different flow of time. He thought that the tavern was gone, but he did not expect it to have very good vitality. Not only did it not close the door, but it didn't even change the boss. As soon as he walked in, he saw the familiar bartender in the middle of the many drinkers. It's just that the opponent at this moment, compared with the past, the appearance of more than a dozen hands has been reduced by about a third, and it seems that one eye is also blind, just like a third-level handicap. Orlaja sat down very familiarly and said, "Bartender, have a glass of wine. You can adjust it as you like." Looking at Olga's appearance, Grieg was a little puzzled as to why he thought the other person was familiar, but he still replied, "Okay, wait a minute." While mixing the wine, he smiled and asked, "You are a little bit unpretentious. Have you been here before?" Hearing his question, Orjiga remembered that his current appearance was a human form. He had a talent bonus. In this form, few people could see his true form, so he directly changed his appearance back to the original form. Suddenly, a weird Balrog wearing armor, nearly 6 meters tall, looks similar to a human, and engraved with countless flowers on his body, appeared in front of Grieg. Lifting his head, looking at Devil who needs to look up, Grieg's eyes widened. Those familiar patterns reminded him of who the other party was. At the beginning, he had secretly investigated Olga, but there was no news, so he gave up after searching for about 10 years. Now looking at the opponent's height, he can clearly judge that the opponent's strength is far beyond the past. Although it is still Middle Devil, it is completely 2 grades from the ordinary Middle Devil. I am afraid that most of the same level existence can be crushed by hand. How can I become so strong? Damn it, there is definitely a big secret. It should be done directly at the beginning. Although there was so much jealousy in his heart that he was about to overflow, the smile on his face did not change, and he handed the prepared wine to Olga as usual. After taking a sip, feeling the taste blooming on the taste buds, Olga praised, "Well, it's still so delicious." Grieg responded with a smile, "Thank you for your compliment. For hundreds of years, your wine has always reminded me of your wine." "Where?" So they just chatted with you one by one. Feeling that the time was almost up, Orjiga stood up and was about to leave. Grieg hurriedly said, "Walk slowly. You are welcome to visit next time." Orlaja said casually, "I won't come next time, because I plan to teach myself the technology of bartending." Hearing these words, Grieg couldn't help but stunned. For the first time, he heard a customer say such things in front of him. After a slight twitch on his face, he smiled as usual and said, "I hope you can succeed." But he didn't want to. Olga waved his hand and said, Where, you still need your support?" In the next moment, he didn't wait for him to react. A huge force was exerted on him. His defensive measures hidden on the body surface immediately issued an overwhelmed warning. Grieg's face changed, his body exploded with a strong momentum, and he wanted to try to fight back. But a big hand didn't know when it got up, and it had reached his eyes, covering all his sights. Hold his head and lift the opponent up like a doll. A cruel smile appeared from the corners of Olga's mouth. The force in the hand keeps increasing. Crack! Grieg was in pain, as if he heard the sound of his own skull being pinched, and the resistance became more intense. The surrounding customers and waiters faced this situation. Feeling the unconcealed aura of the 2 bodies, their faces changed wildly. He immediately wanted to turn around and escape, fearing that he would be hit by the pond fish, but at this moment, with their strength, it was too late to even run away. The next moment, countless flames spewed out from Olga's hand, and blood-colored flames swept the entire tavern instantly. Regardless of whether it is a living thing or pure matter and energy, everything starts to burn at extreme speed, and Grieg, who is in contact with the flames at 0 distance, can only use his head to resist. Soon after, slowly stepping out of the ruins of the tavern that had been burnt into crystals, Olga ignored those passers-by who were wary of the owner, but sighed to himself. That succubus is actually dead. It's a pity. Chapter 70. After getting the technology that Grieg has invested in by touching the other party. When Olga was walking on the street, he felt that the devil was full of sunshine. Walking on the wide streets of the city, he felt that his waist did not hurt and his legs were not sore. Killing a few passers-by was just like playing, relaxing. Freehand. But soon, looking at the passers-by, who were mostly only waist-high, he immediately felt like he was in a dwarf country. He even wanted to kick them a little due to the angle problem. After thinking about it, he shrank his own height a bit and maintained it at about 2 meters. Neither tall nor short. I looked around and looked around. Well, this height is better. The other devil's physical development is not clear to Orlaja. From his birth to the present, basically the larger the body, the stronger the strength, and there should be no problem with the height of a few hundred meters in the future. It didn't last long, but a notice posted around the street attracted his attention. War notice. Honorable Lord Devil, Master of Lava Wasteland, Lord Kalto. We are now engaged in a plane war with the world of Mi Ling, ready to sink the plane and pull it into the arms of the will of the Great Abyss. So we sincerely invite Wild Devil to invade this world to expand the space channel. We provide coordinates and teleport. You only need to pay 30% of your own profit from this war, or 10 souls of your own same rank. The latter option is first handed over to the soul and then teleported. After reading it, he touched his chin. Olga felt that the deal seemed to be pretty good. This kind of cross-border transmission of forced entry is not called by others, so there is no obligation to limit it. Moreover, in this war, Lord Devil withstood the greatest pressure in the world, and their Wild Devil, who was responsible for soy sauce, had a chance to show off their skills at will. There was no need to pretend to be grandchildren in the corner. Otherworld indigenous powerhouses and the world's repressive power. These two things are the most annoying things for creatures like Devil, and there is a natural pressure for big bosses to pull hatred. Pay 30% of its own war proceeds. This option is directly excluded. As a Devil who wants to engage in big business, he cannot accept this kind of clause, but the souls of 10 same ranks can. Anyway, the existence of the same rank is mostly useless in his eyes. Irwagia has the confidence to play 10 with one hand. But this has to consider another issue. It can allow a Devil Lord who rules a certain abyss to pull the plane of wild foreign aid. Olga used his A** to think and understand that there must be a strong one, if it is not his own Devil Legion. There were heavy casualties during the invasion, and this kind of thing would never allow wild devils to intervene. After all, the fat water does not flow into the field of outsiders, and there is no reason to cheap outsiders to enjoy the benefits of their own. Will I go? With some choice difficulties, he fell into thinking. After a lot of deliberation, he chose a more traditional and scientific method to guess odd and even numbers. Go for the singular number and not go for the even number. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it at will, and directly caught the caring people passing by. The opponent is about 2 meters tall, with a squid-like head on top, and 2 pairs of colorful chicken wings on the back. Although the heights of the two seem to be the same at this time, Olga, who is holding each other's neck, has an inexplicable attitude, as if he is holding a little chicken. In the face of this unexpected situation, the opponent, who was an abyssal creature, naturally tried to rise up. The result is that they are surviving. With only 1/10 of his force, Olga almost pinched his neck into sauce, causing his head and body to separate. So the other party wisely gave up the needless struggle, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. What's your order? Being able to bend and stretch, stay a dog's life. I would rather die than surrender. I would frustrate my bones. Very stable. Ignoring the distress that the other party was about to pee, Olga asked him solemnly, "How many teeth do you have?" Question mark. Faced with this unexpected problem, he had never thought about it before, and the other party was taken aback and fell into silence. I seem to have 3 layers of teeth. How many are in each layer? He paid attention to this issue for the first time in the life cycle of hundreds of years. Just when he wanted to count, Olga was not very happy when he saw that the other party had to think about such a simple problem. To his face, a slap was a slap. Snapped. In the clear slap in the face, the teeth in the other party's mouth were like a celestial woman's scattered flowers, and all the ones that were not left were blown away. And those teeth were still flying in midair before they landed. Olga had already counted them all. Singular go. After getting the answer, Olga was satisfied. Throwing away the disposable guessing supplies in his hand, Olga also ignored the idea of the geometry of the shadow area in the opponent's heart and walked easily to the Devil recruitment office indicated on the notice. Recruitment office. Wiping the blood in his hands, he opened the door. What Olga's eyes caught was a place with a broken limb and various liquids that were supposed to be blood. And in the center of the room, there is a fat boy covered in strange pus sitting at a large table, eating barbecue. Looking at this scene, Olga raised his brows slightly, randomly picked up a few broken bones from the ground, spliced them into a chair by hand, put it next to the table, and sat down casually. Then he said to the other party who was still eating barbecue, "I want to participate in this war of planes." The opponent threw an eyeball to him without raising his head. "You hold this thing. Whenever you want to enter the field, you can activate it directly. It will take you to the position of the teleportation array. I have a great appetite while talking and eating." After receiving that eyeball, after a general sense, it was discovered that it was an Abyss contract and a simple teleportation item. Anyone who signs the above contract can have the authority to activate the transmission. When I found that Olga was looking at the terms, the fat boy didn't care much. So he handed over a piece of barbecue to Olga. "Have you eaten? Do you want to take 2 bites?" Recognizing that it was a charcoal-grilled large intestine Olga, he immediately refused politely. "I'm not hungry, thank you." After all, there is still Xiang above, so he can't really speak. Facing his refusal, the fat boy didn't care, and he took back the thing and sighed with regret. "If you don't know how to enjoy, you won't eat this super delicacy." Then he thrust the thing into his mouth unceremoniously, his face full of intoxication. Farewell. In the face of this kind of shit-powerful man, even though Olga admired him in his heart, he still didn't dare to look directly at him, so he decided to let him 3 points later. The fat boy still didn't care about Olga's departure. He still ate and drank there. Anyway, the task given to him by the leader is only to weed out the weak. After all, Devil, who is too weak, is meaningless. There are everywhere in the Legion, and batches of them are dying. And Devil, who has a good strength like Olga, who can cause trouble to the opponent, is the person they are looking forward to. Chapter 71. Walking on the street, knocking over things in his hands. Olga decided to get some intelligence first. Anyway, there is no time limit, so it's better to make some preparations first. At least we have to figure out the general power system on the other side. It doesn't matter whether it is popular to slash people with a laser sword, or it is popular to chant a spell with a magic book. There is general information, and you can always make some targeted preparations. Go straight in, and the ghost knows what will happen. If the planet battleship was washing the surface with light cannons, it wouldn't be very fun. But he didn't expect that this thing was so simple that he would get it. Even if he didn't even have a road review and registration, the other party wanted to invite himself to dinner. It was really warm and friendly. If they took this thing but didn't go, didn't they lose a magic item? Soon after, somewhere in the store, standing in front of a creature whose appearance is somewhat abstract and not easy to describe, I don't know if it should be called a pile or a pool of creatures. Olga said politely, I want to buy a piece of information. This is a place dedicated to selling information. Although he has the ability to read memories and can kill other insiders to obtain information, he does not know who has detailed information and does not have any target candidates. If you really want to act like this, you can only use the method of casting a net widely, killing 2 watermelon knives from the street to the end of the street, but killing in the city is a suicidal act. Occasionally killing 2 is innocent, but if you kill too many, he will be recognized as a troublemaker in the city, so he can only come to this kind of intelligent sales point to buy information. This kind of place is a bit like a chain store. Although the owners are well informed, they are not strong enough. After all, in the bottomless abyss, the powerful beings basically put their enthusiasm into the great business act of robbery, and they have done a worthless business. Just like the guy in front of Olga's eyes, his strength has just reached the level of middle devil. It's normal to burp in the bottomless abyss at any time, but they have backers behind them, and they have paid protection fees. The crowd, so as long as they don't leave this store, basically no one will deliberately provoke them. Now, looking at the very polite Olga, the shop owner not only didn't feel honored, but his heartbeat was almost 2 points in an instant. As an outsider, having spent hundreds of years in the bottomless abyss, he is naturally familiar with creatures like Devil. Based on the exchanges with many colleagues, he realized a very profound truth. Not afraid that Devil is irritable, but Devil is polite. There is nothing wrong with the former, because most devils are just like birds. Being irritable every day, you will either kill or be beaten to death by others. The result is nothing more than rapid death and rapid strengthening. For that kind of customer, based on years of business experience, he is confident to get it done. The latter is very wrong. Even Devil learns to be polite, indicating that this kind of guy is also an extremely abnormal type in an abnormal group. Either it is upgraded or its brain is broken. The ghost knows what mentality is. They don't need a reason to do it. Even what are you looking at? What are you looking at? You don't need to. Walking on the road can give you a kick without warning because the road is too peaceful. Although the expression on the owner's face has not changed, his 3 brains have begun to operate at full speed. The defensive technique set up in the store has been activated. I hope I can withstand it if something goes wrong. Strictly speaking, he has always had some good faith in own strength, thinking that he is also the one who can get past, and he is not weak in the same level. But after feeling the breath that Olga radiated automatically, he instantly noticed the difference in the positions of the 2 sides in the food chain, and wisely gave up the plan to make 2 gestures. After 1 or 2 moves, all 3 of my heads will be smashed. This was his premonition for himself and Olga. He had already decided secretly that if something went wrong, he would press the alarm device at the speed of light and let the city guard come to the rescue. If someone else has an accident, that group of guys may not care and let the other person be killed, but if you pay the protection fee, you should have some preferential treatment. While thinking about the things that are missing, the shopkeeper asked in the most kind and soft tone, Okay, what kind of news do you want to buy? Trying to prevent Orjiga from having the idea of murder and arson. Although I don't understand why the other party has such a good attitude towards Own, after subconsciously clicking a thumbs up for the other party's service attitude, Olga said, Give me a piece of information about the world of Mi Ling. The other party replied skillfully, Okay, 300 black silver coins. Don't mess up when you're in danger, just accept the money. Red, copper, black, silver, blood, gold. This is the most common currency system in the bottomless abyss except for the soul. They do not have a unified template, and there is no official issue. Well, there may have been it before, but it should have been beaten to death by others long ago. There is no news left. Now, as long as the 3 materials of qualified purity of red copper, black silver, and blood gold are smelted into normal-sized coins, they can be circulated freely. So anyone can cast them. It is for this reason. In the Abyss, there are many existences, and the Own badge or avatar is engraved on it to declare the authority of Own to the rest of the existence. If you haven't been beaten to death by other people, this is really a good publicity method. After hearing the price, Olga did not hesitate and directly took out 300 black silver coins to the other party. The price is neither cheap nor expensive. Converted into a more versatile hard currency, soul, in the bottomless abyss. Probably only one soul with the strength of Lower Devil can be bought, so it is not a problem for Orjiga. This kind of thing can be picked just like roadside leeks. By the way, Olga's money is not a lot, or even a little too much. These all come from the kind people and passers-by he met, and Grieg is a strong supporter among them, privately funded 2/3 of the share, so that Orca can completely live a well-off life. He no longer needs to bear the pressure of life, and can completely entertain eating and hitting passers-by without any psychological burden, as the joy of life. Who is not a baby after all. As a lonely young devil who is only over 100 years old, he needs to enjoy the joy of childhood after all. He took the coins in a panic and steadily. The shopkeeper graciously took out a small ball of light and explained to Orjiga, "This is a means of information storage. As long as you relax your mind, you can absorb the information. The information in it is the intelligence of Mi Ling world. I hope you will be satisfied." After the things got in hand, Olga nodded, "Thank you." Then he turned around and left, without the slightest nostalgia, let alone the attack that the shop owner feared the most. When he left, the shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief. It was beyond his expectation to deal with Orjiga so easily, and he couldn't help feeling fortunate. He immediately wanted to cultivate one day behind closed doors and celebrate today's success. Get through the catastrophe. Chapter 72. Inside a huge hotel in the city. Because of the money, Orjiga didn't just find a cave and settle down as he did last time. Instead, I found a well-decorated hotel to live in. The owners of these hotels are basically local forces, except that the prices are relatively expensive and the weak cannot afford it. While the security is good, all kinds of services are also very complete. Basically, as long as you can afford the price, most of the things you want, they can do it for you. The room he now lives in is not only well decorated, but also constructed from rare minerals, which can withstand various physical and energy attacks. Its internal area is as large as half a football field, and it can be freely moved even with its body shape. But in this hotel, this one can only be regarded as a relatively small one. In these places, the real big rooms are all different spaces where magic effects are applied, and it is normal for them to be the size of a small city. After finding a place to stay, Olga lay on the big bed, fumbled out the information he had purchased not long ago, and began to read it. Mi Ling world. The coordinates were discovered 127 years ago. The following year, Lord Devil, the Lord of the Lava Wasteland, Balrog Kalto, launched an aggression against it. Known information on this plane. The entire world has a very long history, with written records for millions of years. It is suspended in the crystal wall of a closed plane, and its internal structure appears as a huge tiled ocean, with a huge land in the center and countless islands sporadically divided around it. That is the place where the sky is round, not the state of the planet. The main rulers of the world are gods. The main races of the world are dragons, dwarves, humans, elves, orcs. The main power of the world cultivation system, magic, vindictiveness, mental energy. Proven rare minerals, golden rock. Proven rare plants. After reading all kinds of information, Olga squeezed lightly. The objects in your hands are turned into powder. Most of this information is objective and looks very professional. The content is basically all described from the perspective of a third party, without any personal feelings, which makes people relatively convincing. But Olga's trust in him is only about half, just taking it as a reference target, so that he has a general understanding of that side of the world. In the bottomless abyss, nothing is credible except oneself. Even when buying this information, the seller swears in the name of the will of the abyss that the information he is selling is true information, which is meaningless. Because word games are really complicated to play, the real information is divided into half and spliced to you. So that is still true, but you are very likely to understand it as the opposite meaning under the guidance of the other party. At the same time as selling the information, selling the customer is also a routine operation here. Dragon, god, elf. It seems that the world fits my devil's identity. Orjiga felt very satisfied. He believed that the world of Mi Ling is more like the bottomless abyss where aliens can walk all over the floor with laser guns compared to two spaceships in the sky occasionally. The smell of a magical world, there are not so many messy demon ghosts. I don't know if I can find a chance to kill a god and try the touch. After thought, his mouth could not help a smile. Whether it is I or this life, he called for respect for the gods. None had been with awe. At most, some curious, nothing more. Regardless of their believers respected them, the other in his eyes, just a powerful, advanced biological only. Since he was born, the only let him respect and awe of things only power itself. After the hearts of the next thought process, or long, Gad tapped the button next to the bed, so the hotel staff to send yourself something to eat over. Although there is no feeling of hunger, but eating food in his heart has always been kind of a good way to pleasure, so the face of their own soon after, they immediately get into this otherworld situation. He decided to eat enjoyment to say, the devil knows where there is no good food. Did not let him wait, and soon after, for 1 meter high, blue eyes, blue fat belly of an unknown creature, between Ilangneo, will push a small cart to the room. As already filled with food several meters high, is attractive and exudes a strong flavor, so Orlong Ka has a good appetite. After readily lost some of that money to fight 4cc Smurfs version of the same thing, when a tip, he unceremoniously began dining. 3 days later, after some trimming and looking Chochi 10 in all good-hearted people after passing, devil, the median strength of soul. He used the direct props. Body instantly wrap of force, but he did not react, and let that kind of force took him to an eye-catching of the streamer, into a different space channel, in the direction of the distant shuttle away. Among the city, due to a variety of enchantment and the like. For normal, outsiders cannot fly fast, cannot be long-distance space shuttle, but the activation of the props, he now has a temporary authority. It is this force with rapid pass through the layers of the blockade, arrived the other side of the city. After the body returned to the material world, looking at a variety of monster-packed 4 weeks, or long Gad blow the whistle at. A glance in the past, even his boundless stretch monster group, only their presence felt everywhere. All kinds of weird Gikulango after another. The number of really intense fighting seems. After casually perceived under, he would have 90% are aware of these monster devil, small level. Intelligence and the beast's similar strength is not how. The basic movement is the same as cannon fodder and grain reserves. They are now barely able to guarantee order or rely on a large number of blood suppression control spells and high-grade devil, or else they have to fight each other directly. Gently snapped, or long beside a Buddha is only a small tier meat of devil. Immediately look surprised a moment. Dull eyes bowed her head to him. Leisurely step on its head, on which stand. Kick the other foot, it would only devil small, immediately as received signal, quickly plunging toward a certain direction. There, Ehud Long Buddha can clearly feel the large number of transfer fluctuations. Obviously it is a large force transmission. The hands of the token confirmed his judgment, also guided him to go there. At the moment, standing temporary horsehead, looked around everywhere in the small, devil who, as he cannot see a lot of harvest leaks, mind it is a pity to think, if you could just kill here small devil, I did not need to go to any indemnity spirit world, but as equal to rebel in the city, so he can only quietly to give up. Chapter 73. Look at the huge red spiral portal that has appeared in the distance. After some observations, Orjiga stepped off the top of the mount's head and kicked it flying. Then he waved out a strong wind and slapped all the garbage that was in the way nearby, opening a way for himself. Go straight to the location pointed by the token. The various low-level monsters along the way, facing his unconcealed aura, evaded one after another, and no one stood in front of him. As for that kind of powerful monster, most of them didn't pay much attention to his strength, just glanced at him calmly, and only a few showed obvious hostility to him. He didn't care much about the hostility, and he didn't even care about it. To put it bluntly, no matter whether there is hostility or not, as long as the conditions are right, every abyssal creature wants to kill its own teammate to make a fortune. Therefore, hostility is a meaningless thing in the bottomless abyss. They are hostile to every existence, and it is normal to kill themselves if they are seriously ill, so being strong is the truth. Crossing the stairs, walking to a huge table, facing the table with a book next to it, looking at the own female six-armed snake demon. The facial appearance is similar to that of human females, and they look very beautiful, but the proportion of cheeks is longer than that of humans, similar to the snake face in film and television. Wearing a magnificent armor with powerful magic waves, the upper body is about 3 meters upright. The slender snake tail on the lower body is nearly 10 meters, 6 slender but muscled arms. 2 of them are holding books, and the rest of 4 are placed on their sides, and can pull out the weapon at the waist at the fastest speed at any time. Although Olga felt that the opponent's strength was superior to him, and conservatively estimated that it was upper devil. She still looked casual and handed over the tokens in her hand, together with 10 soul crystals made from middle devil souls. Olga took a leisurely glance at the other devils who were looking uncomfortable around him, and smiled and said to them, "I'll report." After lightly sniffing the aura from the body of Olga, the other party can easily tell that the other party is a devil of pure blood, but the bloodline aura that resembles the Balrog, but contains a strange feeling, makes her unable to ascertain which branch Olga belongs to. The only thing that can be certain is that the guy in front of him is of pure blood and is definitely not weak, and he can vaguely feel threatened. It should be a very tricky type. She looked at Orlaja warily, and found that the other party did not show any madness, and her expression was still very calm. She then took the things he handed over and began to register him for a teleportation. Call. Aljaga. Race. The Balrog, the upgraded one. Strength level. Middle devil. After 3 simple questions, everything was registered. There was no sense of rigor at all, and it was just a formality. The other party pointed to the place where a bunch of monsters gathered not far away, and instructed, "You can just go there and stay there. When the number is almost the same, you can send it to the battlefield of the Mi Ling world." Shrugging, Olga replied, "Okay, now you are the boss." Looking at the 6-armed snake demon in front of him, he a little missed the original Naga. After all, the 2 images were a bit similar. I don't know if the other party is dead. The area pointed to by the 6-armed snake devil to Olga is different from other areas where little devils gather in groups. The lowest level that can stand there has the strength of middle devil, even upper devil. There are also many. These guys are in the middle level of the entire abyss. When Olga came over, they just glanced lightly. No one paid any attention to him, and stayed there quietly without moving. Actually, it is not that they are polite and prefer to be quiet, but because the 6-armed snake demon said that they are not allowed to kill each other at this time. After arriving at the Mi Ling world, as long as the conditions on the contract are fulfilled, the space channel can be expanded. The rest is at will. Whether you want to kill your own people or want to kill another world native, no one will care. After all, the cultural tradition of the bottomless abyss is infighting and cannot be eradicated at all. Shortly after, when the numbers were all over, following the instructions of the 6-armed snake demon, the huge red vortex began to spin rapidly, and an invisible and intangible wind continued to whistle, forming a huge tornado in the air, and the portal at the center of the vortex was just there. The hole opened. The 6-armed snake demon commanded, "The teleportation begins. Enter immediately." Numerous monsters immediately flooded in like a tide, using the power of the transmission ritual to carry out large-scale mass transmission. At this time, Olga did not hesitate, and his expression was slightly excited mixed in the large army. This space channel is different from ordinary summoning rituals. All objects are transformed into another form after entering it. Olga felt that the own body seemed to become an illusory flow of information, which was a very peculiar feeling. Made him a lot more comprehension, and many weak devils, in this state, were immediately obliterated with their self-consciousness and began to automatically merge with other monsters that had lost their self-consciousness. In the perception of Olga, they are becoming something similar to hatred and suture monsters. He knew in his heart that it was Lord Devil who was weeding out the weak, turning those useless waste into more valuable weapons of war and contributing to the war. I don't know how long it has passed. In a peculiar stream of light, Orjaga saw a huge golden yellow barrier. Looking in the past, I don't know how big it is and how wide it is. Just the first second after seeing the other party, Olga felt a sense of vastness. Just as ordinary humans face the planet directly, they felt an inexplicable shock. After returning to his senses and observing carefully, he found a huge golden barrier, with a hint of black air faintly stuck on the bright light wall. From it, Olga smelled an extremely pure smell of devil, and in a daze he seemed to see a pair of eyes burning with flames. He knew that it was the mark of Devil Lord Kalto's power. As the flow of information they turned into continued to approach, a burst of black flame suddenly exploded on the complete golden barrier, and a crack that was almost invisible compared to the entire barrier was torn apart alive. Want to force them in. However, a huge golden palm of an unknown number of kilometers stretched out from it, wanting to squeeze them all to death. At that moment, Olga felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, and he knew that it was a force he could not resist. There was no panic or fear in his heart, but an inexplicable sense of excitement emerged, which was the joy of seeing a higher level of power. Without waiting for the huge palm to fall completely, the black flame appeared again to block it, and then took the opportunity to wrap Olga and the others, and threw them directly into the barrier. Faced with this situation, a cold snort and a disdainful sneer sounded in the void, the two diametrically opposed. With the collision of the two forces again, the golden palm and black flames instantly dissipated, and the crack that had been forcibly torn apart automatically began to heal. Chapter 74. After crossing the huge barrier, Olga felt his own body and regained his flesh and blood. Randomly glanced at the other monsters beside him. He found that their number has only left about 1/3 of the original. Those with the weakest strength were eliminated and transformed into other creatures in the transmission channel, all of them lacking intelligence. At this moment, the teleportation technique beside them has not disappeared, and they are still taking them to glide in the sky at high speed. Through that layer of technique, he can clearly see the sky above. The Earth is completely divided into two parts. That is the feeling of a different space. Existence divides the sky and the Earth of this world into two worlds. Looking at the mostly intact land and the still clear sky, Olga had a little bit in his heart. This should be the means of the indigenous people of the world to reduce the loss. Lord Devil Kalto and his direct Devil Legion should be exhausted in the different space above the sky and the world's top combat power, and they have not yet been able to penetrate the main force. With their strength, if they really started in the local area of this world, the environment of this world could not be preserved so well. Landslides are normal. To put it simply, the relationship between the two forces is that the robber wants to break into the house and try to hee, while the heads of the household are desperately pressing the door to prevent him from entering. Orlega and the others' task was to add a blockage to the heads of the household in this process, open the closed door, and let Devil Lord Kalto's true body smoothly squeeze in and flex his muscles. The biggest risk of this is that if the local top indigenous strongmen take out their hands, they will be able to kill these troubled fishermen with one slap. Just like the giant golden hand just now, if no one else stopped him, they would be able to wipe out their smuggling death squads in an instant. I hope I don't meet a passing boss and beat myself to death. Thinking of this, Olga could not help whistling with a smile. More than 10 minutes later, Olga and the others had already crossed an unknowingly far distance and reached another area. Here, the clouds in the sky have changed from white to blood red. This is what it looks like after being contaminated by the power of the abyss. Arrived here, it can be regarded as reaching the home ground of the abyss creatures. After entering this area, Orjiga could clearly feel that the oppressive power given by the world had begun to weaken significantly. His power was directly unlocked by about 60%, and it should take some time to fully recover. Olga and others, who had been flying fast, finally felt the power of the teleportation technique began to weaken at this moment. They are about to start landing. Boom. In the high speed of hundreds of kilometers per hour, it fell hard from the sky. Accompanied by a strong high-speed impact, more than 10 meters of dust was lifted. Before he stood still, Olga heard the whistling sound behind him. That was the sound of the monsters falling behind one after another. They were all dropped from the air by a huge force like dumplings. Seeing the devil falling towards him, Orjiga didn't hesitate. If nothing else, it was just a few dragons wagging their tails, and they almost smashed them to own devil, kicking their scales to pieces and flying out with blood. 100 meters. Jiao Min. After kicking that pile of scum to death, he succeeded in getting the first kill of this batch of abyss troops. Although they were all his teammates, he could kill them all at once. After all, everyone was killed. Withdrawing his own foot, he looked into the distance, where he felt a lot of gazes. Looking at it, he found that there was a military camp. If that thing is also a military camp, compared with the relatively high-end vocabulary such as military camp, it is more like a gathering place composed of countless mud packs of different sizes. It is almost qualified to say that it is a refugee camp, and a large group of things that look like abyssal creatures are chaotic in it. Run. From the unknown number of monsters, Olga noticed that many of them were watching him. It seems that I must be attracted by the handsome and heroic appearance when I kicked people. Thinking of this, he nodded involuntarily and waved at own fans. They didn't let the new death squads wait long, and a figure flew over from a place like a refugee camp. The opponent's upper body is similar to a human, and the lower body is a bit like a griffin. Although it should be called devil from the smell, there are freaks everywhere in the abyss, and the ghost knows what kind of him he is. The other party glanced at Olga and others with his eagle-like head. First, he used the props in his hand to extract the reformers who had been wiped out of their minds, and then said in a hurry, "I belong to Kalto. My lord's Devil Legion. This camp is now in charge of me, so I give you two choices. 1, stay in my team, but you have to listen to my orders, and 2, go it alone, but don't forget the terms of the contract." It sounded very democratic, But Olga felt that the opponent was just lacking in strength, and he was not sure to suppress the group of guys in front of him. According to his perception, the eagle-headed devil's rank is nothing more than a higher devil, and there are at least dozens of them in the same rank as his existence. After listening to his words, many devil immediately turned and left, or flew to the sky, or escaped into the ground. These are the guys who decided to go it alone, and Olga is one of them. Being someone else's horse is not in his will, even if it is temporary. Unless you add more money, then you can consider it. No way, as long as the price is right, it's not impossible to do odd jobs occasionally. When many more wild-hearted or rebellious devil left, Devil Eagle Head looked at the various monsters left and said, "You first enter the camp to rest for a period of time and restore the power suppressed by this world." He knew that although this group of guys stayed, it by no means meant that they would be very obedient. The high probability is just surrender on the surface, and the heart is planning something bad. He didn't care much about it, and he was even used to it. Despicable, bullying, afraid of the strong, stabbing a knife in the back, thinking of seizing power when he sees power. In essence, Devil is such a creature. Everyone wants to rebel. Among these mismatched guys, his biggest confidence is his own identity. Temporary status granted by Lord Kalto. As long as they don't want to provoke Lord Kalto or break the contract, no one of these guys dare to attack him, and will give him some face more or less. Chapter 75. I didn't care what other devil was going to do. Olga, who was not very interested in their minds, immediately opened the wings that he had contained within his body after leaving the main force. With a strong fan, amidst the roar of a thunderstorm, his body turned into a streamer at high speed and disappeared in place with a gust of wind. Just because the teleportation technique was too fast, he hadn't seen the surrounding geographical environment at all. He needs to survey the general situation of this area. After flying forward for a certain distance, he clearly saw that a large number of ditches and huge pits began to appear on the ground, and even some buildings that were almost completely destroyed, leaving only a little foundation. After another distance, he even saw the broken walls of the city sporadically in a huge, burnt ruin. Judging from the outline, it should be the old site of a city, but it has almost been completely flattened, and the internal buildings are basically left with only debris-like pieces. After estimating based on the size of the ruins, how big the periphery of the city was, he had a rough answer in his mind. It seems that this place should have been a good city before. And what he found in the most central position of the ruins also proved his conjecture. It was a huge tower made of hundreds of thousands of skulls and poured out of steel. On it, he clearly saw countless patterns in devil, engraved profanity. The praise of the bottomless abyss and the curse of all lives spread over every inch of its surface, causing it to exude an inexplicable sense of strangeness. Just standing there can make ordinary people feel disgusted sincerely. Pollution ceremony. Stepping on the top of the huge tower and carefully looking at the various remaining traces around him, he had a judgment in his heart. This kind of ritual is also very simple, basically one of the necessary skills of abyss creatures. By continuously slaughtering indigenous creatures on a large scale, turning their souls and flesh into poison and curses into the world that nurtures them, so as to achieve the effect of degrading the pollution of nearby space, and create a home field advantage for oneself to restore strength. Although Olga could, but never used it, because the technique is too cumbersome and the target is too obvious. Basically 10 squares are used to fight. Unless there is absolute power to push the whole world away. Otherwise he doesn't like being so arrogant. After all, it is always bad to be slapped in the face. According to statistics, this thing is one of the main reasons most devil will rush to the street. Use it, you will be besieged. No need, the strength will be greatly weakened again. This is a dilemma multiple choice question, relatively speaking. In order to avoid this situation, he specially developed the Plague Death Tribulation Flower, which is much more convenient than the pollution ritual. It is fast, does not require any preconditions, and does not cause any major movement, only consumes a little magic power. A soul is not worth. After standing on the top of the tower and searching for it, Olga confirmed that there was no living mouth nearby. He was a little hesitant to kill 2 devils who had come to this world earlier to obtain the necessary information. After thinking about it, he decided to try a certain idea not long ago. Innate ability, Pain Torment, start to activate. The coverage area is the huge tower built by this skull. At this moment, the souls in these skulls have long been turned into sources of pollution and integrated into the world. He has no objects to torment, but his purpose itself is not to torture anyone, but to absorb the painful fluctuations they emit. That was the curses and resentment waves left by these natives when they were killed by the abyss creatures, bearing the various sufferings they suffered. For others, it can only be used as a negative energy, but for Olga, who has a part of pain, authority, it is like a vaguely perceptible information. What he wants to try now is whether he can read the residual memories of those fluctuating masters along the way. Accompanied by the innate ability, the huge tower at his feet turned into another image in his eyes, like a huge twisted object, which is releasing a special wave to the surroundings all the time, and that is the death of the owner of the skull. The hatred left behind. From it, Olga smelled extremely intense pain, as if countless voices were telling him about his own suffering, trying to impose own pain on him. A smile appeared at the corner of Olga's mouth. This is a familiar feeling. He had the same experience when his talents evolved. All kinds of chaotic memory fragments, mixed in it, are constantly read by him, and he is constantly splicing them together. Although every piece of memory information was scattered, a large number of fragments still made him complete the information of this world. Before he was happy, after a while, his brows began to frown. Hiss. Soon after, as he took a breath of air, Olga hurriedly interrupted this talent ability. He cursed in a low voice. I'm pounding your lungs. It hurts a little. Due to the uncontrollable strength, the pain that hundreds of thousands of people suffered before their deaths continued to flood in, and Orca couldn't stand it anymore. Thanks to the encounter every time he advances, he believes that his endurance to pain is absolutely amazing, and he can peel off his own skin with his own hands on the premise of preserving the pain, without shaking, but hundreds of thousands of pains are surging at the same time. When he came up, he still felt an unprecedented feeling directly. He can clearly feel that the muscles in his body are spasms. It is a part of the pain left by tens of thousands of people being eaten by various monsters while they are alive. Ordinary people can fall into death in the brain within a second, so he has rich experience. Only then can I remain generally calm. But even so, he still felt a little numb in his own body, which was a sequelae of excessive pain, and the nervous system began to respond to paralysis. Although this attempt was not very successful, it also made him understand that the general idea of own is not wrong. Although the little memories gained in this place are not very useful, it can only save own a little time, but if the same method is used, it is in the bottomless abyss. Every inch of land is used in places where countless lives have died, and the effect is absolutely outstanding. If you are not sure, you can get some secret knowledge and intelligence. Although the painful information in that place is too strong, he may be completely unable to withstand it now. But when his strength reaches the level of Great Devil or Lord Devil, and his strength and talent have undergone transformation, then in the bottomless abyss, those places where death has countless lives will become his large private library. He reads the information at will, which provides a great degree of convenience for his future accumulation, which is equivalent to countless dead people supporting him. It is really dead that he will have to pick up a bunch of wool for many years.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.